Hello, we are now live for the Kadence event. Today we have Kadence Amplify, where WordPress experts from around the world are coming together to share their knowledge, expertise, and maybe a few deals for the Kadence community as part of our event today. So you're in for a treat. We have an amazing lineup today. I'm very excited to go ahead and get started with our first guest. Our first speaker today is Lauren Polinsky. She's an SEO consultant. I said expert. She is an expert. She's a consultant and digital marketer with nearly 15 years of experience optimizing websites. She's here today to share some essential and advanced tips to help you get your WordPress website up and running smoothly, ensuring you put your best foot forward in the digital world. Lauren's topic today is business growth with WordPress SEO, and here she is.
Hi.
Hi, Lauren.
Hi, Michelle. Thanks so much. This is super exciting, super fun. I am first up on your conference day one. So this is exciting. I'm really happy to be here. Thanks so much for having me.
Well, thank you so much for joining us and sharing your expertise with the Kadence community. We're excited to have you here. And SEO is something everybody needs to know about. And I don't care how much you know, you can always learn more from other people. So, no matter how much people are in the audience are like, hey, I got this, I bet you're going to drop some knowledge on them that they've never heard before. So I'm looking forward to learning from you as well. So I'm going to take myself out. I'm going to add your screen, and we're going to let you go ahead and talk. So we'll see you soon. If people are listening or watching, if you have questions for Lauren, put them in the chat. We're going to do a Q&A with her after she's done with her presentation.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle. Awesome. Yeah, I come with a very specific, unique perspective to SEO as well. Coming from the world of everybody should know it. Absolutely, everybody should know it. So let's start with that. Just a little bit of a hello introduction. I am Lauren Polinsky. I'm kind of curious if anybody wants to chat in. How many people showed up to this presentation today because of the awesome description that they saw on the Amplify website? If you did, that would be amazing to know, because honestly, I wrote it all with AI and I'm pretty excited to have you here. But beyond that, I do have a lot of experience with SEO, and I'm leaning into AI right now and getting all that done. But I have a diverse experience in SEO as well. So I've worked across a lot of industries. I really enjoyed it. So I have a pretty broad perspective and like to bring in, especially here today, to bring in the commonalities of all of those things that I've learned, because it all comes down to the basic same things. And that, I think, kind of what Michelle said, those are the basics. That's what you need to know, and anybody can know that. So honestly, there's a diverse way to take each position, each unique view on something, but you can do it and make it your own. So know more about me, on to what you're here for. What is SEO? So to be very, very specific and basic, SEO is making crawlers find and index your content. So crawlers come to your website, they crawl through the pages, they follow different links, and then they put it away in an index. Think about it like a giant warehouse, just a bot warehouse. But that's not the end of it, right? After that, they want to put it into their search results. So SEO is the process of getting things from the crawler into the index in the right way, so that when that ranking algorithm goes to the index to put something in the search results, they're doing it with the content we want to show them, that we want to optimize for. So that's really where the SEO person, the expert, the consultant, whatever you want to talk to, is coming in. They're really helping you fill in the details of these dotted lines that make it look so easy. So they're helping you start from the beginning and move on from there. So that's SEO. WordPress SEO, despite being a wonderful platform and Kadence being a fantastic theme on that platform, WordPress SEO is the optimization of the structure, the content management, and the publishing of that. So it's almost like it's the intricate way, the web of your company itself, and how you optimize that web to bring everything to the website in a quick, fast way. So it deals with page speed. It deals with security and plugins, how many plugins you have. It deals with keyword research and placement and creating content from that that's really rich and valuable. And then it's monitoring and improving that. So it's not always just one specific thing. I hope you definitely don't think of SEO as like stick the keyword here and it will win. It's much more complex than that. It takes a lot of different steps. And I hope to kind of talk through a few of those examples throughout this today. So let's start with those plugins, right? SEO plugins, there's thousands of them. You can pick out whatever you'd like. In my opinion, there are 3 types of plugins. There are the ones that do the SEO work for you. They are very common. We'll talk about them in a minute. They are the ones that solve the problems you need done from an SEO perspective. And then there are the plugins that give you the data so that you can keep doing better and better. So first off the bat, let's kind of visualize that. The plugins that you need for SEO. These are the most common, the most obvious. You've probably heard of them. Plugins to execute the work. What do I mean? You need things compressed. You need things served optimally. You need people to have the right access. There are different types of plugins you can do, and these are just a small sample. There are thousands. And then there are the plugins to report. So there is Site Kit, which is kind of new. I think came out in like 2018, 2019. There's Monster Insights, which is amazing. And if you like SEMrush, it does have some really great reporting. It's not exactly a plugin, but they do have plugins. It kind of mixes and marries. And I understand it's not as clean cut as what I'm making it look here. Some of them do a little of each, but that's basically what you're going to get done is find the problem, fix the problem, and then report on the problem. One of the things that I care about is a slightly more advanced. And again, when it comes to which one you want, it really depends upon what you need done. From my perspective, I'm more advanced. I want only the things I want to get done. And I come to look at this sort of information. It's actually kind of nice to look at it if you have the time for any plugin you add, specifically because one of the things I talked about is your page speed. And every single plugin you add to your website slows down your website. And to be very straightforward, my favorite plugin on this list is the slowest of the plugins. So it's really kind of interesting to see in my own perspective of, this isn't my data. Rank Math, I think, pulled this. This is a link to it is available in my deck later. But it really is kind of interesting to see how those plugins start to weigh down and slow down things. So part of it being an SEO is looking through these things as developers goes and adds things to the website. And then start, saying, hey, do we really need this? Can we combine here? Can we do this? So there's some research to be done. Got to pick what you need and use what you need. And if you're not using it, get rid of it. Let's be real. I bet everybody here has Yoast. If you don't have Yoast, you've heard of it and you're thinking about it, and it comes with a free setup and it's kind of nice. And if you remember on the previous slide, it's like in that sweet spot of being, just right in size. So if I had a basic guide to setting up Yoast, if you just bought your website, put it all together, and you're like, Lauren, I put Yoast on my website, what's the first thing I need to do? Here is the ultimate brief guide of how to do that. This is not everything, but if you do this, you're going to start off on the right foot. Your basics, your site basics, you go into Yoast, general settings, site basics. Your site basics is your website name, your website alternate names, if you have it, a tagline, if you have it, the way you want to separate things. You're basically writing out right now your page titles. These are default page titles and images in case you ever forget. Fill them in, get it done, set it and forget it. If you're feeling kind of advanced, you can also go into the site representation just underneath and start plopping in each of your social media accounts. This way, you'll be able to build components later and pages later with components that automatically share, which we all know is a super important part of SEO. Next up are things you don't want indexed. And these are the basic things you want to set up to remove from the index. Remember at the very beginning, I talked about it's getting your site to be crawled and indexed. That is the fundamental important piece. So if you're going to be crawled, why waste a crawler's time in content you don't want them in? Everything starred here is going to be some sort of duplicate content on your site, and there is no reason for it to be crawled. So you just want to come in here and check this little box and make sure it's all marked no. A lot of them are. If you are looking at this and you're like, Lauren, I actually do need that, hit me up with an email. Let's talk about why you actually need that. There could be a reason. There's always a reason for something. So let's talk about it and see what needs to go on. And again, you want to crawl the right stuff. These posts, pages, and categories are basically your unique content. These are the things that you will go find people and convert people with. So you have just nice, unique sections here. You've again changed here, and you can come in here and use like dynamic text to figure out what you want it to say automatically. So titles and meta descriptions, you can just start and default your answers to. So God forbid you forget to do one, there's at least something there. So you're never going out with a blank page when you go to publish. So we've got the site set up, we've installed our plugin, we have some structure built around the site and the architecture, and we know what we're going to get crawled. So let's talk about the structure of the individual pages and posts. You've got title tags and meta descriptions. You've heard me talk a lot about them. They are very important. Title tags from an SEO perspective in search engines are exactly keyword rich and friendly. They may not appear exactly as you want them, but by putting that keyword there, remember crawl and index, and then the ranking algorithm pulls from the index. Putting your keywords in the right place in the title tags are going to help find you quickly. It's like literally the tab, kind of at the top of each folder. So we want to make sure we've got the unique title from an SEO perspective, but sometimes that doesn't match with the marketing team's perspective, right? So you've got social media marketing teams that want to do like catchy headlines on Facebook or something like that. You've got email communications going out, and you need the landing page to look like that when people see it. So there's a lot of different ways to do it, and Kadence and the theme and everything really makes it easy when you install these extra SEO plugins. So what you're looking at here in the bottom left corner is just the beginning of a dashboard for the posts when you're looking at them. And you'll see the name you've written there, which I don't think you can read right now, but if you can, is what's going to be your title tag in most times. And then over on the right, you'll see when you're in the post and you're editing it, there's an excerpt, and that will be your meta description. If you fill those two things in, that's what the marketing teams can pretty much use to create content on your website that looks and is catchy and matches that email. If you've got the same title, it does what you need it to do from your brand voice perspective. On the other side, you've got that plugin, and that plugin for SEO stuff will let you usually change it not only for SEO, but for social media and different platforms and things like that. So I can come out here and build a different title for SEO, get my keyword in there, which is link building strategies, and make sure that my optimization for my description is marrying with those related keywords. While I can leave marketing and other teams to decide what that brand voice is and make sure that I get that clickable sort of on-page link. Then you've got the purpose of that is for pages, right? So you've got all these titles and descriptions written out. You've probably got a handful of pages which you want to start building, right? These are the pages that you're informing. These are your product detail pages, your home pages, your category pages for if you're an e-commerce type site. These are the ones that inform and bring your audience to a conversion point. And it doesn't have to always be sign up for my email or buy this thing. It can sometimes just be click into the next page or watch this video. Your conversion can be very vague in this sense. You just need to know what it is. But a page is going to do that. So when you're in WordPress and you want to go to pages, you want to be judicious with the amount of pages you're building because you only have so much you need to talk about. You have all your products and your index, remember? So you're going to organize this out. You're going to build this out. You're going to think about it as the core content of your site. These keywords are the ones you spent a long time researching that you want to know exactly what you want to rank for, what is your product to be sold under, or what your business name aligns to. These pages should have a huge technical SEO review of them. It should be done during the beginning so that the SEO can start to see the structure of what's going on and help with the content alignment, but then near the end as well so that you have all that SEO didn't get left behind, your title tags, your descriptions, any schemas and extra stuff that an SEO would want to do that advanced stuff. So you'll look at this sort of page right here and you can see it's got a bunch of headlines on it, right? So as an SEO you can come in early and start talking about, this is the keyword for the page. What are the topics of the page? What are the thematic topics related to it? And start plopping them down and building the different components. The development team can build the different components to solve the problem. And you have to remember that part too. As an SEO, your developers are building elements and blocks and templates and little widgets inside a bigger page. So if you're going to have a header component and it's got your H1 in it, you can't use another H1 on the page. So in which case, you got to make sure as your team is building out all these components and blocks that they're naming them in a way that people can understand what it is, or you have to build and unlock that all down so only one person is building pages. So there's a lot of decisions you have to make really early on when you start your website. If you're a team of one, it makes it a lot easier because your decisions can just be like, I'll do it later. But if you have a team of many, you're going to have to start thinking about who's going to do what. How am I going to get through all my content? So remember, back in the beginning, you've done your research to at least what am I going to be talking about? What's my product size? Prioritize the way you're going to get at your content and start executing it through that sort of mention. Again, if you've got a really good SEO, the reason why you want them to see it early and late is so that they can look at this sort of stuff too on the page and insert links and body copy and make sure all the images you end up actually using have alt attributes on them. And even at the very bottom, we built this component, it's got quick add to cart links. So you can buy immediately from this page. I've informed somebody about what these classes are, and I'm getting them to buy the product that I want them to buy. It's kind of a nice little win from a page perspective. So then you've got pages, and then you've got posts. Posts are the other side of the content creating part of WordPress. If you're gonna get your pages done, and you're probably going to be done for a while, there shouldn't be a lot of regular quarterly, weekly updating. Posts are the ones you ongoingly update. They find new audiences, they find existing, they bring people in, they intrigue people to come back to your site. Posts can do a lot. If you have an SEO building all of your posts, it's really great. They'll do a lot of great work to find and build categories and tell you exactly what things are out there thematically, what kind of keywords people are looking for and topically organize them out for you. It's super great for content writers. And then later on, right before you publish anything, they can do that final sweep. Make sure the links are in there. Make sure the URL makes sense. Do that little SEO thing with the title tag I showed you early on. Those are the sort of things you want to get somebody with some SEO experience on really early and then really late. But you'll want to just overall be aware that it's the stuff you read about all the time. Like Michelle said, you probably heard about SEO. Probably all the stuff you've heard really applies to your posts. It applies to the fact that like, you've got different types of people coming to your audience and you've got to tell a story for each one of them. So you've got to create this long form content that is intriguing, that drives people over to those core pages that we were just talking about. If you're just getting them to your site, they're just going to get to your site. Your SEO is going to walk away. I bet you've had a consultant actually that said, I increased your blog traffic 400%. Well, that's nice, but did it increase my revenue anything? And if it didn't, look at your posts. Did your SEO, if you asked your SEO to write a post, they probably just wrote, target keyword this, target keyword that, target keywords great, thanks. Maybe they linked to another blog. I bet what they didn't do was take your content and create a marketing message to it that gets you over to why I'm writing about it. Honestly, we'll talk about that in a second, but it's a really, really important point. Second important point, really, when it comes to all of this is CSS. I have been and worked on so many websites where I have to go rebuild all of the pages, whether it's WordPress or not. I have to work with developers to rebuild pages because H tags are being used to style text on the page. So a heading tag, an H tag, is the information that is usually like H1, H2, H3, and they give importance to the words that it's in. So if you have H1, 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 you've got no importance. If you've got everything in H3, you've really diluted your value. So you really can take CSS, any kind of styling, and make any kind of text look like something else. And that's the way to do it. I mean, I like to think about it as if you were writing an email to somebody, you wouldn't just write all caps the whole way through. You would probably, use some caps in some places, maybe bold some text in other places. Do that when you write your content, because it really is helpful and engaging for the audience. So when you're looking at the site, like I'm talking about, there's a heading tag, there's a heading tag, and there's a heading tag. This is my site, and I do look at it and go, that's probably not great. I might go fix that later. But I do have my body copy here. And again, what's really important is that this H1 looks like this on this page, doesn't look like that on every other page. This H2 doesn't look like this on every page. I have components and different placements and different H3s. You can use the styles to make it fit the block it's in, and then use the H tag itself to identify the value, the importance of that word or phrase for your page. And again, Kadence makes this super, super lovely. So the advanced text block, which I'm really glad they renamed from the advanced heading block, but the advanced text block is a great component. You can actually see on most of my pages, I typically use it everywhere because it comes with so many extra styles. Particularly down here, when you're in the text itself, you can style it for any heading, but you can do paragraphs and div tags and spans. You can do all sorts of stuff in here. So you can really take away the weighted value of it and reduce it so that you can have lots of headings if you want them. I'm sorry, lots of styled text to look like headings if you want them, without actually using the H tag itself. And then again, once you do use the text and you get it all in here, you can come over to the right with the style tab on the block and use those advanced typography settings to make it bold and semi-bold or whatever you want it to do, if you even want to change off the different type of font. So a lot of stuff you can do with those text blocks, especially in Kadence, and I really, really am happy they renamed it. We also have global settings, and that's another key area I do recommend you set your heading tags in, and this is helpful on the posts side. So on the post side, you probably have different people maybe writing. You might be outsourcing your writing to a consultant who wants to create long form content for you, maybe build the content and visuals that you need. In which case you want to set those global settings so you can kind of quickly get that content into your site without having to worry too much about structure. Again, posts are probably going to be more long format sort of pieces of content. You can put blocks and things if you really wanted to, but for the most part, it's going to be like that, this long form content you see here. And so if you go to customize, fonts and colors, typography, you can set all of those global settings right there and get your H1s to look the same way on every post and get your H2s to look the same. And it is important there. Again, remember, heading tags are about the weighted words. And when you write long form content, I want to give value to the weight in my headings. So this will help you as the content writer to flesh out and organize and lay out the outline and move into drafts and final production. But at the same time, it'll help you understand from a blog perspective. You get these great table of contents, and it helps you understand that you're there, you've reached and covered the whole piece of content. Unfortunately, if you run Elementor, you have to also do this in Elementor. You'll all go into Elementor, global fonts, system fonts, and custom fonts. If you do use Elementor and you don't like it, please contact me and I'd be happy to talk to you about what you could do instead. If you do use Elementor and you like it, congratulations, you're using a really cool tool. It's got a lot of advanced stuff and it's weighing down your site. So you do also need some help. Let's talk. But in this case, Elementor has a really nice feature. If you think about the fact you have to do everything twice, global fonts allow you to do what we just saw before, your heading tags, but they call them primary headlines. So instead of saying H tags, which I think is kind of a WordPress issue, they go and call primary headline and secondary headline. But then you see underneath you have custom fonts. This is actually kind of nice because if you remember a couple slides, I had like yellow text and big white text. And maybe I want different developers to work on my site and I want yellow text to always be the same text. I can set it in here. I can call it yellow text. And then that way, if I have a group of developers or more than one person at least, my styles are the same and my pages will look like they were built by the same person. And that's really nice. All right, so we have set up our site. We've installed some plugins. We have set up our pages in post. We've done a ton of research to understand what I want to do in terms of basic concepting. Now, great, Lauren, I want to write. Let's write. Well, let's talk about that. What is content? What is the content I keep talking about, even in the Zoom deck? Content is a very vague word. To me, especially, I don't really like using it outside of creative groups. I don't like using it in front of executive types because I think when typically it's become so overused, people think content is words. Content can be text, images, videos, audios, anything. Content is a way of communicating. It's a way of telling the story of a person, a place, a thing, a noun, of anything in your life. Content can be in the world or on the internet. Content can be basically anything. And I think of it as creating a digital story. And I think if you create it as a digital story, you think about it more in the sense of I'm telling a story to somebody. And you go back way early on and we break down our audience of who we see and we want to write to. I have a story. I'm going to tell it differently to different people. And so my content can be done in different ways. And I'd like to talk about telling stories and how storytelling turns into high quality content. High quality content is the way you tell the story. You know, there's a running joke with people who know me. I tell bad stories. I forget a lot of key details of certain things, like my accuracy and completeness of my stories are pretty lax. And so I do a lot of research when I write. But if I orally tell you a story, you're probably going to laugh at me because it's pretty full of gaps. But if you can tell a high quality story, a story that is accurate, relevant, complete, and engaging, particularly original, you can create high quality content. And I will tell you, the quality of your content is more important than the quantity of the content you produce. And I mean that. Like, I like AI. I wrote that description for this presentation on AI. I created this using the concept of things AI told me. But all of this presentation was built by me. So this is original, hopefully high quality content because you're finding it relevant and complete and engaging. And it's come in the form of a slide share. So there's a lot of really good ways to think about content when you go to create something. Don't always think you have to write a long form blog post. Well, how do we get those ideas to write? We've talked about it before, but we'll talk about it again. The easiest one I love, and but many people I work with forget, is ask your customers. If you run an in-person business, you can easily ask people. You can probably you think about all the times people have already asked you questions. If anybody's ever asked you a question and you haven't put it on the internet as some sort of FAQ answer for your site, you're probably missing out on like 100 other people with the same question. So ask questions, listen to them, and answer them. Analyze your website data, analyze your social media conversations, read the industry news and write things related to the industry if you need ideas that are going to be interesting to your audience. You don't always have to sell something. You can just write about what's going on and be relevant to that. So not every post, remember, posts aren't there to convert. Posts are there to intrigue and engage and bring people into your site. They don't always have to be the final thing you want them to do, buy something, sign up for something. But if you are reliable in doing that, or write recurring content, and you are sharing it throughout your communities, you're getting ideas from people, you're sharing it back with people, you're creating original content, you're going to do well online. You're going to create a great story. From there, though, we're here for SEO. Let's talk about that keyword data. And I think this is a really interesting way. I'm going to do it with free tool. Google Search Console. I used a little bit of SEMrush, but it was under a free account. So all together now, I'm going to show you how to do keyword research basically from your website and take it and run with it. Google Search Console, one of the best analytics tools I like. I trust it enough as I can trust Google. Google's given me a job for a long time now by being an SEO. I'd like to thank them for that. But at the same time, I have to use the data they give me. And this comes straight from Google. This isn't based on my website data. This isn't an analytics package that I have to scrub and look at. It's just what Google's given me. So sign up for it. It's easy to do. Definitely use it. Let's talk if you've never used it before. But what you can go in is you can look at the performance results. So you go into Google Search Console, you go to search results, and you can find your performance across all the different ways Google is presenting it. So you can break down the search results by web results, image results, video results, the scroll bar across the top, typically. You can look at time frames. You can look at devices, desktop and mobile. You can look at time by day. You can also look at search result types. So like breadcrumb results or product results or review snippets. There's a lot of good data that comes in here. And in this particular one, we're looking at a particular page for the client I was working on. And what they obviously do on this page is something about transmission service and maintenance. So what we were doing is going through and looking at these words that show up in Google Search Console. And then I was taking them and doing extra research inside SEMrush to see how we were doing on this complete topic of transmissions. You can see here on the right, we're looking at some of the ranking positions really high. How often do you change yours? Is transmission service cost? These are key target words we went after, and they're ranking very highly for them. Then again, you've got your head terms that everybody's out there searching for, and we could be doing quite a bit better. But what this view isn't showing you right here are those other search result types, the image results or the search appearance, the reviews, the snippets, all that other stuff that comes up. And that's why it takes really cool tools. And I'm working with a new AI tool to take and export all this data and try to make sense of it so that I can tell a bigger story. But for today, we're going to talk about transmission in the terms of content I've created and content I should create. And how would I talk about it? So we've got this concept of transmissions. Obviously, if you look through all, 994 of these words, there's a variety of different concepts coming to the page today. And I start looking for outliers of those content. I'm looking for things I did not already optimize for or things I did optimize. I'm trying to separate the two. So what I ended up coming up with is that at the top scale, 100%, the biggest bulk terms are either going to be about purchasing or servicing. So if you want to purchase a transmission, I'm not saying it's the same search volume as servicing. I'm telling you that at the top of these flows, they are the most generic version of the word. So you've got transmission, purchase, or service. After that, the next big thing is you've got a service cost. How much is it going to cost me? And how much am I going to buy new or used? So it's kind of interesting to me that they flip a little bit in terms of looking for money and value. Then you're going to go down the way and you're going to say, great, now we're on the transmission side. I got another topic. It's really popular about recurring. How often should I do it? And then on the other side, I got brands and make, but not as much as people care just about new or used. Lastly, whether it's manual or auto, and then the make and model. So I've got now a pretty solid list and a very easy to understand sort of level for people of, kind of most volume, most variety of keywords down to lowest volumes and lowest variety of keywords. And I go through and I start saying, hey, we've done all the work here. I would probably start writing out all the individual projects we've done to get to these 2 keywords, and we're doing great. Here's the rank, here's the improvement, but we could do better. We could do better on service and purchasing. We could do better, especially in purchasing, because we really haven't targeted any of these other words. And what's really interesting is if you're working in a smaller business and you let your SEO run without, kind of monitoring them or checking in on them a lot, you might end up with a whole bunch of purchasing content that you didn't want because you don't do transmission purchasing, which is sort of what we found out here when we went and said, hey, are we interested in talking about purchasing? And they're like, no, not at all. We don't buy parts. We don't deal with parts. If we buy cars, we buy the whole car and we'll scrap it ourselves and all that, but we don't buy the parts. And I was like, great, awesome, perfect. Cut it from our list and moved on to something else. So now I know that I need to write content. I need to create new broad content about servicing. There's got to be more questions that I haven't answered in these 994. I've got to start talking about my models and maybe deals and discounts. I've got to just keep fresh on that content, driving to my local listings, driving to my posting them on my local listings, even on my Google My Business, in order to keep that relevancy around this topic, just how I'll focus my team and continue to report on this topic when I talk about it. So You're going to write high quality content. In a quick summary, you're going to use concise headlines. You're not going to make everything an H1. You're not going to make everything a headline. You're going to separate headlines and body content and use them judiciously throughout the page. You're going to use those headlines because you're going to break up blocks of text. You don't want to write more than 300 words per block of text. You're going to want to cite sources. I don't know who started this, but I've heard very recently that people are using superscript numbers again to cite sources on the internet. Don't do that. Cite your source on the keyword. That keyword is called anchor text. So you find the text in the page that is, like according to 95% of Americans, well, according to 95, that's all your anchor, and use that to link over to whatever you're talking about. And the internet can go, or the search bot can go, as it's crawling your site, oh, okay, this is a citation and it's linking over to a site that cited it. Perfect. Wonderful. Move on. Don't use numbers. It means nothing to nobody. And honestly, they're hard to click, especially if you'd be on mobile. You can also use no follow on links you cite. You don't always have to use a follow link. I don't really want to get into no follows and the technicals of what you can do on links. But if you do use a no follow, the only place I would suggest using it is on external sites. And then finally, you're going to write in your brand voice. I'm going to write content as Lauren and Bird Dog SEO. I'm not going to write content unless you ask me to as your business. So do make sure that if you do hire someone to write for you, that if you have a brand content guide or anything of that nature, that you actually share that with them, or at least you review whatever they send you for that. Make sure it sounds like you, don't sound like an AI bot. And lastly, don't forget, content isn't just words. Make sure that you're incorporating visuals and graphics. You can start with words. Words are pretty easy. And if it's working and you're getting traffic, maybe go to like a Fiverr and pay somebody to turn it into a visual. Maybe you can make an infographic out of something. That's what they're there for. AI tools, again, you can probably find something that will take your AI data and turn it into graphs and pictures. Make it useful. Use captions, use sites. If you do make video, YouTube, I think, will auto caption it. So there's more content for you. So boom, all of this stuff you're creating builds on itself. And it's really important that you go forth with what you've got, build that research, know your audience, build their content out for that, and then keep going. Excuse me. So you've set up your site, you've started your research, you're writing your pages. Now you want to know how it's doing. SEO is slow. I don't know if anybody has explained or you've talked to anybody about it before, or if you've heard, but I think we say 8 to 12 weeks is typically, the generic number in the SEO world. Things take time. This is not paid search. This is not social media. If you start writing today, your very first blog post, I would not expect to see exciting traffic on it until 8 to 10 weeks from now. I would expect to see some, but nothing excitingly from a story to tell you. So let's talk about the plugins and stuff that'll help you get there. Content writing plugins. I love these. I've talked about AI a lot in here. I think AI is here. I don't know why I'm even bringing it up. It is here. And AI is going to help content writing throughout all of Google's search results. Problem is that you can't just go to an AI tool like some of these. Even AI Genie I hear is really great. I don't use it. You can't just say, hey, write me something, publish it, and expect it to rank, especially if you have a brand new site. If you have a bigger site, if you're an enterprise company, you can probably get away with it for a little bit of time. But for the most part, when you have a brand new site, brand new content, you really need that opinion, that point of view, that unique thing that you're bringing to bring it to the point where someone's going to index it. So what I like to use are content plugins, especially if you're running with Yoast or something like that. We'll talk about it in a second. I like those because they help you as you go along. I like using AI to get me started, to build outlines, to organize. I love it for copy editing. I'm not the best grammatical person, so I like to have those sorts of tools come back and double check all the work that I do. And that's how I use AI. But I think there's a lot of content plugins you can go after and use. But again, I bet a lot of people here do have or want to know more about how you do this with Yoast. So Yoast is a really, really great tool, and it's got these two components to it called the SEO analysis and the readability analysis. The SEO analysis, these are both represented in stoplight scores. I'll show them in a second. But the SEO analysis is where you get the basic top 15 best practices from SEO. It goes through and double checks it. Again, it's a bot. You have to use your brain with any of the tools you install on your site. But from this perspective, it really does help quicken things up. So in this case, I'm highlighting, they tell me I don't have enough keyword density. Here's my keyword, that target keyword I put into the system. It's telling me I'm not using it enough, and now I've got to go find it. And I've got to go through and read and understand. And I have to remember link building strategies is not exactly the only way you say that. Maybe it's a strategy for link building. Maybe it's a link building strategy. Yoast is going to see that separately as different words. I'm going to see them all as the same. So again, you just have to use some mental work on that one to make sure it's there. Excuse me. And then there's readability. Same story on readability. You've got, again, the highlighting tool, and it looks at a bunch of different stuff. It's really nice, I think, for helping you like rephrase content, make it more engaging, move from I apparently tend to run in a very passive tense, helps me bring it to the current tense. It's really nice stuff. But at the same time, it's here telling me that I've got 4 sentences starting with the same letter. Well, this is a template email that I wrote for people to use for link building outreach, and I want them to put their name, their position, their company, and their contact information. So again, use your brain, you know, like Yoast, that's annoying, but okay, all right, I get it. So I think I missed a slide. I'm so sorry. Yoast SEO scores. I wanted to talk about that. So you'll see them here in the right corner. You can't always have a green score. So we were just talking about those 15 SEO points and the extra readability points. But they're all going to be represented here in different scores. So orange is fine. Orange means okay. Green is good, and it's very difficult to get to. As you can see that we just talked about, there's some arbitrary random stuff in there. And then nice to know, blue is not indexed, which is a whole different concept. Using Yoast tools, you can block pages. So maybe you make a custom landing page for a promotional offer. You don't want everybody to know about it. You only want those email customers to know about it. You would use your Yoast tools to block it, and then you could quickly identify it here as it being a blocked page. So let me skip through the part that I already did. You've got your SEO content with Yoast. You've optimized what you can. You're going back through and looking at things, building links to content. And now you want to keep knowing how good you're doing and how much better should you do. So when it's different to me with the SEO tools that come with plugins like Yoast and AIO, they come with their own data points. A lot of tools come with their own data points. But they're telling you about like from organic to your site, or they're telling you about what is going on in the organic results. What I like about these and what the difference they make is that analytics plugins are going to tell you about what's going on your site. So an analytics plugin, you know, the very common ones across top here, a Site Kit, Monster Insights. These are great. You should use these if you don't have anything else. If you have specific ones you like better, if you use something else, that's fine too. I'm going to talk about Site Kit in a second, but these are the 2 biggest ones because Monster Insights was one of the first to come out to get Google data from analytics, because that was one of the most difficult things. You can see a lot of these focus on Google Analytics. And then recently Google came out with their own result, and I'm really interested to see what happens with the rest of these because Site Kit is pretty great. So here it is. Site Kit is the way to get Google data on a dashboard into WordPress. I think it's super useful. If you connect analytics and Search Console and ads, you can get all that information together in a quick snapshot and see it. It's really nice. You get a quick link out to what you're looking for. You can get into the platform super fast, and it's all based on the same stuff. So a few slides ago, we were talking about transmissions, and I was showing you the Search Console data. I can now see that by page here from an analytics perspective. I can see the page views and sessions and all the other data that comes with that in terms of conversions and things like that. And then I can quickly get from there into my analytics package to start seeing other things. And then there's other reports in here, especially around speed and traffic. That'll take you right into Search Console. So Search Console is a great tool. I know I talked about it from a performance perspective, but you can see there are these other categories of information in Search Console. They'll tell you about the indexing, how fast, how many pages, how fast are they loading? How are they loading for mobile versus desktop? What are your problem areas? How do you fix that problem area? Google Search Console comes with a lot of data to help webmasters. And I honestly think if you haven't installed Site Kit and you don't have any of these other things, it makes it super easy to do it all together. If you already have Search Console and analytics or anything and you want to add Site Kit, it's also super easy. But either way, the quick answer is it's super easy. And if you haven't installed it, please do. You can also, like I said, install other ones. It doesn't have to be Site Kit. You can go with the Monster Insights. You can go with whatever Yoast gives you. You can also use outside tools like SEMrush. It comes with really great organic reporting. It also connects to my Google Analytics, so it's a lot of good stuff there. And then finally, you don't have to use that major SEO plugin. If you don't want to, you can always install just specific analytics. You can always use, I think, Adobe has a plugin now, but if you want to go look. But if you don't have anything else, and you're like, Lauren, I don't have time for anything else, I don't want to pay for anything, go with Google Search Console. It's at least your best bet to understand what's going on. So all in all, this is a reminder that it doesn't really matter who you are or what your business is doing or how big your business is. You absolutely can get somewhere with SEO with these basic steps. If you start with this, your base, your foundation is set solid, and you can start building more content on and on. I'm happy to talk with you about content creation and scalable things and how to move quickly, but not today. I want to talk just solely to wrap up that, architecture is critical. If you bloat your site, if you add too many pages to that index, the crawl has to spend all that time to get them there, and you've got very confusing information in the index to end up in the search results. If you're not using all these extra things about sitemaps that come with your SEO tools, your schema types that come with these SEO tools, if you're not using them, you need to find someone to help you use them, or you need to go learn, because you're paying, or you've got these tools installed on your site, they're taking up space. Use them. And that's the number one thing I want to pass on, is that SEO can help everybody, but you have to use it and you have to do it every day. And I believe that's it. That was a super fun and long 40 minutes, but I appreciate everybody sticking through. Melissa, I think maybe there were some questions, and absolutely, I appreciate everybody coming and let me talk for 40. So please let me review your site. Let's talk about it. Sign up for some time. I'm happy to do that. Quick 30 minutes. Let's talk about, maybe I can help, or maybe I can just help you move on. I'm here to help.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That was fantastic. I was listening in the background as I was finishing my breakfast. I want to encourage people to take a screenshot if you want to be able to find Lauren later and follow her on all the places. Take a screenshot here before I remove it from the screen in 3, 2, 1. All right, let's chat. So we do have some questions, and let's see, I'm going to make sure I go over them. So the first question we have for you is, does the HTML to text ratio matter anymore in SEO?
Yes, great question. Oh, that's an advanced one. Yes, the HTML to text ratio is talking about the amount of code on your page versus the amount of readable text by a user. If you have, I have had clients with heavy code, minimal text. And yes, it has bad rankings. And we just went through and started scraping out code as much as we could go. WordPress has a lot of extra code on different pages. So we started scraping that out, and that was great. And we saw a little kind of bump, but then we started adding more words, because that seemed to be the other benefit. And so yes, I absolutely think it does matter. And the easiest answer I would tell you to get out of that situation is to add more text, not always try to remove the HTML.
Fantastic. The next question is, I think, very much a personal decision when it comes to looking at what plugins to use, but they are asking Rank Math versus Squirrel SEO versus SEO Press versus Yoast. Other people have put others in the chat that they use as well. So I don't know if you want to actually endorse a particular one, or if you have any ideas of how people should choose.
I'm not affiliated. I don't get paid by anybody. I do like Yoast to some extent. It's so popular. They've been around forever. And they spend a lot of time building education. So if you want to learn how to do the SEO you're doing, I do recommend Yoast for that. I've been looking into Rank Math because it's new to me, and I looked in, and they've got some really cool stuff going on that kind of combines from content creation and really focus on that, versus the keyword targeting and the link. And so there's a lot of differences. And I think you're absolutely right that you got to go look at them. And the number one thing I still know today, and I can thank my mother for this one, is you got to look at how often is it updated? When was it last updated? Who's keeping? And so those are almost as important as the amount of information and stuff you can get from the plugin as well.
Absolutely. Another question is, it's okay to still use H tags for actual headings?
Yes. Oh, I'm so sorry if I made that sound yeah, 100%. Please use headings, but make sure you have one H1 and a handful of H2s and some more H3s. You just don't want to have everything be a heading and everything not be a heading.
Absolutely. And Five Figure Lifestyle wants to know if you're going to make your slide deck available later. So fantastic.
If I can do that through you guys and Amplify, I will. If not, I'll put it on the share and share it with you. Yeah.
Yep. No, we're happy to share it out for you. Not a problem at all. And so Peter Ingersoll brings us a comment that document formatting and proper use of headings is important for accessibility. So posts written with accessibility in mind should also have improved SEO, assuming the content is valuable.
I'm not sure if that was a question, but I totally agree with the
It's
statement.
not. I just thought it was a good comment to bring up as
I love
well.
it. Yeah, no, I love it because I've worked with a handful of accessibility. I used to focus quite a bit in the hospitality world on website accessibility. And it was fundamentally the good SEO is good accessibility. They are kind of the same thing. They have a huge Venn diagram of an overlap. And I do agree completely that you should focus on both when you're doing SEO.
Yeah. I don't know that you have an answer to this one, and I'm not a Kadence expert. I am filling in today.
Ah,
But the question is, does Kadence have a best practice for plugins? Constantly running into the site slowing down because of plugins. I'm frequently told to add them. So it is very confusing. I don't know if you have it. I mean, I have a little bit of a solution, but I don't know if you have anything you want to add there.
I don't think I have enough information to add anything to that. I don't know what plugins you have. You could email me
Exactly.
or set up a call, and I'd be happy to talk with you through it. But without knowing exactly what's going on, I'm not sure I have a good answer.
Absolutely. And especially when it comes to SEO in general, though, use the plugins you need and figure out, what you can do to slim them down. But set up an appointment with Lauren if you want to look at those in particular.
Yeah.
Let's see. And then Peter Ingersoll says, I see AI is not only helping with content creation, but it will continue to evolve SEO content best practices. Is there a better and better machine understanding of content? Do you have thoughts on that?
I think if I understand what's kind of being asked here is that the SEO content best practices used to be when I first started 10, 15 years ago, they used to be put a keyword here, change the keyword here, do this with this keyword, stuff your keywords. And then we kind of learned that, okay, keywords and topics are kind of similar, and Google learned that. And so I think this question is asking, is there an evolution beyond that? And I think I would love to come back and talk about the knowledge graph and how Google has made sense of things and is starting to like semantically put things together, because I think that is a huge bit of this. I think AI and voice and AR actually all go together quite a bit, because we can honestly start to understand the concept of something and then move on from that and start talking about the solution of that. And I think we'd be in a really cool machine-focused world at that point, and it freaks me out, but I'd love to talk about it.
Excellent. Yeah. Ben Anderson is asking if you not necessarily do another talk right this minute, but are you able to help with SEO in languages other than English?
I think there's some things I could help with. I speak conversational Spanish. I wouldn't say that I was good enough to do full SEO keyword research in that, but I think there's some fundamentals that are the same no matter what language you're working in, and I can work at that. But if you're asking me for Korean, I'm not good at that. No.
I completely understand. And then our last question is, for SEO, does it help if we include an audio version of our blog post using voice generator? That's a good question for me.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I've never really thought about it in the flip terms like that.
Yeah.
So I would first say maybe it would depend on that audio, because I would not, first off, it depends on how long the content is. If it's a podcast that's like an hour long, I would not want to listen to Siri talk to me about a podcast. I would lose all of your inflections, all of your tone of voice. But if it's like a quick tip video of how to do 100%, that makes total sense to me. Totally put in there. Because again, I think the question earlier about accessibility, you may have people who can't read, so maybe they need to hear it, and you want that same thing there. So it depends. But yeah, I think it could be done.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Let's see if we have any other. Ben Anderson says, like in Swedish, for example. Do you speak Swedish?
I would love to speak Swedish. If you want to bring me to Sweden so I can do the I will help you with your Swedish site.
So yeah, Ben, I guess the answer is maybe.
Right.
Well, I want to thank you so much for being here today. I want to let people know that we'll be back at the top of the hour with Maestro Stevens. Looking forward to his talk and introducing him as well. If you are interested in getting on the Kadence mailing list, you can go to kadencewp.com/newsletter-subscribe. Also follow us on, I'm still going to call it Twitter. I'm always going to call it Twitter, Lauren. Follow us at KadenceWP, and we're also at KadenceWP on the gram. So we will see everybody back at the top of the hour. Lauren, thank you again for sharing with us today. And look for, I want to connect with you afterwards. So I'm going to follow up with you on LinkedIn, and hope everybody else does too. Have a great rest of your day. We'll see everybody else soon. Thanks.
Bye.
Bye-bye. And you heard it. That was awesome. I loved that talk. Follow Lauren in all the places, and make sure that you follow up with her if you have specific questions, and come back in about 11 minutes for our next talk with Maestro. We'll see you then. And hello, we are back. As I promised, it's the back top of the hour, and I'm excited to be introducing our next speaker, who is a friend of mine, Maestro Stevens. Maestro is a full-time entrepreneur and owner of a creative agency called the Iconic Expressions LLC, with 8+ years of digital marketing experience. Currently located in Cleveland, Ohio, Maestro launched Iconic Templates in 2022 as a subsidiary brand of his agency. He's also the proud father of a baby girl. So, without further ado, I'm going to bring Maestro into things here. Hey, Maestro, how you doing?
Hey Michelle, how are you?
I am good. So good to see you. Nice to have you here. I have had the pleasure of running into you at many word camps this year, and it's been very cool to watch you like speak on stage and take the floor on so many things and share the knowledge that you have. So it's exciting to have you back here again today.
Yeah, it was a pleasant surprise to see your face as well.
Oh, thank you.
We have ran into each other multiple times, and it's like every single time we always are surprised. Like I wasn't expecting.
I know. Like, what are you doing in
Yeah,
Asia or
right.
in Europe? And hey, what are you doing here? It's so good to see you.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah,
awesome.
yeah, yeah, yeah. Absolutely.
Awesome. Do you have slides we're sharing today, or just
Yeah,
you? Go ahead.
I'll
Yep.
start sharing.
Yep. Go ahead and
I was gonna
bring
do a
them up,
little
and then
intro if that's okay with you, or you want.
absolutely,
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
absolutely. So
Michelle,
I've introduced.
you know I got this. You know we family around here. Let's like they put me at 11 o'clock for a reason because maybe I was gonna be too much for the 10 o'clock spot, but I'm here now on some water, so we gonna get this. I'm gonna let you relax, and I'm gonna take it from here.
Okay, but I'm good. I'm the one who has to put them on the screen.
Oh,
So
you
as
gotta
soon
put
as
them on. Oh, you gotta put them on. Oh, okay,
you can
okay,
share, and then I'll add them once you get going. I
okay.
will take myself off screen when you tell me. I will put those up on the screen next to you. But the floor is yours. If people are watching and you have questions for Maestro, throw them in the chat. We're going to do a Q&A afterwards, and I'll be sure that we talk about all those things together. So it's all yours, Maestro.
All right, let me throw them on right now, so that way you can throw them on as well. I was trying to
Sounds
let you
good.
take a break.
Oh, no worries.
All right, here you go. Okay, okay. So from here, I guess I can add them myself. Okay. All right, now they're showing. Now they're showing. I was like, where are they at? Where are my slides at? All right. So we're gonna get into it. I want to thank everybody here for joining this session. I want to thank Cadence as well too, more than anything, because if it wasn't for Cadence, we wouldn't be here. And Michelle, thank you as well for, I guess, coming in and showing up, doing your thing as well as usual. We are here to learn a little bit about strategy. And speaking of strategy, let me get ready for the next slide here. Okay. So speaking of strategy, we are speaking on strategy specifically with website development and even with WordPress. But before we get started, I definitely want to thank, as I mentioned, once again, Kadence, Stellar WP, and Liquid Web. The whole family there. Ben and Hannah and Kathy and the rest of the Kadence team for putting on the event. This is the second second round, I'll say, of the Kadence Amplify event, and I think this is awesome. I want to give a shout out to Rachel as well, who is on track one. She was somebody I would be watching right now if we weren't on the same track because she's also in another community, like the Kadence community, Black Press community that we represent. So shout outs to Black Press and shout outs to Post Status and Michelle's underrepresented in tech in Ali. So yeah, I'm just big on shouting people out and my team as well. Dessa and Linwell, they help me out a lot. And yeah, I can't think of anything else, but let's go in. WordPress with purpose, freshen up your website strategy. So for the most part, I'm going to try to give examples of what I've done and give you examples of what you could do as well too when it comes to your website strategy and your just your overall goals and your mission in general. So, for instance, what we have here is a slide just stating and talking about your goals. And one thing I did notice, and this is the reason why I do like to have my my original presentation open, because sometimes I have a little glitch or a little copy from the wrong slide that I've added and I didn't delete it. So it just depends. If there's something that I feel like is just too much and I'm like, yeah, I got to change this right now, I'll always go to my original presentation and just change it live. That's just how I like to roll. But that's just me. Everybody else just does their own thing. But when it comes to goals, let's talk about it. So before we even get to the goals, I just want to show you what a preliminary, like a very uh, we'll say outlined version of a website strategy will look like. That way you can see the end, and then we can start building from the beginning from there. So the best example would be to just show you a Google Doc, and just to let you know that this is just an outline of the strategy. And the reason why this is an outline of the strategy, because when you're actually creating your strategy, and you're doing it in a way where you're creating separate documents, so that way you don't have this one long document for everything. You can, what I like about Google Docs, and I know other platforms and
I'm going
document.
to interrupt you for one quick second, Maestro. People are having trouble hearing you. So if you could turn up your mic volume.
Oh, really?
They're just reporting in the chat. We want to make sure that
How
that
about
people can
now?
hear you for
Does
this.
it sound better now?
I hear you just fine. So
You
I'm
can hear
waiting
me
to
just
see
fine.
somebody people
I
other
can.
people using headphones. I'm hearing you louder, so hopefully that'll do it. And it'll be on
Okay.
the replay. It's but I want people to be able to hear you. So sorry to
Yeah.
interrupt,
No,
but
if I would, I wouldn't. I didn't know in the beginning. I thought everything was good. All right. Let me.
yeah, I did too. Okay.
All right. How about now though? I mean, does it sound better now? Because I don't want to continue if now it's
I
not.
hear you louder. I'm just waiting for anybody to confirm in the chat. If somebody can, okay. So Joe
Okay.
Simpson Jr. says it's good. I'm gonna
It's
take
good.
myself back out of it, and I'm gonna let
Okay.
you
Okay.
continue. Thank you.
Okay. All right. But thank you. I appreciate that. So if everybody can hear me now, that's good. If there is still lowness in my voice, just let me know and I'll try to turn it up louder. So going back to what I was saying, that this is the outline version. And when it comes to outlining and creating your strategy, you want to link different documents to, your main document or outline version. That way, you're not adding a whole bunch of um, different information, all this information onto one long stretched out document. And just depending on what you're using, it just is going to give you different features or different capabilities of how to link different documents together. So what I like about Google Docs is it gives you a nice little summary here, depending on what you're linking to. And then if you want to, you can click on Open Preview, and right inside of the document, you're able to just look at and reference another document. So that way you don't have to necessarily open the documents. So that's something that I like to do. And it's, in my opinion, a strategic way of organizing your information. So this is what I mean by a strategy, a website strategy outlined specifically, because again, you don't want to just add everything. You just kind of want to keep it short. Okay. So then before we even get to the strategy, the website strategy, just kind of going backwards a little bit. And one of the biggest things that I did like about that I did want to mention is I referenced a lot of the Kadence Beats podcast. I think it was Strategic Design Decisions, and I referenced that in this presentation as well. So speaking of that, for instance, you want to, when it comes to branding, that podcast is talking a lot about, styling and design decisions, as well as some strategic things that you can do to enhance your engagement on your website. So before you even start your website, after you create your strategy, you want to start your actual style guide or your brand identity, and that's when you are actually, and you're focused on drilling down into growing your business or growing your hobby, growing your blog, growing whatever. If you're not really that keen on going that far, then no, you don't need to create an entire brand style guide or a brand identity, right? But if you are, it's very helpful to create something like this, because you can reference this yourself, and then you can also have your team and others reference it as well. So it's just two things I wanted to show you, that you have your strategy, your website strategy, but then you also have your visual design, your system, your brand identity system as well. So now let's get to actually building out what are those different elements or those different sections to building out your strategy. your website strategy. And how does that look? So speaking of referencing the podcast, um, there was a quote that Ben had said on there that I really liked was, and he said, want to be really intentional about the decisions I make on my site to make it effective for visitors. And that's when it comes to setting your goals. If you're not thinking about this when you're setting your goals and you're not thinking about your target audience and your people, then you're truly not making a website for them. You're really trying to make it for you. And you're not going to be able to create the decision or make the decisions that you need to make based on people that are actually going to engage or utilize what you're putting in front of their face. So that's key when it comes to creating your goals. So an example of a few goals here for us and for one of my brands, or you can see here that we have three. And I like to keep it to three because if you go more than three, you start to, at least at the beginning, you start to create, if not analysis paralysis, but sometimes, I don't want to say unrealistic expectations, but almost sometimes expectations that are just not something that you're not going to be able to hit in a time period that's going to make you feel like you have made progress, because that often keeps us from going anywhere. So first goal, empower creators and entrepreneurs to boost productivity using templates and WordPress child themes. These goals right here are goals that I can tie to other KPIs or key performance indicators and measure them as well too in some sort of way or fashion. So that's something that you also want to think about too. Become a leading premium template shop in the WordPress and Canva communities. So that's a second goal as well too. And third goal, gain 100 loyal paying customers that are not non-refundable type customers. And that's just getting more specific, because if a person refunds, you typically count them as a customer for your goal. So if goals can be as specific as you need them to be, there's so many acronyms for how you want to set your goals, like SMART goals, for example, but just set something that really is focused on your people. When I say your people, I'm talking about your audience. Let me get a drink of water here. So after that, then you want to get styled on them. And that's why I wanted to show you what a brand style guide would look like or could look like. So that way you at least had a reference for those who haven't seen, because I know sometimes we look on the internet and they don't show everything, or we look and we don't get to see everything that we need to see. So I just want to show you an example. So this came from the design decisions with fonts and colors part of the podcast. And Hannah said here, she said, when you open a page, is it pleasing to the eye, or is it just too much happening at one time? Right? And that is key, because when it comes to your branding, first you want to use brand strategy and use brand messaging to support your design decisions. So going with, what is your brand story? Like, what is the story of your brand? What is the story of you or who you are, right? Then you want to use that to fuse your brand messaging. What are your promises? What do you promise to deliver? What are your values? What are you actually valuing when it comes to your morals or your code per se? Then we have your mission statement and your vision statement and your value proposition, just giving you examples of different elements that you would use when it comes to your brand messaging and your brand strategy. But these elements should typically come first before you start to get to the visual design, because these are the things that are going to support the reasons and the decisions you're even making in your visual design process. And then again, it helps fuel the logo. And then the headings. I think Lauren earlier was talking about headings from an SEO perspective. So now I'm talking about headings from a branding perspective. Then your style and your mood, the images, even the icons, right? So when it comes to our brand, these icons here are original. We made these from scratch that reflected a lot of our brand values, that reflected a lot of our brand principles. And so we wanted to create these based off of that, right? It's another reason why we have a glass morphism as far as transparency, right? This gives a transparent, so it's transparent, but that's how I am as a leader and an CEO. I was going to say SEO, CEO, and a founder is I can be very transparent. So we wanted to fuel that into the brand. So hopefully that makes sense how the support of your morals and your values and your core values can fuel even icon decisions. So let's talk about who's your crowd. I keep mentioning your people, right? And shout outs to the people out there that support us. I'm gonna give a big shout out because we all know the people that support us, man, like they got to go through it. You know, they got to, when it comes to entrepreneurship and when it comes to creating products and doing things, you know, the people that support us, that really support us, they stick to us, they got to go through it with us. And I just want to give a big shout outs because there's so many people out there I can name right now that's been rocking with me. If not from day one, from day 10, because we got 55 more days to go because this road ain't over. And speaking of one of those people that's been rocking with me from day one, let's talk about designing for distinct customer personas. And this is a quote from Kathy Zant. When you have a lot of different audiences you want to try to squeeze all of those things in one page. And so that is a problem, right? That trying to do too much with too many people. And one of the solutions to help you mitigate that problem is to create what they call user personas or user profiles or buyer personas or customer personas, however you want to say it, right? This is one of the best ways when you do your research. You do your research from your past customers. You can do your research from your competitors. You can do research from just going out in the field and asking people through surveys, but use all that information to just draft who would that typical person be. And it's not going to be this exact person. It's just going to be a general sense of who that person is, right? So these are user profiles that are just examples of people that for our brand, or again, one of our brands, would typically be under. So now let's talk about the mojo effect, right? And I'm gonna give a Don DeMarco for this one. Yeah, baby, yeah. Groovy, baby, groovy. So who's got your mojo? We're gonna find competitors, right? Finding and modeling competitors. I want to find a woman that looks at me like that. You know what I'm talking about? You know what I'm talking about. Who's got the mojo? So when it comes to your competitors, you want to look at what they are doing and you want to add what they are doing and who they are, what they are into different frameworks. And you can use a table. So as you see here, I have a table and I have things like their headquarters, the year they founded, or the year they were founded, the number of employees, mission, their vision, company description. This actually came from a marketing strategy about 5 years ago. And this was for a major brand, a huge multi-million-dollar brand I did a marketing strategy for. So these are some of their competitors, or actually some of their competitors, Bowl and Branch, Pottery Barn. I can never say this word right. I'm not even gonna try because I'm gonna just mess it up. But either way, you want to look at your competitors. I would say just use about 3. All you need is about 3, maybe 4, but 3 is a good start. So we like things in 3s, right? And then from there, take the 3 competitors and then break them down into different categories, different frameworks, different ways that you can say, hey, what are the similarities and what are the differences? And break those down. You don't have to make it look pretty. You know, you don't have to make it look like this, but for the sake of presentation and because, you know, I'm big on making things presentable, we wanted to sprucing this up. But you can just use a Google spreadsheet or Excel spreadsheet, or even a Google sheet, even a Word document. But see how detailed this gets. So we went from, you know, just kind of basic things about the business to social stuff and other things like that. Excuse me, now going over to their website, right? Going over to their website. So You want to get a little granular as you go down the rabbit hole because you want to be able to see who and what they are doing. And that way you can make decisions on, do you want to model from that or do you want to do something different? Again, going based on your target audience. So we always want to tie these things based on who we believe and who actually is our best type of customers or users, subscribers, etc. From there, you want to start to map out your journey. And that's just another way of saying creating your sitemap and your website navigation. And Michelle, let me know if people can't hear me still. I just want to double check on that just in case. But mapping out your journey is something that I think a lot of people do miss out on. And I think that it's a very easy process if you just take a Word document and you start to just say, okay, this is my home page, and I'm going to make a bullet point and say underneath my home page, I'm going to do this. And then underneath the about page, I'm going to do that. But typically we are used to seeing site maps or mapping pages mapping like this and some type of graph or a chart. And this is okay. There's nothing wrong with either way, either approach. Just take a certain approach, whichever one you feel is comfortable, and go from there. And then just kind of build out your website just from documenting it. I think that is one thing that a lot of people don't do. They just kind of go into the website process and they don't actually build out from a documented standpoint what the pages are going to be, and also prioritize what pages are going to come first in the website phases, because normally, unless it's a small website, you're not going to build the whole website in one day or 1 month. It's going to take months. It could take years sometimes. So you got to commit to yourself and say, hey, well, these are the pages that we're going to build in phase 1, and these are the pages we're going to build in phase 2. Oftentimes, even with products, that's known as kind of an MVP scenario. And I think we're all here used to what MVPs are. I mean, we've all been, on the MVP list. So I think that it's important for us to realize that we should take the same approach in that area, even if you're not a software developer per se or a product creator. Maybe you have services that you're doing, or you have a blog that you're creating for traveling purposes, or maybe for healthcare or something like that. But I would definitely say, think of your MVP, whatever that is, and then go from there. But before you get to that, you get there, draft out what that looks like. And that's just how you get on the map. That's just creating your site map. It doesn't have to be more complicated than that. And then you can go back and then take some of the methods and the teachings that Lauren had said in the previous talk. You can use a lot of that stuff with the SEO and posts and everything like that. Boom, now you can tie these things together, right? But before you get there, just write it out, just draft it out. Now let's talk about the features, right? Your website's functions and features, or otherwise known as kind of your feature showcase. So in the section animations, pop-ups, carousels, and sliders, and I kind of blended those three together because they were just back-to-back talking about a very similar thing, which was functions and features. Kathy says, are you telling me that I should put 75 Lottie animations on a page? And let's just be real. A lot of us can go crazy over putting all these animations and these pop-ups and these sliders and these different, feature tools on our website. And then next thing you know, people are going to our website and it's a flop. Because too many things are happening at one time and it's not strategic. It doesn't even make sense. So when we think about our functions and our features, the function, the action, for example, we already talked about pop-ups and carousels and Lottie animation. So let's talk about some other ideas. So we have discovering brand and offerings, learn about the brand's mission and the vision, explore available products and services, experience a demo, evaluate pricing, complete a purchase, access educational resources. These are examples of functions, what people want to be able to do on your website, right? So just think about what are the things that people want to do and just write them down. They want to do this, they want to do that, they want to do this. That is the function. Feature, the tool, right? So, for example, homepage content, it could be your about page, it could be a drop down menu, it could be the pop ups, carousels, sliders that we've mentioned before, right? It could also be an interactive demo or pricing table, a cart. What is the solution? What is the thing that's going to allow that person to typically do that thing? And it should be a person most of the time. I mean, well, AI is here now. So allow the AI or the person to do the thing that they want to do. How do you help them do that? That's something that you should be drafting out. And then to give you a little bit of extra sauce on that state, you want to add it to the phase of the customer journey, right? So you want to say, hey, what part of is it in the awareness phase? Is it in the consideration? Is it in the purchase, the retention, the decision? What phase is it that this is going to be tied to, this is going to map to when it comes to the function and the feature? Because there should be a phase. Now let's get into the nerd talk that we all like to talk about. Tech stack, right? Our tech stack decisions. This is that geek talk right here. This is that talk that we all get into when we be in like a kid in a candy store, in the Kadence repository, right? Y'all know about that candy store situation. You just get in there and start adding all these plugins to your website, and then your website breaks, and you're wondering why is the website breaking, and then you're crying and stuff. And yeah, no, this is the place where we actually draft out what it is we're going to be adding to our website. And let's get a little Morpheus in here.
Do you want to know what it is?
I bet you do. So it is tools like, and these are some of the tools that we use and I love to use. Shout outs to Kadence. So Kadence, again, MetaBox, WP Code Box, Shortcart, Rank Math, Fluent Forms, and Fluent CRM, right? So what we do, for example, and this is only a small list. I didn't want to add too much on here because it wouldn't look good on this slide. But what you want to do is, in my opinion, add some columns to add things like the version, the details, what is it, the standard or industry, is it the gold standard, what type of tool it is, in the website, et cetera, et cetera. Map that out in a spreadsheet once again, so that way you can easily see what's going to be added to your website, and you can pass that information along to somebody else that would be helping you with your website. But this is something that I really like doing, and I noticed that other folks like when I share, charts and things like spreadsheets like this, because of the fact that they get to get ideas of like what you use and what they use, and then that helps them, I guess, just make better decisions. I mean, I think that this is one of the biggest, I would say, things I've posted that has gotten the most response or engagement when I post my tech stack, because we all want to know. That's why I said this is like the geeky nerdy version or part of the session, because we all want to know, like, what do you got in the hood? What do you got in the hood? What's your couch look like? What's your couch look like? What your drapes look like? What you got over there? What you eating over there? You know what I'm saying? So it's just that thing that I think that we just nosy when it comes to that, and it's not a bad thing. And then last but not least, we want to go into the analytics, right? So our website analytics, and I've already mentioned KPIs earlier when it came to your goals. And we always want to measure to master, right? We want to master what we are measuring. So review walls, asking for reviews. Ben had mentioned, find the customers that have had success with you or the users or whatever you're doing. And he was referencing from StoryBrand when it came to getting testimonials and asking for testimonials. Instead of asking, just write out the testimonials and then share that with somebody, and then say, hey, does this feel like this is something you would say? You'll get a lot quicker response from that, and it's something that I'm going to start taking on and trying myself. So I'm always learning and listening, and especially during times like this, it's like, hey, why don't you take on this advice as well too? But I thought it was really good advice when it came to that. So here's some tools or some ways you can do so. So Google Analytics 4 is definitely something you want to connect with your website and learn a little bit. Microsoft Clarity is another tool you want to connect with your website and learn a little bit about. They're not difficult tools. And the reason why I'm saying learn a little bit, because it's more important that you connect them to your site So that way you can start collecting the data. You want to learn a little bit about it because it will help if you understood the reports and the things that it says. However, if you want to hire somebody, you bring somebody in and you already have those connections made, they can easily do a lot of the legwork for you and they can help you with the reporting. So that's why I said you just want to learn it a little bit because I know it can get overwhelming with some people. But the key is you want to have them connected so that data is going through. And like testimonials per se or reviews, Google Business Profile. It's a great way to collect reviews from there, to get reviews and to show proof of reviews. And that's a part of your analytics, right? There are some things that are qualitative and there's some things that are quantitative. A review is a quantitative data point. It's something that you're not gonna see the needle move up and down, when you get, but you will be to get context and information about what it is that you're looking to improve upon, especially from a review. So these are just great ways to do so. And then going back to, so let me go back to the strategy here so that we can kind of tie all these things together, because that pretty much, I didn't want to, make the presentation too long. I wanted to add, enough room for a Q&A just in case, because I know sometimes this could be a lot. But going back to the goals, right? So we have our goals. We want to just draft out our goals. And with our goals, when we're drafting out our goals, we are typically creating, or we're at least starting our brand strategy or our brand messaging. We're at least starting that process of what we care about. What is our mission? What is our values? What is our unique proposition? What makes us different? We at least want to start that process. Now, because I'm a lot deeper in my journey, and plus I do this for a living, my process is going to be a little bit more complex, a little bit more detailed, but I'm not encouraging anybody to make it as detailed or as complex as I would make it, or me and my team would make it for anything that we do. I would advise you just to keep it simple. However, at some point in time, if you are going to be taken seriously and you want to get past, let's say, the $100,000 marker, the six-figure marker, I'm just keeping it real with y'all. If you want to get past that type of marker, you got to do this stuff. It ain't no ifs, ands, or buts about it. I can't sugarcoat it. You're gonna have to create a brand strategy. You're gonna have to create brand messaging. You're gonna have to create consistent asset pieces that you can give to other people that help maintain your original idea and or grow with the changes that have been made, because we need to document those changes and reference those changes, right? That's something that a lot of people don't do. They skip this part and they don't document the changes. And I believe Lauren mentioned AI in the previous session. So just to give you an example, AI definitely helped with this process. I used to do a lot of this from scratch, and boy, oh boy, was it tedious to do all this from scratch. Now AI can help mitigate a lot of the blank canvas or analysis paralysis, and then you can use it to say, hey, can you give me the ideas, or can you make me a draft, and then you can go in there and then correct that draft, edit that draft. I'm just big on eliminating excuses, so that's why I'm saying you should probably check out a ChatGPT or another AI tool that would help you create a lot of this content heavy based strategy process. This is content heavy, right? You're not drawing anything, even though AI can do that now, which is crazy. But you ain't drawing anything. So use the AI to help you create a lot of this content heavy stuff, right? Also use it to help you gauge maybe who your target audience is and who your competitors are. And then go on Google or Bing or whatever you use to search and start to reference that, start to make sure that that is true. Look for the reports, look for the data, but use the AI to help you start somewhere, right? Same thing with the sitemap. So you can see we have a sitemap right here, even though it's not pretty. It ain't pretty, but you can see it's here. And this is the sitemap for our iconic templates platform. And because we're redoing the website. So everything you're seeing right now is coming from us putting out an MVP last year. And then this year saying we're going to go back and we're going to update. We're going to drill in. We're going to create a strategy, and we're going to do this from scratch. And that's basically everything that you have been seeing here as an example, is us going back in and doing it from scratch and doing it the right way. But we had to come up with something so that way we knew something was there. Then when you find out something is there, go back in there and then you can update things. So that's basically what I wanted to show you all. And that's pretty much it of this portion of the presentation. And I'll let anything else happen.
That was fantastic. Wow, there's a lot of information. I love it. We have a couple of comments and one question. I'll go with the question first. Matt Hall wants to know, is that strategy file that you mentioned earlier, is that available for download? Is that something that you share?
The documents that I was sharing as far as the outline is concerned?
I believe
or the presentation?
So. Probably both.
Okay, because there's a difference between the two. Well, the presentation, absolutely. The document outline, that was internal, more of company stuff. I was just being transparent.
Gotcha. No worries. ASK Design says, love how you implement your transparency concept into the design. So that's pretty cool. And then Trisha Isham says that it's the subtle details like transparency that really make a big difference. And I would 100% agree with that. Let's see. Gavin Fenton says you did a great job. So thank you on that. I don't have any other questions that are in here for you. So just basically, like, anything else you want to share before we kind of let you go on about the rest of your day?
I mean, normally I feel like I'm going over. You have too much. I was like, this time
it's all good. No, it's good. It's all good.
But that was the key, though. I wanted to, my goal for this presentation, I mean, just to make it make sense. But because, like you said, you just said that's a lot of information. And so
it always is, right? Yeah.
It's like a lose-lose. Like, you can't win with that. So I was like, well, how can I make a lot of information not feel like a lot? And I guess my way of doing that was making a shorter presentation. So that way it wasn't just.
No, that's great. I'm not saying it was overwhelming. I'm just saying it was good stuff.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, but I agree with you. It is a lot of information though, because it's I try to simplify it as much as I can. But when it comes to website strategy, it takes weeks to months. You know, this was a 30-minute presentation. It took months for us to create all of that stuff. To really drill in. But I don't want people to watch this and they feel overwhelmed.
No, for sure.
That's a big thing.
How is it with working with your clients when you're building websites and putting this whole process together? What is the general, communication strategy that you have with how you present your thoughts and your builds and things like that?
Yeah, that's a good question. And I'm a big fan on practicing what I preach. So that's why I showed you all, like, this is what we do this ourselves, right? So for ourselves. So the communication part, that's a big thing. I mean, we all use some type of like a project management tool or some type of thing to do that. So that's big. I'm big on making videos at time, when necessary. I think that's a big thing. Like, if I can eliminate a meeting with a video, or I can eliminate questions with a video, here's how this is, and I'll walk through this. I'll create certain parts of our strategy or process sometimes, and I'll make a video and I'll explain it in the video.
Yes, perfect. I love that old saying that it was another meeting that could have been an email. In this case, it's another meeting that I could have just made you a video for. For sure. No, people are asking, how are they going to get a copy of the slides? Will you send those to us and we will share them out with all of the stuff? Fantastic.
Absolutely.
So we'll be happy to share all the slides from our speakers today. Matt Hall says, great presentation, Maestro.
Thank you, Matt.
So, yeah, we appreciate how much you're willing to share with the Kadence community. So thank you for being here today. And then let's just throw a couple banners up here. If you are interested in joining our mailing list, it's kadencewp.com/newsletter-subscribe. You can follow us on Twitter, also known as X, @KadenceWP, and the same handle is over on Instagram. And Maestro, I know you're not gonna be on the screen, but I know you're gonna want to hang out and be part of the audience for this next talk, because at the top of the hour, which is in about 20 minutes, we're going to be joined by Amber Hinds, who is my friend, but also specialist in when it comes to accessibility. And so she's going to do a talk called Building Accessible Websites with Kadence. So looking forward to that. So thank you again, Maestro. Everybody else, hang out. We will see you at the top of the hour. Thanks. If you're still hanging out, we're about to get started again with Amber Hinds at the top of this hour. And I'm super excited. We've had such great speakers already today, and we're going to continue to do that. I'm going to bring Amber on now, and I'm going to introduce her. Let me read her introduction first. It's always weird to be on screen when you're being introduced, so I'll give her the benefit of not putting her through that embarrassment. But here we go. So Amber Hinds is the CEO of Equalize Digital Incorporated, a certified B Corp specializing in WordPress accessibility, maker of the Accessibility Checker plugin, lead organizer of the WordPress Accessibility Meetup, and co-lead organizer of the WordPress Accessibility Day Conference. I'm a little tired just listening to all that she does. Through her work at Equalize Digital, Amber is striving to create a world where all people have equal access to information and tools on the internet, regardless of ability. That's pretty awesome. Welcome, Amber.
Hey, thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course. It's so good to have you on here. And I know what it's like to just have to sit there and smile while people read your bio. So I thought I'd spare you that.
I appreciate that. It is, I know it is always a little bit awkward. And then you start blushing and you're like, no, it's okay. They're supposed to be saying nice things about you.
Exactly. So I put your name and title on the screen if people are interested. And following up with Amber afterwards, you can check her out at those places, and I'm sure we'll have more information to share afterwards, of course. But I'm super excited. I'm gonna bring your screen up in just a second, let you have the floor. But thank you so much for being part of the Amplify event today. We look forward to hearing what you have to say. Of course. So here we go.
All right. Wonderful. Well, I am very excited to be here. It's actually been really fun because I hadn't done much with Kadence, and I got a copy of Kadence Pro and Kadence Blocks Pro and all that, and I played around. And so we're going to do some live demoing. So this talk is about building accessible websites with Kadence WP. And I am on Twitter/X at HeyAmberHinds, LinkedIn.com/in/AmberHinds if you want to get a hold of me. But please do put questions in the chat, because hopefully, if I don't go too long, we'll have time to answer those as well. So I have slides. There are links in the slides that you're going to want to reference. If you go to equalizedigital.com/Kadence, it's going to redirect you to some incredibly long Google Slides URL. That is where you can go to get a copy of the slides. What we are going to do today is we are going to build a homepage of a website and talk about what you would need to do if you were the developer who got this design. I have to give a shout out to Victor Flo is the name, that has a free interior design Webflow website template on Figma. This is what I use because I am not a designer. I do not design things. But I thought it was funny. They made this for Webflow, but I used it to build a Kadence website because who wants to use Webflow? WordPress is way better. So go check this out. I want to give a shout out to them because it was free. So the first thing that we need to look at when we're looking at design is creating an accessible color palette. Now, in an ideal world, a designer does this when they create the design. The specific design that I am using came with a color palette on the style guide that had 3 primary colors listed: a gold, a almost black, and what I'm going to call a very, very light beige or cream color maybe. And those combinations, when I put them into, I use a tool called Contrast Grid from 8Shapes. It's linked on the slides. It did not give me a lot of options as far as what would be combinations that would work. I'm going to actually exit out of my slides. I'm going to be flipping back and forth between my slides quite a bit. So I am in Figma right now. This is the design. And so you can see the color palette has that. And they have buttons. They have the dark, almost black buttons with white text, which to me, I'm like, oh, that looks great. And then they have buttons that were gold with white text. And my suspicion when I went and tested this was, of course, that does not pass. So in this contrast grid, I can see that white text or even the cream text with this gold does not pass. It says DNP. And so what happens here is that we have to make a decision very early on. In an ideal world, this is happening during design. And if you or your company does design, then you want to make these decisions before you hand off to a developer. But if you are a developer, this is an opportunity to speak up, show your expertise, provide value, and say, hey, we have some elements in this design that are not going to pass. So then what do we do? So what we do, and I'll go back to full screen here, is we start to look at, can we pull in other colors? So I used the WebAIM color contrast checker, which is also linked on the previous slide. And I took this primary sort of gold color is what I'm calling it. And I got 2 darker shades of brown, one that passes for AA and one that passes for AAA. If I can, I love to use AAA color contrast. And then I also got a darker shade of black. Now this gold did pass AA on that dark gray that's almost black, but it did not pass AAA. And I wanted to have a AAA color contrast. So I went in, I got some different colors. I rebuilt my grid. I like to hide and never use any combinations that pass AA18. That means that it could be used for very large text. So you could potentially use that for, let's say, a heading 1 or a heading 2. But on smaller devices, there's a possibility that that combination would not work, depending on how much you reduce your font sizes. And so I really like to just play it safe, and I don't even use AA large. I only use AA and AAA. So then I went into Kadence, of course, and I built out my color palette with all of these, which was super easy. And I am new to Kadence. This is the first time I'd used Kadence, so it's kind of fun to get to try new WordPress tools. So I want to talk through a few of the settings, and let's actually flip back over. I'm going to go to my site, which you'll be able to visit in just a minute. And I'm going to click on the customizer. And I want to go through a few of the options that I had in Kadence that I was looking at and I was setting. So under typography, for example, there is, oh wait, this is where you guys are going to laugh at me, those of you who use Kadence, because you know where all this stuff is, and already I'm forgetting. Let's see. General, maybe. Nope. Okay. Well, I'm going to use my slides for this then. We'll come back. All right. So there's a couple of settings where you can set what your content links are. So the standard is underlined, and then you can set link colors. Always use underlined. You always want to have your links underlined. You cannot use color alone to indicate something. So what you want in an ideal world is you want the underline to show up for any body links before they're hovered, and then you want that underline to disappear. You also want to have a significant color difference between, oh goodness, between your active and your hover states. So I've chosen a brown and a black, but you need to have that indicator that's not color as well. There's an option with the navigation style where you can choose what you want to do. And after looking at all of these, I decided that I think the best option for navigation to help people see that hover effect and the active is to choose the underline option in the Kadence settings for that. There are also different settings when you're building out your footer, where you can choose how you want links to interact. And let me go back to that, because that I definitely know where it is. All right. So with wanting links to have underlined, you really want it to be when it is body text or text where it wouldn't be clear. So a really great example here is in my copyright down at the bottom, I said copyright equalized digital. Let me just hover over that. The underline goes away. If I did not have the underline on this, even if it was just a different color, let's say someone couldn't see that color, or they couldn't tell the difference between that color and the color surrounding it, they wouldn't really necessarily know that this is a link. And so this is a perfect example of where we want to have links have underlined, because it's very obvious from the surrounding text that that is clickable. When you have a list of pages, so like we have this pages and we have our navigation down here in the footer, it's okay for those not to be underlined because of the way they're laid out. It's the same thing with navigation up in the top. They don't have to be underlined, but I really liked this underline style that Kadence offers here. But something that I did notice, and let's just go in and edit our footer. So on my settings down at the bottom, let's see, I think it's under design. Then I had link style underline. Well, what I noticed was that if we add an underline here, what it does not do is remove it on hover. So I added this to the slides. What you're going to want to do sort of for the footer, because there's a few sections where there's not quite the finessing settings that I'd like to see in Kadence, and this is a really easy fix. You just go over to additional CSS and you can put in some more clear styles where you're saying what to do. So the things that I changed with CSS was I have my normal links are underlined. My list or page navigation links are not. And then I'm sort of saying, okay, on hover, we want these two underlined because they were not underlining on hover. And then on like down below, we want to remove it when someone hovers once we've added it. So there's just a little bit of finessing that you need to do between your different widget areas. But it's super easy. You can just add the CSS snippet and that solves that problem. So once I have set up, so let's say I've gone through, I built my nav, I've added my search, I've kind of done the layout after looking at my design. So I chose this homepage 2. This is the one that we're going to be building. And I have my header set up and I have my footer set up. So now I could just move in and I could start building my page. But what I really want to do is I want to test my global elements. So what I do is I get a blank page that has nothing on it. It's got my header and my footer, and I do a couple of different things to test for accessibility. The first thing is that I can use the accessibility checker on the front end, or I can use it on the back end. So let me just go to the back end here. So if I have a page, if you've not been on a page before, you would have to actually hit update. Even if there's nothing on it, that's what triggers a scan when you're on a page. And this is all free when I'm showing you in the free plugin. And so I can see right now I have 0 errors, 0 contrast errors. So I've set up my colors appropriately. Kadence is doing an awesome job. Like, they haven't added any empty buttons or weird things that you see in some other themes, which is amazing. But I do have some warnings. So what I would want to do is go take a look at that. So if I go to details and I see I have a couple of different things. I have 5 links that open in a new window or tab. And that is my social media icons. And I set my link down at the bottom to do that. I have 3 things that are ARIA hidden and 3 instances of underlined text. So what would I do with this? A link opens new window or tab. These are all warnings, but the best practice is that you need to warn users. So there's a couple of ways that we can solve that. The first one is we could go to our plugins and we could activate this free accessibility new window warnings plugin. And now if I go to my home page and I refresh, I'm going to have icons, warnings to say opens a new window. But you'll notice it adds these on the Kadence social icons. Some people like that and they just style them. You might style them with CSS a little bit. We have clients where we've done that. But there's other people like, I really don't like that. You can hide the icon. We recommend not. So the other option to remediate this is there is a function that you can put into your theme. So I'm going to pull it up on my slides real quick and I'll show you basically what you can do is you could change the social media links from Kadence so that they don't open in a new tab. And you just do add_filter, Kadence_social_link_target and then return true. And that will remove it. There's instructions that I have linked that Kadence has for using the code snippets plugin. So on the back end of my website, I already have this. I'm just going to go turn the snippet on. I could just turn this snippet on. And now if I go back to the front of my page, I no longer have that warning. And if I were to click one of these links, you would see that it opened in the exact same tab. So what I love is that I saw this and I was thinking, oh, I really don't want those to open in a new tab. There wasn't a setting for this, but I just Googled it and I found a help thing on the Kadence website, which gave me that filter. I didn't even have to figure it out on my own, which was pretty awesome. So there's like little things that you can do, even if there's not an option or a setting. If I were to go back to this page and I were to update to trigger a scan again, we should see that all of those, see, we dropped down to 6 warnings. So all of those are resolved now. So the next thing I want to look at is the ARIA hidden. And basically what this is it's saying, hey, these things are hidden from screen reader users. Is this okay? If I'm like, hey, I don't know where this is, I could click view on page, take me to the front, and then I see, oh, it's around the arrow. So how would I know if this is good or not? I'll give you the short answer, which is that I have tested Kadence's navigation menu and it is perfect. But I want to tell you how you would assess this if you see this, because sometimes if you're building with other plugins and you're pulling in, you might see things like this. So what I would do is I would actually inspect this code in the browser and DevTools. So I right-clicked on it, I hit inspect. I'm going over, and what I am looking for is, so this is the icon, the SVG that has ARIA hidden on it right here. And what I want to know is this being communicated to people what this is about? In this particular instance, it's a little bit funny because this icon is here, and then there's also another button that's sort of behind it. But you can see right here, there's an ARIA label, child menu of blog. And if I were to even turn on a screen reader, so I'm on a Mac, so I'm going to turn on VoiceOver. Hopefully y'all can hear that, but if not, you can see what it's saying on the screen. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over to that element and I'm going to listen, and I'm going to make sure that it's not an unlabeled element and that I can hear what it is. So we'll just get in here. So there I'm on the blog. So you heard that I got to that. It told me it was a button. It was collapsed, which means it's not currently open, and it's the child menu of blog. So it was labeled appropriately. It didn't just say like subnav, which is like subnav of what? Because imagine if you had 5 of them. And so then I could also test by hitting the return or the space bar. And you can hear now it told me it's expanded. So I know that it communicated to a screen reader what it was about, and tab down. And then so that's sort of how I would be able to assess that. Okay, yeah, it's right. This is hidden because this is just an icon and they have coded in. Now the fast way to assess this actually is you just know, because I'm telling you now because I tested it, that the Kadence menu works really well. So what would we do with that? You can ignore these here individually, or in Accessibility Checker Pro, if we go over to open issues, and this is what I do, and I go to my fast track, I could then get these different things. So like the search icon, I know I've checked. This is the down arrow we just looked at. I could just add a global ignore. And I'm just going to go ahead and do this for the search icon also, because I've checked it previously. In the menu icon, what I'm doing right now is I'm reading this. We do have an open GitHub issue that we need to add images here. We're working on it, but I'm referencing these and I'm comparing it to what I remember from before. So I've added some global ignores. I go back to this page, oh, let's edit it. And, oh wait, it was already there. I didn't need to hit scan. So you can see it has 3 ignored items. Now there's only 3 warnings. And I go back and now I'm looking at underlined text. In this instance, I think this might be what's considered a false positive in our plugin because I think it's flagging off this A not button. It is actually correct to underline text if it's a link. So what I could do is, again, since these are in the footer, I'd probably go add some global ignores. Right now, I'm just going to ignore it on this page because that's all that really matters. But essentially what you want to do is you want to try and just check all of your global elements. You would do like I did where I turned on the screen reader, I listened to something. You would want to listen to everything that you have in your navigation menu. You would want to keyboard test, different elements that you've added. I can tell you the search also, I tested that this week and that works perfectly. So you don't necessarily need to worry about that as long as you're using Kadence's search. If you're putting someone else's in, that may not work. So you want to get your page exactly like that. So now we go back and we're going to say, okay, this is the design that we're building. What are we going to, how are we going to build this out? And we have to make some decisions. One of the things that I see that is a frequent mistake is people, when they need text not just to be this wide, they'll add like forced breaks. So let me grab, I have these blocks already built on a different page to try and make things faster. So I'm going to copy this block and we'll go back to edit our page. And so now we have a 100%. And that's what you want to see when you start building. You want to have 100% because you've already assessed everything in your header and footer. Now I'm going to paste in this. So what I'm using is I'm using the row. I need to fix my background because it's pulling off my other site. Let's see. There we go. So you'll notice something when I put that background image in. Let me go back to edit image. There's no alt text set on this. But this image is a background image. It's purely decorative. We don't need alt text on everything. We only need alt text on images that provide important meaning or information. And in fact, I'm pretty sure this is correctly loaded as a background image. So when I was talking about, we don't want people, you don't want to add like shift return or HTML BR tags. And the reason why is those can be read out and be really disruptive to someone on a screen reader. So how I handled this is that I actually used a section inside, and I can maybe open the, so you can see I have a section inside the section, but I added a max width in order to get my desired layout. So that's something that will then control this with the CSS without adding unnecessary noise for a screen reader user. So I'm just going to pop a few of these sections in that I built. Let's put another one down here. All right, so this is the next section that we had in our design was this 3-column section, and it has read more links. Now, if I go back to my page and I were to hit update, it's going to scan what I've added so far. And this is the thing, you can really, one of the important things, you don't have to do it midway through a page like we're doing right now, but what I would encourage people to do is accessibility check each page as you build it. Don't leave it until the end, because then you have to go back and you're like, okay, well now I have to check all 12 pages, or if it's a really big website, maybe you had 30 pages that you had included in your design, and now you have to go back and check them all. It's much better to test as you're going. So what you would want to do is, sort of move through those. So this had read more in the design, and you can notice now that I've scanned, I have 4 errors and 1 warning, whereas I had 100% before. So let's just check it out and see what problems came up. So first of all is 3 ambiguous anchor text. It's sort of flagging on this arrow, but I know that it's flagging because of the read more, it's showing that. And you can also see in here, some of the link text right there, read more. If you weren't sure too, you can always, again, right, like view on page and it'll highlight it for you. That's what it is. So one of the things that I love about this Kadence button block, it's the buttons ADV, so advanced. First of all, it helped me make that arrow, which is super handy because I was like, man, how am I going to do that without coding? Because I wanted to do everything in the thing. So that was cool. But if I click on the button on the advanced tab, there is add ARIA label. And this would allow us to add an alternate text that provides more meaning for people. So it can still just visually say read more, but a screen reader user will get the context. So I thought this was super cool. So I'm just going to add some of this in. I'm saying read more about projects for this one. I'm going to go to the next one, and I'm making this up, you know, but advanced tab, read more about interior work, realization, read more about realization, I guess. So I'm just giving that connection there. Okay. So I've added my ARIA labels. I could even hit update if I just wanted to check and make sure it worked. And that should trigger to scan the page. Hey, look, we got down. Now we only have one error. Incorrect heading order. This is an interesting one. Project plan. Okay, so here's what I did. I did something that is really common that we see in audits, and I did it on purpose because people do this all the time. This design had very small text for these 3 column sections for the headings. It doesn't have the H2 text. And so what I did was what we see frequently that developers doing is they just say, oh, this is the same size as and style as the H4. So I'm just going to set it as an H4, and that will give it all of the CSS that it needs to have. The problem is that screen reader users use headings to understand the page. And when you create an outline format that is not in the right order, it can be really confusing for people. So I'm going to actually show you on the front end of this. Let's hit refresh. And you can, by the way, go to this cadence.equalizedigital.com. It's live and public, so you can watch there and hit refresh along with me if you want to inspect things. But there is a free browser extension I really like called Headings Map. And if I click this, this sort of shows me what the structure of the page is. So it's right now we have heading 1, let your home be unique. Then it goes heading 4, project plan, heading 4, interior work, heading 4, realization, heading 2, footer, which is a hidden heading that I added, which I could show you guys later if anyone's interested in that. But it's jumping and it's not really creating the outline that we want it to have. So what would we do here? There's a couple of ways that we can address this. One is we could decide that we are just going to make these heading 2s in order to say, you know, if that's what makes sense in the meaning of the page. And, you know, probably you'd want to look at your full design and understand what the outline format is about that. Or we could make them heading 3s so that they're grouped together with a heading 2 above them. And that's sort of what I am leaning on. But what do we do about the fact that the heading 3 is, or the heading 2 that I want to like add information isn't in the design? Well, there is a really handy plugin, and let me, what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a, let's see if I can do it in here. I might have to put it in here and then move it. So let's just stick a heading. We're going to stick a heading 2 in, and I'm going to call it learn. I don't know. We're just going to call it learn more about us for now. How we work. How about that? How we work. It would need to be a heading to make sense for all of these. I don't actually want it in this container. That's a little weird. So I'm going to go to my outline. Sometimes Gutenberg is not my friend. And so I just have to move things around. Let me move it down, but then I'm going to move it back up by moving this one down. Okay. And it doesn't actually matter, but I'm going to center it because I'm going to center it. So you could talk to them and say, okay, this needs to be here, but maybe we actually only want to add context that helps convey something to people who are blind about this section and where they are. But people who are sighted are going to have this context because they're going to know that visually it's all designed in the same way. And so it all groups together, if that makes sense. So there is another plugin that I really love called Screen Reader Text Format. And what you can do is you can enter any text in the block editor, highlight it. And when you have this installed and it's free, you click the little down arrow for the more toolbar. And then you could say screen reader only. Now we have this how we worked as an H2. It's only visible to screen readers. And when I click off, in fact, you'll see that it disappeared. And then I can change these to H3s. And let's say, you know, well, we really did still need them. They got a little bigger when I did that. We could then, you know, set whatever size they're supposed to be. I don't remember. I'm going to call it a pixels, which is really bad. Don't design with pixels. But anyway, right, we could make them smaller that way, or we could make them smaller. I'm just going to set them all to medium, whatever it would be. So you'd go back and you'd make them the right size. So now they have the correct heading level, but they also have the right size. So if I hit update again and I go to the front end of my website and I hit refresh, you can see that heading is not there. However, if I use my fancy heading map extension, it is there, how we work. And these are 3 sub items under how we work. So that's another thing that as a developer, you kind of want to think about, and it's super easy to do, you know, within the block editor, especially with that screen reader text format. And also this has a bonus of being really good for SEO because Google uses headings and the order of headings in order to understand how things are on the page. Let me go back and I'm going to drop a few more of my sections in here. So copy that one, paste it in. So this next section was a 2-column section, and it has an image. I need to get my image. I'm pasting off of a local dev site, so it's, there we go. All right. It has an image on the right. Oh, wait. I did that wrong. Not a background image. This is the image. Try again. All right. So it has an image on the right, and on the left, it has a column, and it had this thing, which I did something that I've seen people do a lot. Let's go look at the design for a second. It has a phone icon to the left, and then it has the phone number and the text, call us anytime. And it's really tempting to use an icon block. And I see this a lot of times where people do that. So the way I built this initially was I used this, it's super neat. The Kadence list item, icon list, I think. Let's get up to it. There we go. The Kadence icon list, because it made it really easy for me to just grab this phone icon. I added a little bit of custom CSS. So if I update the page, you'll see it has the right background and stuff for the design. But let's talk about why this isn't a good idea when you only have one item. If you have a list, so this is called a list block. So if you have a list, then you should use the Kadence icon list block. If you only have one item and you just want an icon to the left of something, it's not really good because it creates a lot of extra noise for a screen reader user. And it can also be confusing because lists, and this is correctly coded as a list, they are read out and announced as lists, and people expect to hear more than one thing in a list. So for example, I turn voiceover back on. And I'm just going to start at the top of this paragraph and I'm going to have it read out. And you can read what it's saying on the screen or hopefully hear. All right, so you heard that it said list one item, and announce the image and that sort of stuff. And so that's really not a great user experience. So what would I do instead? What I would do instead of using this block, which is a cool block if you have more than one item. Oh, wait, let's turn off. Is I would actually get rid of this block. And instead, I would use cadences. And again, I got to switch. There we go. So I added the SVG support so I can use SVGs because they're better for that. Again, this is decorative image, so I'm leaving the alt text. I don't want the alt text to be filled in. So I'm pasting it in and I'm just using that same sort of grid, the row layout, and I've set it and I've just set where I want on the width and that sort of stuff and put the information in. So now instead, if I go back to the front end and we listen to this, oh, I probably needed to add some space there. Let's go fix that. Row layout, advanced. I don't know what this is supposed to be in the design, but we're just going to call it extra, extra small. Update. We don't need that. I really like how easy it is to do the margins and padding. Maybe it needs to be bigger than that, but for now, we're not matching the design perfectly. So let me turn the voiceover back on. All right, we're going to just listen again at this part. All right, so you notice it didn't tell me list. It didn't say one item. It also didn't even tell me there's an image there because I left the alternative text blank. This is a much better listening experience. It's a little weird that it says call US. I don't know why VoiceOver is doing that instead of saying us. Normally, I only see that when it's all caps. It's not all caps. It is properly cased. Maybe if it's because of the title or the capital letter on the U. So maybe if it was more like a sentence, like call us anytime, it would probably read it out properly. But anyway, so that is a frequent mistake that we see people making. And you just want to think about doing things a little differently, like use the grid. Don't try and cheat by using the list block, unless it is a list. If it's a list, then that block is fabulous. Let's see. I can just pop a few more things in. Maybe I'll get more than one. Okay. Turn voiceover on. And I'll just put, all right, up to this one. All right. No, I didn't copy. Try again. There we go. We're gonna try and fix these real quick. Maybe not. Oh, it doesn't want to select for me. All right, well, we're going to ignore the broken images because I pasted off a different site. We'll get it to figure out. And then what I actually want to get down to is one more block down here, which is this one. All right, so I want to talk about in this design, we see this a lot. There are stats. It says 12 really big years of experience, 85 successful projects, 15 active projects, 95 happy customers, and the numbers are really big. So some of the ways I want to talk about first, the ways people do it that are not super great. So one is they say, this is big. This is a heading. Let's make this an H2. And then they'll make a paragraph here. So that's what I've done here. And what happens is, oh, we need to hit update. Update. Refresh. So if we go down here, we have our block. It looks right. But if I turn on VoiceOver again, all right, so what it did was it's, of course, telling me heading level 2, 12 years of experience. Heading level 2, 85. Successful projects. Not very helpful, right? So what we want to do is we want to not have it in a heading, especially because, let me open. So you can see one of the ways that people use to navigate with the screen reader is they use the headings. And you can see in here that I can see 12 and 85. Well, 12 and 85 doesn't tell me anything. It's not really a heading. It's actually a combination of the sentence. So there's two things you could do, which is you could go back, and what I've done on this instead, and you can inspect this, is it's just one paragraph, and I've used the highlight feature in the block to highlight it. So if we were to click on that, you'd see, but then what I did was on the container element, I went to the advanced tabs in Kadence and I went to custom CSS and I added some styles. If I gave this this container a class of stats, and then I said, if it's mark, that's what mark is, the tag that gets put on these paragraphs. And I just said, make it bigger, make it have this color, like those sorts of things. And I put that on the container around it. So now it reads as one sentence and it wouldn't show up in the headings list, but it still has the styles I need. And it's in a single paragraph tag without a break or having separate paragraph tags that would cause a weird pause. But this could actually be even better. And I know I'm running on time. I'm paying attention. I'm going to do it. So what I did, and I'll put this in, I won't show you, but I'll just quickly explain. And then if you want to go listen to it with a screen reader on your own, you can. I added hidden screen reader text for a heading, H2, why us, or whatever it might be, right? So this has context. And I also actually put these in a list. So they're all grouped together because these are like the 4 reasons why you might hire them. And then I did the same thing. I love this feature in Kadence. I just went to custom CSS and I changed my list to not have a bullet and to display them in a grid, just like 4 columns, right? So this would provide an even better user experience. And I will update this page. So if you go on it on your own, you can see it. So jumping back to my slides. So I was talking about don't testing as you go. I have sort of a list of some of the things that I have talked about on the slides. If you want to reference, I'm not going to read them. It's the sort of same things that I talked about as we were building the page. A subnote on there is there are animation settings. I would avoid using them as much as possible. You don't really need content to fade up or fly in or anything like that. So my next steps, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have, but go check your website for accessibility. Use an automated tool. You can use our free plugin, or there's other automated tools like the headings map that I talked about. Tab through it with only a keyboard, like you saw me doing a little bit, like tabbing to see, can I open the drop-down menu? So you want to make sure you can do everything on there. And then try a screen reader. So there are 2 screen readers. If you're on a Mac, you have VoiceOver installed. And if you are on a PC, then you can download the free open source screen reader called NVDA. I have links to these in my slides. And then my other call to action is to attend a WordPress accessibility meetup. This is how you can get a hold of me if you have more questions. Again, in the slides, there's a couple of appendix slides after this, one that has links to all of the different plugins that I showed here. So I'm happy to answer any questions that we might have. Did we get any, Michelle?
We did, but first I want to say, before I take the screen down, if you're watching this and you want to be able to follow up with Amber later, take a screenshot, because I'm going to remove it in 3, 2, 1. All right. Give people off some opportunities.
That's a nice warning.
To follow up, right? It's like, wait, put it back. We didn't get it. That's what I always hear from people. So let's just share some comments and some questions. So Peter Ingersoll says that adding customization so that tools like Accessibility Checker and Kadence work better together is very helpful. So he wanted to make that comment. And then
yeah, so I know.
Go ahead.
So I will say something. So like what is worth pointing out, and I didn't mention this, when I was talking about, going through the header and the footer first, and then sometimes there's things that we flag them because we don't, like, I'd never used Kadence before this week. I loved it. I'm probably going to use it. Actually, it's funny having hey, Shaq, rebuild my blog in this. but like there are things that
you should.
Our tool doesn't. Yes, our tool doesn't know, right? And so it said, hey, here's a warning. Go check this, because that's what a warning means. So one of the things that I would recommend for people who Kadence is part of your workflow, you know how we have blueprints where we say, this is the theme, these are the plugins, these are all the settings I want pre-configured. Have accessibility checkers set up already on a blank site. You can ignore those things in your blueprint. And then when you start a new client site, they'll already be ignored, and you'll never have to go in and say, no, I know the nav menu is fine. I'm not worried, right? So like thinking about that as a way to like improve your workflow. But that said, like, I think we do have some thoughts about how we can add like import export features to be able to like, move ignores between sites or something like that. So maybe we can talk to Kadence and see if there's something we can collaborate on there.
There probably is. Steve says that the images do show on the individual post summary of the Accessibility Checker plugin. So I can't remember where you were in your presentation, but he just wanted to make that notification for people.
Oh, on the fast track. Yeah.
So Joe Simpson Jr. has a question. For new builders with Kadence, what's a starting set of plugins or tools that you would recommend for them to get started on making their sites accessible as part of their core toolbox?
So I have these listed. It was after my info slides, so I didn't show it, but there's links there. But the key ones that I put on every website is the screen reader text format plugin, and these are all free. Screen reader text format plugin from Reactive on WordPress.org. The attributes for blocks plugin, it only has like 1,000 installs. I don't even think it has a custom image, but it works really well. And it allows you to add custom attributes. So for example, if you want to put aria hidden equals true on something, because it's reading out and you don't want it to, that plugin is really handy. The other ones, and I lost my slides. Let me look and see, because I know there's something else. Accessibility new window warnings. That's our plugin. And that the code snippets one is one that I know Kadence recommends, because I found some documentation from Kadence. So that, like, for example, that function for making the Kadence social media icons open, that was used in the code snippets plugin. So I think those are a starting point. If you need really complex forms, then you might need a form plugin. I know Kadence has some forms built into it, but if you need to do really fancy things, then you might need to have a form plugin, depending on what integrations you're looking for.
Absolutely.
But I think you could, like, this website that I set up, it has like 5 plugins on it. It has like the Kadence plugins and the 3 that I mentioned, and that's it. And I think you could build like a really full featured website without adding a ton of plugins. And it can be accessible.
Absolutely. Is the ARIA label native to Kadence, or is it added from a plugin?
So the ARIA label field that I showed on the advanced button block is native to Kadence. That was not added by a separate plugin.
Excellent. Peter wants to know, what do you think is the best way to communicate to developers how they can improve their themes for accessibility? How can we reward those who do so, like Kadence?
So my hope is that all theme developers watch their support forums and or they have, I mean, I would love to see more devs having public like GitHub repos, because I feel like it's easier for people like me to submit issues there rather than on a support forum. But I would say something that I have been trying to do a lot is when I see that a plugin or a theme developer has released updates to do something, is I go on social media and I tag them and I thank them. Especially if I see, so like WooCommerce had a problem with their breadcrumb navigation being unlabeled. I had opened a ticket and then it got closed. Well, I didn't just tag WooCommerce. Like, I saw that the person who closed the ticket and solved it had a Twitter account. So I tagged him too. And I just said, thank you.
Nice.
I feel like we all like positive reinforcement, right? So
absolutely.
I think, like, and the other thing that I have been trying to do better this year, and that I would encourage everyone to do, is take the time to open support threads, even if it's a free plugin on WordPress.org. Like in the past, I would sometimes test something and say, oh, it's not accessible, and I would just abandon it. But how is that? What if that plugin developer doesn't know? How are they supposed to make it better? And so I think if you see a problem, say something. And then what is most helpful is to be really detailed. Like just saying, this doesn't work. That's not helpful, right? This doesn't work for screen readers. Okay, well, why doesn't it work? It's missing, it's like the navigation menu. Like, if it didn't have what Kadence has, then you'd say, okay, it's missing ARIA expanded, and it needs an ARIA label that explains what it is. Like those sorts of things. I think the more detailed you can be, then the more likely that people are going to be able to actually improve and take actionable feedback.
I think that's true for sure. As the more information you give, especially if it's like, hey, this is actually an easy fix, then it's more likely to be picked up and run with. Not that they're all easy fixes. I know that. Five Figure Lifestyle says, if you have an already built and developed site that isn't great on accessibility, what would you prioritize as you're going about fixing it? Asking for a friend.
So I would start with the header and footer. You can do what I did, where I was saying for a new theme, like you can do the same thing. Install accessibility checker, create a blank page with no content, and fix everything that's global, right? So make sure that your navigation works. And then also beyond accessibility checker, because automated testing tools can only find some of the problems, they can't find them all. You do need to test as well. So, try out a screen reader, tab through.
Absolutely. One last question for you, and then one comment is, what is the one main takeaway that you would recommend for Kadence users to do to make the most immediate impact to improve their site's accessibility? You did mention meetups.
Yeah. So actionable items on sites. I would say check your heading levels and your heading order. And I mean this very kindly, but if you started with the Kadence template, they might be out of order. But I think that's something that Kadence has they've been very responsive, and I gave them some feedback. So I think that'll be improved. But I would check your heading order because that really can make a difference. I would make sure that you're using that ARIA label feature on any buttons or links that you have that are not meaningful. Meaningful links are really important. People don't understand what the word here means or learn more. Why would I click on that link to learn more about what, right?
What?
Yeah. So the fact that Kadence has those tools built in and you can use them, I would say like start with headings and meaningful links. I think those are really important.
Yeah. And add that screen reader to your Chrome browser so that you can listen to what your own site sounds like, so that if you close your eyes and you just hear the word click here, you're like, okay, now I get it. I don't know what click here means because I don't know where I'm going with that. So and the last comment is also from Joe. Amber, you're the best. Thanks for sharing what you do in the WordPress community. And I will echo that as well. Thank you so much for sharing with us today everything that that you brought to us. I've shared the slides in the chat quite a few times and appreciate so much everything that you've done and for taking the time to meet with us today. There was one other question. Somebody asked if you could list those plugins that you had talked about. So maybe if you want to tweet them or post them in the chat later afterwards, that would be fantastic because we do have another speaker coming up in just a couple minutes. So Amber, thank you so much for sharing with us. And we'll see you soon. Yeah, of course. And then we do have about 4 minutes. And then on the top of the hour, we will be back with CliftonWP. In the meantime, go over to cadencewp.com/newsletter-subscribe. Subscribe to the newsletter. Follow us on Twitter/X at CadenceWP and the same handle over on Instagram where we share a lot of really great things. So we will be back at the top of the hour. That's about 4 minutes. You have time to go grab something to eat or make a pit stop, and we'll see you in just a couple minutes. And we are back, and this has been an exciting day. I'm so sorry that Hannah got sick today and is unable to be your MC, but I am very grateful to have this opportunity, and of course, wish her well and hope that she's feeling better. Clifton, you can go ahead and cue up your slides while I introduce you. So our next speaker is CliftonWP. He's a web expert with over 2 decades of expertise in web design, development, and online marketing. He's the entrepreneurial force behind his highly successful web design agency and also serves as the chief educator on his YouTube channel, CliftonWP. There, he imparts useful knowledge in clear detail to a diverse community of both budding tech enthusiasts and seasoned professionals, teaching them how to build websites using WordPress, Kadence, and a variety of other tools. Clifton's keys to success are smiling, learning, teaching, patience, and kindness. One of Clifton's core philosophies is to treat people as they wish to be treated. His ultimate passion lies in empowering others to harness the web's potential, enabling them to achieve the success they desire in their own lives. Welcome, Clifton. It's so good to meet you.
Hey there, Michelle. How are you?
I am good. I don't make you sit there on screen while I read your introduction. That's always so weird, right? You just sit there and smile, other people talk about you. How are you today?
Yes, I am doing great. I'm excited to be here. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you and everyone. And, this is awesome.
Well, we are so grateful to have you here. Your talk is how to build and customize websites using Kadence starter templates. And I will tell you that I love Kadence starter templates. I love the fact that I can put something out there and then make it my own, but that I don't have to think of everything right from the top. So I'm excited to listen to your talk and to hear how you get started with Kadence templates and how you can instruct the others to do so. So I'm going to remove myself. I'll bring your slides up and the floor is yours.
Thank you. So, hello, everyone. And I am happy to share this with everyone. I don't have any slides. I actually have a workspace. So we're going to get right to it. But I want to just say a few things first. Kadence has probably some of the best starter templates that are out there. But I personally actually typically build from scratch. But there have been many times where a starter template has come in and absolutely saved me and the team in the agency. And what I want to show here is just really how dynamic and how quickly you can take a Kadence starter template and completely make it your own or make it your client's own and have it look amazing. Okay, so I'm very excited to share this with all of you. Just a quick warning. I had to prepare some things ahead of time just in the interest of time so that because it still takes time to customize even if you're starting with a starter template. So I had to do some things earlier on. I'm also not going to be doing a lot of the content work portion. So I may be using some dummy content in the process as well, but I will make this as realistic to what we do at the agency as possible, or what I do when I'm working with the client. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and begin. Okay, so I'm going to be starting with a fresh install of WordPress. Okay. And we're just going to go right through the process. So first, go to the dashboard. I'm going to go to Appearance, Themes, and I'm going to click on Add New. Here's our Kadence theme right over here. This is the hero of the show. So I'm going to go ahead and click on Install. All right, that's now installed. Now I also need one other thing. I need Kadence Blocks. So I'm going to come over here to Plugins, click on Add New, and let's do a search for Kadence Blocks. And here's our Kadence Blocks. Click on Install and activate. All right. And let's go back to let's just check out our stuff to make sure that, oh, okay. I know I'm missing something here. So in the themes, we actually have to activate the theme. So let's go ahead and activate Kadence Themes. Here we go. And now when I visit the website, I should see the default Kadence theme. Okay. Next, one thing that happens when you install the Kadence theme or Kadence blocks, you'll see this notification here to go ahead and install Kadence starter templates. If you're not seeing that, you can always go to plugins, add new, and do a search for Kadence starter templates. It's probably there. Okay, you can always do a search for Kadence starter templates and it should show up. Well, am I not doing that right? I didn't spell that correctly. Kadence starter templates. All right, there it is. Okay, and then install it from here as well. So I'm going to go ahead and click here to install it. Okay, and now we have our templates ready to go. Okay, so one thing you want to make sure of is just make sure that here that you have Gutenberg selected, because we're going to be using the amazing Kadence blocks to do this. And also in this tutorial, I'm going to be using, because if you notice here in these starter templates, a lot of beautiful starter templates here for almost every kind of niche, different kinds. But one thing that you'll notice is that there are pro versions, actually pro options, and then there are free options as well. For this tutorial, I'm going to be using a free option so that anyone, no matter where you are with Kadence, whether you have Kadence Pro or the free version of it, you can follow along with this tutorial or do the same thing that I'm going to do here. Okay, now I do recommend diving into Kadence Pro. I'm a big time Kadence Pro fan. A lot of great benefits over there, but you don't need it to go ahead and customize a starter template. You can actually do it with a lot of the free amazing templates that they have. So what I like to do is I like to just come over here where it has the filter, and I'm going to select the free only. And here are all the templates that we can use. Okay, all of these are very nice. I will admit there are some of these templates that I look at and I shake my head and I'm like, wow, this is a free template to start with. So all these are amazing. But let's go ahead and pick one. And what I like to do is I like to pick one that has a lot of built out sections already. That way I have a lot of choices on what I want to use. It's always good to start off with a good plan, but you also want to have a good variety of choices. And a lot of these have that. This painting one, for instance, has a lot of good sections. Okay, we can see here the grid. There's a benefits section here, 2-column. Here's a services section. Okay, so all these are pretty useful to have, and then we can customize them to what we want them to be. All right, another really good one is this one right here, the cleaning one. This is also very nice. All of them are nice, but they all work very well. And as a matter of fact, we're going to go ahead and use this one, okay? Because I think this would be the most drastic change. So let's use this one. When you select your starter template, I'll go back. Once you've selected the one you want, so let's say I selected this one, you have the option of being able to change the color scheme. So I can change this color scheme any way that I like to any of these. And you can also change the fonts as well. But we're going to leave it actually just the way that it is, because I want you to see how I do it from the beginning. And I'm just going to go ahead and install the full site. Now, we may not be able to build out the entire website in this period, in this time, but we'll build quite a bit of it, at least the home page. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and skip this portion here, and it'll start importing the starter template for me. This usually happens either really quickly, or sometimes it takes a little bit of time, but usually under a minute. Okay. Right. It's coming. Patience. All right, here we are. All right, we are almost there. So I'm gonna go ahead and look at the site real quick. So this is it on the front end, and I can see a lot of great things already. We have this nice featured area. This is using a image on the right, and we have our text here on the left, some call to action buttons. We have some really good different variety of sections. And one of the things I like about the starter templates is if you're just getting started on web design or working with WordPress, Kadence is a fantastic place to start, because you can kind of see how people organize using the Gutenberg blocks to build out these different sections. And there's no right or wrong way. There's a lot of great ways to be able to do things. So some of you who are a little bit more advanced might look at some parts and say, you know, I probably would have built that differently. Some of you who are getting started will say, hey, I am learning some new ways of doing things. Because I know I've always learned some new ways of setting up my sections by looking at how the starter templates already have them set up. But this is fantastic. What's really great about this template is we have an appointment section here. We have testimonials, everything that's valuable for a great website if you're building it for a small business. Okay, so now what I want to do, this is for a cleaning company. I want to do something completely far away from a cleaning company. So we're going to use this to build out. Let's do an accounting firm. Okay, so a CPA or something like that. Something to do with finances. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is it's always good to have a little plan. So I have a little plan that I'm looking at, and it just has some words and some notes to myself. Okay, I've seen my notes. I'm ready to go. So the first thing that I want to do is I'm going to start from the color palette. I'm going to change the palette, and I also want to change the font. Okay, I want a more accounting financial type of font feel. Okay, so I'm going to go to the customizer, and you do that by going here to the admin toolbar. And we're going to look at colors and fonts. I'm going to go to colors, and I'm going to leave this default one in place and just go to the palette number 2. That's just in case I, mess this up so badly. I want to be able to go back to the original palette if I wanted to. So in this case, I'm going to select palette number 2, and then I'm going to open up this briefcase here, this little folder, and that's going to show me all the other palette options. Now I can create a custom one myself, but in interest of time, we're going to use one of these, and it's actually these are actually pretty good palettes as well. So I want something that's more warm. So we have a warm colored one here. You can see that's kind of changing the colors there. And if I want to get a little warmer, I'm going to pick this one here at the bottom. So I'm going to select that, and already you can see our site is already looking a little bit different. Okay, I'm happy with my colors. Next, I'm going to go ahead and pick my typography. So I'm going to go back. I'm going to go to typography. And we all have different fonts that we like, or different font pairings that we like. I'm going to pick one that I like. So I'm going to come over here to the system font. Click here. And we're going to make this is going to be the base font. So all your text, or your body text and things like that will take on the base font. Your navigation is also going to take on the base font. So I want that to be, let's make that Mulish. Okay, it's a really nice, clean font. I'm going to select that. All right, so you should see that our fonts are a little bit changed here. That looks nice and neat. And then next, I'm going to pick a serif font for the headings. And a serif font are fonts that you recognize that have a little bit of a curl to them. They look more stylized than the sans serif fonts, which are more blocky. So I'm going to get away from that, from the blocky feel, and just open up my font here for the heading font family. Go ahead and open that up. And we're going to do a search for a good one is Playfair Display. This is a really nice one. Looks very official, something like a financial person would use. Okay, so I like this. Okay, this looks great. I'm going to go ahead and publish my changes. And we're almost there. Okay, so now the look and feel looks different. Now we're going to start getting into the actual changes to the website to start making it look more like what let's say our accounting client would like. First, we're going to add their logo. So let's go ahead and change this logo. I'm going to click on Customize. Go to Header in the Customizer. We're going to go to Logo. And I'm going to change the logo. And we'll upload a logo from some files that I have already prepared here. So let's have, we'll use me. Okay, I'm gonna skip the cropping, just have Kadence take care of that for me. And now our logo is in place, matching up with our palette already. Okay, let's go ahead and publish that. Next, I'm gonna start making some changes to how things are showing up. So I noticed that this particular starter template has rounded buttons, and I want square buttons or more softer round corners. So I'm going to start here, right? While I'm already in the header, I'm going to come over here and I'm going to change this button. And I'm going to go ahead and click on the button widget here. That's going to open it up for me here on the left. And instead of saying get a price, we will say, let's just say get started. Okay, so we'll say get started. And then the other thing that I want to do here is I want to change the design a little bit. So I'm going to go to design, and I can see here the border radius, there's 30 on the top, 30 on the bottom. I'm just going to zero all that out. And let's just make this, let's make it 6 all the way around. Okay. All right, that looks better to me. Okay, and the other thing that I may want to do to differentiate that from my menu is I also want to change, let's see here. I also want to change the, let me go to this button real quick. Okay, yeah, I want to change the font a little bit. Not the font, but the font style. So I want this to actually be caps. And to do that, you over here under the border radius, you're going to see the fonts. And I'm going to change that to be all caps. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want it to stand out. I want the eyes of the user to get to there and see that there's some kind of change, deviation to something off, so they can engage with that. Okay, they can see that. And it's always good to have your colors for your calls to action be the same, so you can start training the visitor on what the calls to actions are. Okay, so far this looks good. I'm happy with it. Click publish. We're done with our header. Okay, next we need to change the featured area of the website. Okay, so this is using this looks like it's using a transparent header. So the header with the logo and the navigation is overlaid over the main featured area of the site. There's some text on the left, some text on an image on the right. We're going to completely change all that. Okay, so I'm going to click on edit image. This will allow me to, edit page. This will allow me to go ahead and start editing this home page. So I'm going to click on edit page. All right. And we're an accounting firm. So we're going to change this to all accounting stuff. I'm going to start with the text, and I already have some text prepared. So it's going to be a combination of dummy text and relevant text. So over here, I'm going to change this to powerful tax strategies for financial peace of mind. Okay. And I want to highlight what the user is coming here for. So I'm going to go ahead and select tax strategies. I'm going to click on the down arrow over here, and I'm going to use this highlight because that's going to allow me to use a color from my color palette. Okay. And I'm going to select this one. Okay. So powerful tax strategies. Next, this text is really big, so we're going to go ahead and reduce this a little bit. So I'm going to go over here to the right, and we're going to make this, let's make this 45 pixels. And then we're going to change our line height so that this is a little bit closer. I'm going to use, if I make it exactly 45 pixels, it'll be close together like that. But I typically like to add a little bit of spacing there. So let's make it 50 pixels. Awesome. We'll leave this here. We'll just pretend that this is saying something important. And then we have some text over here. So I can just change this to your tax challenges solved. Okay. Awesome. All right. Next, we have two buttons here. Our best offers, view our services. I'm going to change this. I'm going to change this to get started. Whoops. Okay, and I also want this to be all caps. So I'm going to go to styles, typography settings. So I'm here on the right-hand side, and I'm going to all cap that. Then the other thing is I want to get rid of this. I want to get rid of this rounding here with the buttons. So we're going to go down, let me find the border radius, which is right over here. I'm going to go ahead and unify that field, and everything's going to be at 6. And then I don't need this button here, so I'm going to go ahead and remove it. Goodbye. All right. Next, we need to change this so that this doesn't look like a cleaning site anymore. So what I'm going to do on this one is I'm going to select this. And as I select it, you can always see how this was built out. I can see that there's some rows in here. There's an image back there, and it's inside of a section. And if you ever want to see it in more detail, you can always open up the list view and just select any of the items so that you can see where it is, and you'll see how this was built out. Okay, so I can see an image, row layout, and all that. And I'm not going to be using any of these items, so I'm going to go ahead and delete them. So I don't want that one. I don't want any of this, and I don't want that. Okay, and even that row, this is a ghost row over here. Let's go ahead and open up my row layout here. I do not want that. I just want the fresh row as it is. Okay, so now here we are with this section. So in this section, I'm going to go ahead and add my own image. So I'll click on the plus sign. I'm going to use the Kadence image, and you can just search ADV to get the advanced image. And I'm going to select an image. One thing that's really cool too is once you install a starter template, you get all the assets with it as well in the media library. So that's pretty nice. All right, let's go ahead and select an image here that we can use. And I have one that will absolutely be perfect there. It's here. Hang on one second. All right. Let's go ahead and add that in. And then you know what I'm going to do to help us save some time? I'm going to go ahead and just upload all my images now. So let's just go ahead and grab everything. And some photos. We'll get everything now. All right, so this is the image we're using here. Some nice, rich brown tones in this image. Okay, let me close out the list view. So here we now have our image. And now I just want to do just a little bit of styling. So when I click on this section, I notice that there's some padding work happening here that came with the starter template. I'm going to go ahead and change all that. So I'm going to go to advanced, and I'm going to unify this and set everything to 0. Okay. So I want the full area to myself. All right. And then next, what I'm going to do is I'm going to shape this image up a little bit. So select the image, go to style, go to border radius, and we will start with the right. And let's do 40 pixels on the right. And then, so if you're doing border radius, this is top, right, bottom, left. So here on the left, I'm going to do another 40 pixels. Okay, that looks pretty good. Let's see if we can play with that a little bit more, make it a little bit more dynamic. Let's go 60 and 60. Okay, so far this looks good. Click on update. Now, typically I want to use someone who's happy with the service or appears to be happy with the service. So I'm using this nice smiling business couple here. And if we were to view the site front end, let's take a look at how this looks so far. So far, this looks really good. And looking at this, I can see, okay, this is a little bit too close. This is also a little bit too close. I also would like to add some information down here as well. And I'll show you exactly how I do that. So let's go ahead and click on, let's go ahead and edit this page again. and let's fix this area. Okay, so what I'm going to do next now is I'm going to go ahead and make my featured area a little bit more dynamic. And then the rest of this will flow very easily. So I'm inside of, if we open this up, I'm inside of a row that has 2 sections. And when you're in this row, this parent row right here just contains these 2 sections. I want everything to kind of be contained inside of a larger row. And the reason I'm doing that is because I want to be able to add some additional benefits below this. Now, I could easily add it right below here, but I want it to be contained inside of this row. That way, I don't have to create a huge demarcation at the bottom here. And I'll explain what I'm talking about. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and select this row, click on the ellipsis that shows up here, and I'll click on add before. I'm going to do a / and we're going to type row. I'm going to say row layout, and I want one parent row. One thing that's really cool in Kadence now is I can go in here, and this parent row right here, I can go ahead and click on it. Excuse me, click here, rename it, and I'll call this parent row. That way I can find it very easily. Okay, save. So now I've got this parent row. Next, I want to give it some space. So here we have 130 pixels. I want this to be 200. So right now I'm using the drag to be able to expand this, but I want it to be even more. So I'm going to come over here, select advanced, and let's change this to custom. And here at the top, 200. Okay, perfect. And then here at the bottom, I want this to be 80 pixels. Okay. All right, nice. So now I've created this parent row. Now what I want to do is I'm going to go ahead and add this build out here inside of this row. Okay. To do that, it's very, very easy. You can just select this row, click on the ellipsis, click on copy, click on that parent row, select paragraph, do a Command V or Control V if you're using a PC. I'm using a Mac, and now I have that row in here. Okay. Awesome. Okay. Then the next thing that I want to do here, now that I have this row in here, is I want everything to match up. So to make this match up, I'm going to go ahead and select the row again. Click on copy styles, select my outside row. Whoops. Select that row that you have on the inside, copy styles, and paste styles. Excellent. Then I can remove whatever is inside of here. So I'm going to select this row again, move over to the right, style, go to the background overlay settings and remove that background. Remove the background. Okay, excellent. So now I have my row contained inside of the other row. Now I just need to get rid of this padding that's in the internal row here. And you'll see the reason why I'm doing this in the first place. Okay. All right. So now I have my featured areas. I no longer need this one. I'm going to go ahead and delete it. And I have my own now created featured area. So the reason I'm doing this is because I want to add some benefits right inside of this container. So I put the container inside of another container to be able to allow me to do that. So now I can go ahead and select this row, and I'm going to open up my parent row, select that row, and then add a block line afterwards, / let's close this out so everybody can see it. And I'm going to do a row layout, and let's do a 3-column row. Okay. I'm going to create some space, put a large space right there. Okay. And now I can add my benefit statements. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want this to look dramatically different from the actual site, from the actual starter template. So click on the plus sign, and we're going to go ahead and, whoops. click on the plus sign, and we want to add some advanced text. So if you type ADV, you'll see the Kadence text right over here. And don't worry about the sizing and everything for now. We're just going to put here, and let's put some benefits. So we'll say maximize tax savings. I'm going to go ahead and center this text. And then I can also add an icon to this. So I'm going to go to the right, icon settings, and let's select an icon. And I'm just going to use, let's say money. Okay, money is always a good one. All right, and then I need this to be a little bit smaller. So I'm going to change this from being an H2. And for now, we're just going to make this a div. And then here on the right, I'm going to increase the size to be 24. Perfect. Okay, so now I have my benefit statement. Let me go ahead and select this row. I'm going to go ahead and center everything in here. And now I will just change this color to a highlight color, like brown, like that. That's not a highlight color, but to a browner color. And then I can now duplicate this 2 times and then move it over to the sections. Okay, so maximize savings. Let's add some different stuff in here. We'll enjoy some financial peace. And powerful tax planning. All right, that looks pretty good. Now let's create some more difference between the two. So let's select the row again. And for this row, I'm going to go ahead and add a margin. Let's just add about that much. Excel is good. Select the row, click on the style, go to border settings, select the border, and let's add some medium text color. I'm going to separate everything, and I only want a border at the top. So I'm going to make a one pixel border at the top, and then I'm going to click on this line. That'll help me change the border style. And then I'm just going to go ahead and make this dashed. Okay, let's make it more prominent. How about 2 pixels? All right, now I can reduce this a little bit. And I come here, reduce that all the way down. Awesome. Okay, click on update. Take a look at what our page is looking like. All right, good. So now I can comfortably go ahead and create some more space here. So click on edit page. We're at 130. Let's get this to 200. Let's go 210. All right. So now we're looking really good. Okay, so now we can move through the rest. Once you've got the featured hero area change, website's pretty much ready. Now you can just go ahead and add the rest of your content. So let's go ahead and start doing that now. So I'm going to go ahead and click on edit page. And typically when we're building out something like this, we're following a bunch of different frameworks, but we'll just use a very common framework, which is where you relate to the ideal client that you're talking to. So in this case, we'll call this the We Get It section. So we'll say we get it as accountants. And here we want to just highlight a few challenges. So I'm going to go ahead and say, are you tired of, and I'm not going to need this row here. So let's delete that row. So are you tired of I like this, so I'm going to keep this here, and I don't need to go ahead and start making changes here. I can just go ahead and click on a button I've created before, click on the copy styles, click on the button again, and paste those styles in here. Okay, and now I select this section here. We have a margin on the left that I don't. We can reduce that. Okay. Over here, I'm going to put a list. So let's just get rid of this text. Okay. And we're going to do a list. Icon list. And we'll say tax challenge number 1. Okay. So you basically list the tax challenges that your clients may have in this case. And we can go ahead and duplicate this a few times. Let's do 6 of them, or 5, or 6. Okay, one too many. Okay, so that looks good. Next, I want to change this icon here. So if you select the list, okay, there is a parent block settings for the list. When you click on the list here, you're selecting the actual list, but there's also a parent block here. If you open up the parent block, it'll allow you to be able to change the icon for all of them, which is what I want to do. So I want to open this up. I'm going to select a checkbox, and I want a solid checkbox, and then I want the color to be my highlight color. All right. And that section is done. Now over here, we need to change this image. So just go ahead and let's replace this with someone that looks worried. She looks worried. So let's use that. Perfect. And then this, I really like this here. And that's the other thing. If you see elements that you like, just go ahead and keep them. If you don't like it, you can go ahead and remove it. But I really like this here. So you can just leave that there if you want, or you can change what it says. So you can change this to say $100 million in taxes saved, or whatever you want to use. We'll just leave this as is for now. Okay, that looks great. Next, we have over here the why I would use this for, I like to have a section where it says why choose us. And the reason I'm saying that is because I'm looking at this section, I can see a list here. So this would be a great place to list a list of reasons why people should use your service. So let's just change this to why choose us. Let's change this image here. We probably don't have to do much. We just need to change the image itself. So I'm going to select the section here, go over here to style, click on edit image. And I'm going to select something that looks nice. So here's some people shaking hands. Let's move this over a little bit. Okay, here we are. That looks good. And then you can make this say something that makes sense. Why choose us? Get peace of mind with the tax services we provide, and remove the cleaning tax. You get the idea. You just put in your own information. Same thing here. I'm only making the changes because I can't resist. Feels incongruent when it's talking about cleaning, but you kind of get the idea. You want to change this to your own text or whatever your copywriter has created for you. Let's change that. Yeah, and sometimes using a template is a very, very smart move. It's nothing wrong with using a template. Saves you a bunch of time. It has it's not a mark against your skills as a designer or a developer or anything like that. It's actually a very smart business move. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and copy the styles for our button and just apply that style. It's just a nice time-saving strategy to do that. Okay. 3 sections done on the home page. So when we come over here, sometimes there may be sections that you don't like or you don't want to use. And looking at this, I see a lot of them that I like to keep. So let's go ahead and create one more section here. Sorry, my eye caught something. I spy. Row layout. Advanced. Aha. I saw some errant padding. So let's go ahead and zero that out. Yeah, because I want the full space. I want everything. And section. Advanced. Okay, good. Great. All right. So I still see it there, but I won't let it bother me. Sorry, I'm just making some corrections. And just making sure. Okay, great. So now scroll down here. So I want to have a spot for my services to showcase the way we do services here. So I'm looking at this row right here, and I really like this portion, but I don't like this portion. I don't want to use this. Not that I don't like it. I just don't want to use it. Okay, so I really like this portion a lot. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to recreate a row that I like, and I'm going to use the elements in here to build out my portion. So I'm going to select this row, click on the ellipsis, click on add before, do a /, and add my own row layout. This is going to be a 2-column row. And from within here, I'm going to make it use the theme content inner width like that. And I'm going to give this, let's do a 4x large on the top, 4x large on the bottom. And then what I want is I want this information in here. So I'm going to select this, this, and this. Or actually what you can do is you can select the text, hold down the shift key, select the last item there, and to select them all, turn them into a group, click on the ellipsis, copy those blocks, go to the plus sign, select the paragraph, and then do a Command V, and that'll paste that in there for you, okay? And that's pretty much all I want from here. So I'm gonna go ahead and select this row here and delete it. Don't need it anymore. Okay, and what I wanna do here is I wanna use this as my services sections. So how we help you, and let's say our tax services. Okay. Okay, so our tax services. And then this could be some information about your tax services. We obviously don't want this duster here, so let's change this to one of our images. Here's somebody that looks like a business owner that's happy. Okay. And let's use our same theme, our peace of mind tax services. Okay, and then here I want to actually outline the tax services that we have. And a great tool to use to showcase your services sometimes, and I know there's different ways of laying out services, but this is one of the ways that I like to do it. Just click on the plus sign here, do a search for an info box, and you'll see the Kadence info box. Okay, this is a very, very versatile block. Absolutely love this block. I'm going to go ahead and select the block, and I'm going to start configuring here on the right-hand side. So I'm going to move over here to the right. And the first thing that I want to do is I want to select the style, and I want to go to media settings, and I want the icon to be on the left-hand side. So I'm going to click on media align it to the left. The vertical align will be at the top. I'm going to go back to the general settings here and set the content alignment here to all move flush to the left. Okay. Next, I'm going to go to style, and instead of the media settings this time, I'm now going to deal with the title settings. And under the title settings, I kind of like this to be a little bit smaller. Let's go with 24 pixels. Okay. And I'm also going to change my media settings, the icon size. Let's make that 24 as well. Okay. And now I believe this is ready. Okay. So now what I want to do is actually let's change the icon color to our highlight color as well. Now, what I want to do here is now start putting my services. So let's say, we'll say tax preparation and filing. It's an example. All right, that font is very beautiful. And I'm going to click on the, click here. And what I want to do is I want to create some space between this and the next service. So I'm going to select this, go to margin on the bottom and increase my margins here. All right, and I'm coming up on time, but I'm going to keep moving here and just let me know at any time if you want me to stop, but I'll keep moving. Here, we're going to duplicate this, duplicate it again, and one more time. Let's say we offer 4 services. Over here, we're going to say accounting and bookkeeping. That looks good. And then over here, let's say we do, what's another good one? Oh, we can say tax saving strategy sessions. And last one can be advisory and consultations or consulting. All right, we're in business. That looks great. Okay, so now for the rest of this is all entirely optional. If you want to tell people how to get started with your services, we can go ahead and keep this and just go ahead and change out the images. So we can say book online, or call us could be another one. Book online form. You could say explore strategies, sleep well at night. Okay, and we can then change this into anything that we want. So, something about booking a form. Just stay away from the cleaning stuff. Let's use this and replace some nice people here. Here's another person, and let's use this one, and we'll put somebody that's smiling. It's a nice smiley person. Okay. All right. And so here, this could be your, how to get started. How to get started section. All right. And we're done there. And then I love this section right here because it has a call to action that's set against this really nice layout of pictures. So I'm going to select each picture and we're going to change each one. So open the media library. And let's just pick some pictures and pretend that we're using different pictures. Okay, so here we go. And you see how easy it is? You just change the photos. Keep the layout. If it's a nice layout, no sense in changing it. And then you also saw how whenever a layout wasn't working for me, just created another one. You see how easy it is to create with the Kadence blocks. And when I tell you Kadence has revolutionized building out sites with Gutenberg, that is not an understatement. All right, so this looks good so far. I'm not gonna need this portion. Even though I like this, it would be nice to show some pricing for our packages. So if you decide to keep this, that's fine. Just make sure you change out the content here. And then over here, where it says who we are, you can either choose to move this to your about page. I always like to have something about the owners or the people that you're going to be working with on the site somewhere. So we would leave this in place. We would leave this for pricing for our services. And then here's some testimonials. And then we get to the make an appointment. And it's almost like this starter template was built for an accountant instead of a cleaning company, right? And if you want to make some, design changes here, like for instance, I noticed there's a blue color here for some reason. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. So let's just make this brown. And then this is white, good, brown, good. And then you can just change this background. to something more business owner focused. Edit image. And let's use these guys. All right, let's take a look at what the final product looks like. Here we go. All right, so we have our logo. Our layouts are here. We have a nice, beautiful section, featured area section, addressing the business owner and their challenges, showing them why they should choose us. Peace of mind services. Our services listed out over here. How to get started with us. Some pictures of happy business owners and a call to action. Our packages, if you want this, I think this should be optional, but if you want to have that, that's great. And then here, I would show my business owner over here, or the accountants or the CPA of their team, and testimonials, what our clients say, and the ability to go ahead and book an appointment. We can also add our logo right there. If you want to add your logo into the footer, go to customize footer. And let me see how they did this here. So this is a widget. So let's get out of here, go to widgets. And what we're looking for is footer 1. And there's an errant image here. So let's go ahead and first we're going to change this to the Kadence version. And then we're going to replace that with our own logo. That looks better. And let's see if that makes it a big giant image on there. Made it a big giant image. So go back, widgets. This is so much fun. Okay. I'm gonna go 180. I may just use this layout. Okay, this is great. Okay, there we go. We got through the homepage. I think my time is running out, so otherwise we could do this all day. So
I'm gonna have to stop you from the all day. Yeah, I mean, I could watch you do it all day, quite honestly, but we do have other speakers coming up. So
yes.
Yeah, that's awesome. And it was fun to watch. And we only have like one question and then a couple of comments. So let me bring those up. Gary Driscoll says, thank you, Clifton. Are there any other plugins that you use and recommend?
Oh yeah. Wow, that's a good question. There are a lot of great plugins. So it really depends on what you're doing. But some of the plugins that I use a lot, I use all-in-one WP migration is a plugin that I use. Up until the most recent release of the Kadence Advanced Forms, I also still use in some cases Gravity Forms for more extended form use, but I'm finding that the advanced Kadence Forms is doing a lot for me already. So we're sticking with that for as many of our projects as we can, unless we need to do something else. Other plugins that I like to use, depending on the site, I may use a booking plugin if there's a little bit more need for that. I also use the events calendar. If I'm building a learning management system site, I'll use LearnDash. So yeah, there's a plethora of plugins that I use. Great question.
Excellent. Then we have a couple of comments. One is that you are the Kadence customizing king.
Thank you. Thank you, Brenda.
I mean, hey, if you're gonna have a title, that's a good one to have, right?
I'll take it.
Rashida says this is fantastic, extremely helpful. So that was a really nice compliment as well. And then Carmelo said, wonderful, getting so much value from this. So fantastic. If people want to follow you, where do they find you?
Find me on my YouTube channel. If you just go to YouTube and search CliftonWP, CliftonWP, you'll find my videos on there. I tend to make long form detailed videos. So if you like detail, then my channel is really where you want to go. And I focus a lot on Kadence, and I'm working on a big batch of videos that I'm getting ready to release right now, all about Kadence, and even Kadence and some other great plugins that are out there that make a great combo. So I'm really excited about releasing these. I've been working on them for about the last 4 months. So it's going to be awesome.
Awesome. which kind of
Also, my
actually
email's
answers
on
the
there if
second.
you need to reach out to me. It's Clifton at CliftonWP.com.
Perfect. And then that you kind of already answered this, although there is the comment that you have a great smile, which was
Thank
part
you.
of your bio. So that's a wonderful thing. They loved your YouTube videos on Kadence. And are you planning to do a paid Kadence course?
Well, yes. So I'm gonna do I'm actually gonna do a free course first. It's gonna be pretty detailed, and then I'm gonna have a paid one that's gonna have some more advanced portions to it, because we actually use Kadence in my business, and there's a business case for Kadence that's absolutely mind blowing. We've used it. It's absolutely great. I'd love to teach other people how to be able to do that, and that'd be a paid course.
Fantastic. So, well, thank you so much for sharing some time with us today. If people are interested in following us, I'm going to add a couple banners here real quick. You can go to cadencewp.com/newsletter-subscribe. You know that, right? Clifton, our newsletter is pretty awesome, full of really
Yes.
good stuff. You can follow us on Twitter/X over at CadenceWP, and by the same handle over on Instagram. Thank you for being with us. We are going to be back in about 4 minutes at the top of the hour with Katy Boykin. Thank you Boykin. Sorry, I mispronounced your name, Katy. But thank you so much, Clifton, for spending some time with us today. And we look forward to seeing you again in the future.
Thank you very much for having me.
My pleasure. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Okay.
All right, everybody. We'll see you in about 4 minutes time when I get to introduce Katy. So hang in. We'll be right back. And we're back. Hopefully you had a quick few minutes to grab a drink or answer a quick email or text, but I know you're hanging in there to see all the great talks that we're having today. Our next talk up is crafting a homepage that connects and converts with Katy Boykin. Katy is a web designer and marketing strategist whose superpower is transforming boring websites into beautiful, strategically designed assets that help content creators and online businesses make a meaningful impact and income online. So let me bring in Katy. Hi, Katy.
Hello. Hi.
Sorry for
Thank you.
mispronouncing your name earlier. I was doing it by memory.
That's okay. I think it happens often.
Oh, people always get my name wrong too, so I understand. But it's so great to have you here, and I'm really
Thank
looking
you.
forward to hearing
I'm
what you have
honored.
to share. Yeah,
Thanks.
fantastic. So I'm going to give you the floor. We'll hold comments and questions until the end. We'll have people put them in the chat. So you go ahead and present. And then when I see that final slide come up, I'll rejoin you and we'll do the Q&A together. How does that sound?
That sounds wonderful. Thanks so much.
Fantastic. My pleasure. We'll see you in a little bit. Enjoy.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. It's really an honor and a privilege to be here. In our session, we are going to be talking about homepages, specifically how to connect a homepage that connects with your ideal clients and converts them into either subscribers or paying customers. So in this specific talk, we're going to be going over two things. First, I want to make sure that you know what the two main purposes of your website are. And then I also want to go over 9 ingredients to a successful homepage. But before we dive in, I want to share a little bit about myself and what I do. So I am a website designer and marketing strategist, and I primarily work with Kadence, the whole Kadence plugin suite right now. So my team and I design custom websites, and we also have DIY resources on DIYdreamsite.com, where we sell Kadence child themes and have a monthly membership that gives you the templates, tutorials, and coaching to DIY your own website without breaking the bank. And at this point in time, I'm pretty much doing 99% of my website builds with the Kadence tool suite because it's so incredible, versatile, easy to use, and I love it. I have the honor and privilege of working with a lot of primarily content creators and online businesses. So the Hawaii Vacation Guide, Making Sense of Sense, Money Making Mommy, Teaching Millionaires, Milestone Mom, the Cooking Mom, Speak Up Conference, Moving to Spain, Country Now, and a ton more. But I just wanted to give you a little snapshot of my background and what I do, and then dive into the presentation. So without further ado, let's talk about, does design really matter? And I've got a few stats that I've pulled from the internet here for you. So users will form an opinion about a website in 0.05 seconds. And 48% of people cited that a website's design is the #1 factor in determining a business's credibility. And 57% of users won't recommend a business with a poorly designed website. The final stat I want to share is that 89% of consumers will shop with a competitor after a poor user experience. So I want you to answer the question, does design really matter based on these stats? I would say yes, 100% it does. So since design matters and it's going to impact your conversions if you don't have a good one in place, let's go back to the heart of your entire website and talk about what are the two main purposes of your website. If you are in the comments, you can go ahead and chime in and make your guesses. I don't know that I'll be able to see those comments come in just yet, but I'll be able to check them in a little bit. But go ahead and make your guesses in the comments. If you guys have ever read the book, Opting into Optimization by R. John McDonald, he is the founder of the company The Good. I actually learned about this book and bought it through one of Kadence's collaborations. So shout out to Kadence for that connection. But I learned about these two specific purposes of the website in this book, and it's a really great read. So the first one is that your website exists to help your visitors buy. And the second is to help your visitor research. You're sorry, let me rephrase that. At the end of the day, you're in the business of solving people's problems. So if I am having an ailment, maybe my wrist is hurting, I'm going to go to Google and type in a question, and then hopefully people will find our website in order to research the answer to that question. And then also if there is a cream that I can purchase, maybe I'll make a purchase in order to fix that problem. So ultimately, I want you to start thinking about your website, not in a way to just display everything that you have, but in order for someone to research or make a purchase. That will transform how you start to think about your whole homepage. So, to craft a strategic homepage, you got to do a little bit of homework first, and you need to know three things. You need to know the who, the what, and the how. So, the who is, who are you serving? Are you clear about the person that you want to attract and also convert into your business? You also need to know what problems you're helping them solve. I kind of just touched on that just a second ago. And the how is, how will their life be transformed if they work with you or read your content? Now, there's a lot of strategies we could dive into with all of this, but I'm not going to do all of that since we have a limited amount of time. But I just want you to make sure that you do have these three factors decided on before you even start working on redesigning your homepage or starting a brand new homepage design. So if you are stuck on that, I do have a free blog post about how to identify your ideal client in 4 easy steps. Plus, there is a free worksheet that you can download. It's a Google Doc that you can literally type in all your information. If you will fill that worksheet out in depth, this will help you with your copywriting when it comes to what to say on your website homepage. So that's really important that you do know who your ideal client is, what problems you're helping them solve, and then how their life will be transformed. So if you need that resource, you can check that out. There's a link there. If you can't find it, you can go to katyboykin.com. Just in the little search bar, type in ideal client, and the blog post will show up for you. So one thing about homepages, and really any page that you design on your website, and this is my personal belief, that content should dictate design and not the other way around. I know it's so tempting to just want to grab a template online and just figure out a way to plug your content in there. But if you truly want to build connection and convert your readers, that is going to take a very unique approach, because there is no two businesses that are the same, which means there's no perfect homepage layout for every single person. So while I go over some ingredients that you can put on your homepage to make a successful homepage, there's not like a step-by-step formula that it has to go this way. It's more like, do you have these elements in order to build that connection and also present your offers in a way that's going to lead to a conversion? So I also know that the Kadence audience has a lot of different viewers here. So I know that just from being in the Facebook group, if you're not in the Kadence Facebook group, by the way, it's a wealth of knowledge and resources and community. It's incredible. We've got designers and developers who are in there, to people who have been in the industry for a long time, but they're now moving away from other tools and they're switching over to Kadence, to people who are starting their brand new websites for the first time. So I also want to make a disclaimer here too, that if you're a restaurant and you're a news site and you're a food blogger, you're going to need to adapt this to what your niche is doing as well. So just keep that in mind, a little disclaimer, because again, there's no perfect homepage layout. So let's dive in. Let's talk about what are the 9 ingredients for a successful homepage. The first ingredient is that you need to have clear, visible navigation. So after reaching a company's website via some sort of referral site, whether that's Google or Facebook post or something, 50% of visitors will use the navigation menu at the top of your website to orient themselves and to figure out where they should go. I like to think of your website homepage a little bit like a hotel lobby. So I don't know if you noticed, but I'm in a hotel room right now. I'm actually at a conference in New Orleans, and I'm at the FinCon conference. It's been fun. But being in the hotel has kind of made me think about that. When you walk into the hotel lobby, it's like you can take the elevator and go up to a different floor. You can go check in at the check-in desk. You can go to the bellhop and do all the things you need with your, like, you have a little system in the lobby in order to orient yourself about where you need to go and take the next steps. So I like to think of your website really similarly to that. And so we need to make sure we have that clear, visible navigation. So here's an example, and we'll talk about these little pieces that make up clear menu navigation. Now, the screenshot that I have here is from one of my demo sites on one of my Kadence child themes. So don't pay attention to really what the words say, because that's not the purpose of this. But you do need to make sure that in the top left corner is typically the best layout. You want to have a small legible logo in that horizontal format if possible. If you have a real chunky logo, like a square logo or something like that, you may have to play around with the margins and have them fall on top or below. I'll show you an example of that in just a minute, in order so that there's not too much spacing all the way around in your menu. So I can dive into a little bit more explanation on that here in just a second. So horizontal format, if you've got one on your logo, and it needs to be small. I know a lot of my clients, whenever we work together, they're always asking, like, can you make my logo bigger? People don't necessarily need to know your logo anymore. You need to persuade them to research and buy on your website. So just make it so that it's visible and noticeable, but not the main thing. That's not the whole point of the website. The other thing that you need is 7 navigation options or less. So I'm talking about this part right here. You need 7 menu navigation options or less in order for people to kind of orient themselves around. And honestly, the less that you use, the better, especially if you are going for conversions. So the about, your blog, your contact, those are technically kind of ancillary things depending on your business. Those could go in the footer. We'll talk about the footer towards the end, but the footer is basically more like your junk drawer. It's an additional navigation place for you. So you can eliminate all of those kind of like ancillary items that are in your menu and put those in the footer so that you can streamline and get a more focused experience for your ideal client. So we'll look at some examples of menus, and I'll walk through that too. The other thing is just that there's an X over that, and that is because most people know that they can click on the logo in order to navigate back to the home screen. The only reason I would say keep it there is if you have maybe an elderly audience or something, or something along those lines where it needs to be super clear, or you don't have a lot of menu navigations because it's a one-page website or something like that. But for the most part, you can eliminate that. You also can have your shopping cart or search icons there. And then people typically like to read in a Z pattern down the page. So they'll take a look at the top left, scan all the way over. So you're on your website, your top right corner in your menu is your prime real estate. So if you can include a call to action with a button, that will be one of the most clicked items on your entire website. So I encourage you to add that button if you can. Now, if you have too many options, I totally understand. Then just do your best to illustrate those in the main navigation section. Now, if you will notice in my screenshot, I do not have social media icons in the header. Why do you think that is? If you are here in the comments, share that with me so that I can see. I'd love to know. Okay, so the reason that I don't want you to put any social media icons in the header is because especially if you want to convert your people into subscribers or customers, you don't want to send them into the abyss of social media land. As soon as you click over there, even if you're there for a specific person to follow you, you will get lost in the sea of notifications and all the flashy things that are going on. So I highly recommend that you do not want to send people away from your site. Yes, Tammy just said that. She said because you don't want to send people away from your site. Absolutely, absolutely. Okay, so I think that's a good overview of the clear menu navigation. I'm going to actually pop over here and show you an example of a really poor menu navigation. So why do you guys think that this doesn't work? I mean, I've already got it on the screen, so spoiler alert. But number one, the logo is way too large. Look at how much space it's taking up on the screen. That's what I was talking about. If you have a chunky logo and you add a little bit of padding on either side, there's going to be a ton of negative space down underneath your main navigation, like menu options, that it just doesn't work. Also, you cannot read the menu because there's not enough contrast between the photo and the words here. And the background photo is very visually overwhelming. So if you were to use this exact same layout, I would include a background overlay that's dark, like a dark black, that's maybe at an anywhere from a 50 to an 80% opacity, so that those white words will really pop off the screen. And I would totally reduce that logo over to the left-hand side. Yeah, Teresa, exactly. Can't read text, bad contrast. It's the worst. So here are some additional header navigation menu examples. So the business is from Business Insider. So that's like a new site example. Abby Connick, she is a illustrator, and she's actually one of my favorite people to follow. She teaches you how to use Illustrator. It's pretty cool. But she has a very focused menu navigation here, which I think is great. And her primary call to action on the right-hand side, she wants you to shop, which is great. And very clear. With the Membership Academy, this is a particular website that is only there to convert you into a member or allow you to sign in. So you won't find any additional menu options here. So depending on what the goal is of your main homepage, you may want to increase or reduce the number of options. So if you are doing something where you're like just trying to convert someone into a member or a sale or something like that, just keep it as clean as possible. And then on my website, I do have a chunky logo, but I actually have a negative margin on top and bottom. Have to do that with custom CSS, but it does allow me to include that without having too much spacing on the right-hand side. And arguably, I could probably lose a few of those menu items in my footer. And then Making Sense of Sense is a content creator, and she primarily writes content and, ad revenue, affiliate marketing. Those are her streams of income. And so in those cases, she's just going to immediately put her silo categories. I don't know if you guys have ever heard that term before, but essentially the blog post categories that are going to have a meaningful impact for her ideal clients. So if they want to learn about making money, working from home, she's got her categories up there instead of having services or blog. It makes more sense for her. So those are some good menu examples. The second ingredient we're going to be talking about is an effective hero section. Now, I'm curious if you guys know what the term hero section is, and also if you've ever heard of the term above the fold. We're going to be talking about that here. So the hero section is the very first thing that you see on your website before anyone ever scrolls. And I've already got the text here too, but we often refer to this as above the fold. So back in the day when newspapers were the only way we could get content and information, when it was folded, that is what you would see. And then if you open up the newspaper, everything below that was considered above the fold. Well, we use that same language here as website designers. And so your hero section is what your user will see on the screen before they begin to scroll. In this screenshot you see here, this is part of the DIY Dream Site membership. So this is, I have like 27 different hero section layouts inside of this template that you can one-click import directly onto your website. And so as you can see from this one screenshot, there's no one right or wrong hero section layout necessarily. It could be centered text. It could be left or right centered. There's a number of ways that you can design it, but the key is just making sure that you have the right things on a hero section. So what would make up an effective hero section? In this particular example, I'm going to be talking about a local or a service-based business. And I think that's really important. If you're here and you have a news site or you're a blogger, your hero section may or may not look the same as this, but we'll just go through these together. So first, it's got a high quality photo or graphics that are going to give context to your business. I think this is crucial. Stock photos that are like people cheesing, all awkward, that's not going to build that genuine connection. So let's just say that this is the Milo theme. This is one of our Kadence Child themes. And this is the hero section for that. So this is an imaginary person. This is a stock photo technically. But let's say if you were just going to look at these pictures, you would think that this was for a copywriter or someone who takes notes or something like that. So this is Gary asks, what do you think of a large slideshow as a hero section? And we'll talk about that towards the end, but we'll talk about sliders at the end. But in the photos, you just want to make sure that it's clear about what you do based on the visuals. So you don't want to have just a picture of like a family skipping through a field. If you are a dog trainer, like you got to have context. If you're a dog trainer, you got to put dogs in your photos. I feel like that's pretty straightforward, but some people actually do miss the mark on their photography. Make sure that they're high quality. The second thing is you want to have a short, direct headline that explains the who, the what, and the how, which we talked about earlier. And we'll look at my hero headline example is that mine says helping content creators and small biz owners easily launch your website and build a thriving business online. So right there, who, what, and how. The who is helping content creators and online business owners. The what is launch your website. The how is building a thriving business online. That's the transformation I'm going to help them achieve. And that's just one small example. We could go into hundreds later. The next part of the hero section is that you want to have a really short description that either explains your business or text that invites them to click your CTA button. So for instance, I'll actually give you I'll actually show you an example here in just a second. The fourth thing I want to share is that you also want to have a clear, strong call to action button that potentially can lead to a conversion or go over to a page that will help them get to that conversion. So let's talk about a poor hero section. In the comments, if you guys can, what is wrong with this? I don't know if you guys can type your fingers fast enough. But obviously, all we know is that there's a really beautiful woman on the screen and her hero section says, yay, you're here. And then we have a little bit of context. It says, get your free prayer book. So maybe she does something in the faith space, but not 100% sure. This is actually my beautiful client, Rachel Wojo, and she is incredible. I had the opportunity to work with her. She is a Christian writer, speaker, author, and let me show you the after of her hero section. So her hero section has been improved, and now her headline says, helping you cultivate faith to weather life's storms, struggling with anxious thoughts, grab 10 free prayers to calm your heart, plus enjoy our monthly Bible reading challenges. So what I love about this text is that description text is actually using it to call someone to action. And because she adds the plus, enjoy our monthly Bible reading challenges, that's going to already communicate, hey, there's going to be a reason to stick around on my email list, not just sign up for the one freebie I'm going to provide to you, which I really like this language. So it's clear that her goal of this hero section is to get email list signups. So I really think that this is a beautiful representation. And because she's obviously talking about weathering life storms and she writes a lot about grief, it makes sense to have a moving ocean background to really give that additional context. And then we decided to make her photo a little bit smaller. Yes, the CTA button is a lot more visible in this version. Five Figure Lifestyle said that. And Teresa said she has no idea what the business does in the previous version. Yeah, so you can see an amazing difference between the before picture and the after picture. Okay, so let's just say another example, since I was really talking about like online business owners and possibly local businesses for that top hero section. If your primary goal is to maximize ad revenue, like these two examples I'm going to show you, with a secondary goal of email subscribers, your hero section might look totally different. So Dash of Sanity is a client we're launching next week. So here's a sneak peek at her new design. And so her goal is to, again, maximize ad revenue and get people to her recipe posts. So it makes sense to get people into dinner or to find the dessert recipe that they want, or orient themselves really quickly with a quick icon. But it's really hard to see in this screenshot. This top bar says, get 10 free dinners to cook tonight. I believe that's exactly what it says. It's really small on my screen too. So if someone clicks on that, a modal will pop up and people can subscribe to her email list from there. So you can see the primary goal is just jump into my content. I've got lots to share with you, but if you also want these in your inbox, you can download those. Country Now is a country music news site that I designed as well. And similarly, they're obviously wanting to share the most recent news. So they just want people to jump right into their content, especially since it's timely. But if you see on the right-hand side of the screen, it says subscribe. If you click on that, it will pop up with a modal pop-up so that someone can actually join their email list and get the news in their inbox. So I just wanted to show you that the hero section is not going to look the same. It really depends on your niche and what your monetization goal really, or conversion goal is. Okay, let's go on to ingredient number 3, which is all about your problem section. So by talking about the problems our customers face, we will deepen their interest in everything we offer. Donald Miller said that in his book, Building a Story Brand. If you guys have not read that book, I highly recommend it. It's really great, especially if you are an online business owner. And so it's really important that you don't just say, yay, you're here, like Rachel did, and then just say, podcast, blog, about. I don't know anything about that business if that were the homepage that I was trying to read through. So let me give you some examples of problem sections. And I've tried to do my best to include the links to the website so that if you guys want to explore those sites, you can do that on your own later. But my website homepage says, does your current website feel outdated? And that part that's underlined, I couldn't get the movement captured, but I'm using Kadence's typed text feature, which I love. Thank you so much, Ben, for giving us that awesome upgrade. So that word outdated actually will backspace and will change to stagnant, uninspiring, unorganized, so that I'm able to outline multiple problems that people are having with their websites without it taking up a lot of space on the website. It's really effective, and it's also a lot of movement on the page, so it's nice and engaging for them to read. But it says if websites aren't your zone of genius, it's normal to feel this way. There's a lot of moving parts to designing a website and marketing your business online. Fortunately, websites and marketing are my jam, and I've got just the resources for you. So that's what my problem section is. And if someone reads that and they're like, yes, my website feels outdated, or yes, it's stagnant, or whatever, they're going to be like, oh, I'm in the right place. I'm exactly where I need to be. Let me keep reading. So it just it hooks them into the story that we're beginning to tell, and it draws them into the page. Rachel Wojo, she doesn't have a big section like I do. She just has a title that's actually above her services section, which we'll see here in just a minute. And hers says, tired of feeling spiritually overwhelmed. That is her problem section. So you technically can have a question here that's really effective because it's going to make the visitor think, oh yeah, that's me. And then it's like a confirmation and they're going to keep reading, but you don't have to. It doesn't have to be like this negative thing. KK Yoga says you deserve to be in alignment with yourself and life around you. So if someone is thinking I'm out of alignment, then this statement here is going to, again, affirm, you're right. I do deserve that. And I need that, but I'm stuck. I don't know how to get there. So they're going to then dive into reading more information about that. So I love this problem section. If you don't have it, I feel like a lot of websites miss out on this section, especially if you are a service-based business owner or a local business. I think it's really, really great to have something like this if you can work it in. Okay, so this screen that you see, we talked about the first three sections, the header navigation menu, hero section, and as well as the problem section. I typically love to see a website have those three stacked together, but the next ingredients that I'm going to share literally can be moved around as much as you want. So if you want to have ingredient number 8 underneath number 3 and ingredient number 6 underneath number 8, you can mix and match. So just keep that in mind that I like to have these three typically, especially for those service-based business owners, but ultimately then, sorry, I got distracted in the comment section, but ultimately you can mix and match here in just a minute. Okay, so let's move on to ingredient number 4. Next, I want you to make sure that you have a clear way for someone to work with you or buy your product. So this is when the buying takes place. So let's go ahead and I'll show you some examples. So one of the most popular like services layouts is a 3-column format. So in Rachel's example from rachelwojo.com, she has her problem section as the title of the section, and then she goes into the info boxes with the icons. So hers is an invitation to join her podcast, an invitation to choose a reading plan, and then also to, again, join her email list and get those free prayers. And then the other one is the Bluebird Center. We just launched her website. She and her team are a team of dietitians in London. And so I work with people all over the world. It's the best. I love it. And so her services are all about nutrition and eating disorders. And so she just wanted to show the options so people can click which one that they want best. But that's not the only format, right? So the Hawaii Vacation Guide is one of my dear clients as well. They're awesome. They sell Hawaii itineraries. And these are digital downloads. So they just want to display, hey, get a Hawaii itinerary of your vacation planning shortcut. And you can choose which island you're going to in order to get where you need. So that's another way to display this. If you are a restaurant, your services section is probably a little bit different. It might be just featuring your menu. Hey, discover our menu, come see what we have. And then you can either view the full menu in order for you to know what to eat when you come in, or you can click that button to order online. Another example, couldn't leave out Kadence in all of this. I love that Kadence has this section here. It's like want to build effective websites, which honestly is a little bit of the problem section kind of mixed in. And you can read more all about this, but then they have that get Kadence option. But look at the difference in the layout between all of these options. They're doing the same thing. They're functioning the same way, but we've got to give people a way to buy. On my website, I don't have them in one section. Mine are layered together. So it's okay if you don't have one section for your entire services. My first one is all about DIY resources for giving people access to shop the customizable themes. I call them like website in a boxes is basically what they are, like design shortcuts. And then underneath that, you keep scrolling down. There's a few extra sections. Then it's talking about joining the membership, which is a completely different thing. But you can see why the visuals that I've chosen here, I don't want these to all be fit together in one section. It makes sense to showcase the themes. It makes sense to showcase all of the value that's inside of that membership with a little tech stack picture here. And then there's a third section to work with me directly. So anyway, I just wanted to show you, going back through all of these, that there is no right or wrong way to design this necessarily, but you do want to make sure that you have that ingredient where people can work with you and buy your products. All right, ingredient number 5 is all about the about section. So when I say the about section, a lot of people will start to think about your about page. And I want you to know that the about section is not about you, and it's actually relatively short on the homepage. It's just enough information that someone can connect with you and learn how you can help and serve them. So leave out any unnecessary details like, hi, I'm Katie, I live in Arizona, I'm a mom. Like, all of that's great, but that needs to go on the actual about page, because you need to do 2 things in this about section, and that is to express empathy and authority. So empathy is saying, like, we know what it's like to experience XYZ that you're going through. And we've helped thousands of people, or we're qualified to help you because we have all these accolades, or we have this degree, or we've helped other people do the same thing. So you want to ultimately create like a little formula here of introducing yourself and your brand, and then use empathy and authority. We know what it's like too, and that's why we are equipped to help you in these banners. So try to leave out all of the personal type details, because at the end of the day, people are only there to learn how you're going to help and serve them. Next, I'm going to show you some examples here. So you can see mine in the yellow. That is the empathy. So I say, I know what it's like to feel frustrated and confused by all the moving pieces it takes to launch a website and market effectively. And then starting in the green is where I go through all of the authority. I won't read through all of it. You can pause this video later in order to read it. And then here's milestonemom.com. She does something similar, except she flip-flopped it. So she has her authority piece first, because that's relevant for her industry. Then she has her empathy piece second. So she says, hi, I'm Erica. I'm a pediatric developmental therapist, certified teacher, and mom. And I'm passionate about helping parents not only learn different areas of their child's development, but also figure out what to do if there's a suspected delay. And then she goes into, I know how hard it can be to navigate. So that's the empathy piece that she's added there. And then Michelle from Making Sense of Sense, she kind of weaves hers all together, where she's saying, I started this for her own path to basically financial freedom, excuse me. And then she gives an example right away. For example, she was able to pay off $38,000 in student loans in 7 months. So in this example, she's not only starting with just like introducing and building that connection, but she immediately hits you with that authority. So she kind of weaves those pieces in, but they don't have to be super long. They can be short and sweet and just get on to the point. Ingredient number 6. How y'all doing? In the comments, if you guys are getting value, let me know. I would love to know if this is going well for you. Okay, number 6 is all about social proof. So social proof is a marketing strategy based on the idea that people are more likely to take a specific action if they see others doing the same thing. If a shopper isn't sure about your product or service, they will often look around and see what other people think about your brand before they make a decision. And this is according to Forbes, pulled this from Forbes. So there's lots of ways that we can incorporate social proof. And on this next slide, I've got a few examples. So you can have a logo farm, or just like a place where you've been featured. So you can do like an as seen on or a featured, or you can even have these little little icon section, like the second one. So I believe this one is from Trustpilot, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if I remember where I grabbed that screenshot from. But this one's saying trusted by 70,000 active members, 4.7 out of 5 based on 9,300 reviews. So this is just showing numbers like, hey, we don't just do this for fun or help our family. Like, we're doing this for the masses. And look at all the people that we've helped. So even just these like little snippets of data can be really valuable. Obviously, testimonials is another way. So you can highlight one testimonial and feature it. Or like the screenshot on the right-hand side, you can have a whole lot of testimonials that are showing there. Okay, this is my client from moneymakingmommy.com. And so Kelly has her about section, and then she immediately includes her logo farm right underneath that. So when it comes to social proof, you really want to kind of sprinkle this around throughout your website. So this is, you may have like 3 or 4 social proof sections even on your homepage and all throughout your website. So you might have a testimonials, like, so in my example, I'll give you my example. When I go to my website, in between my 2 services, since I have them stacked apart, I have a grouping of 2 testimonials that speak to both of those services. So it's like I sprinkled that in. And then at the very bottom of my website, I also have the trusted by. So instead of saying, these are all the places I've been featured in, I say, these are all the clients that trust me. And that's another way to build that credibility, because this ultimately, social proof is a credibility builder, and people want to do business with people they know, like, and trust. I'm sure you guys have heard that. Ingredient number 7 is having some sort of email list sign up on your page. So I want you to get your visitors' email addresses and be able to contact them anytime you want, regardless of algorithm changes. So I'm sure many of you are really familiar right now with the Google Helpful Content Update. I have several clients who got just slammed by their traffic is just abysmal after this dang update by the algorithms. And so it's a really great time during times like these to make sure that on your website, you are getting people's emails long after they're no longer visiting your website, so you can follow up with them and nurture them again, independent from any algorithms that are going on and long after they have left your website. So there's a few ways you can do that. The first way is to give away something for free. It's called a lead magnet or an opt-in in exchange for their email. So this is the Hawaii. Oh, I have the wrong text there. This is actually the Hawaii Vacation Guide. I'm sorry, I missed that. The Hawaii Vacation Guide allows you to download their cheat sheets. And if you click on it, a little modal pop-up will appear, and then you could type in your email address. And so they will send that to you via email, and then you'll be on their email list, and they'll provide additional value until you unsubscribe. And then on the cookingmom.com, the Cooking Mom is one of my first food blogs I ever did. It was such a joy to work with Amy. And hers just says, my recipes, your inbox. Join over 15,000 others, which is another tactic to add that social proof in as well. So by adding that number 15,000, it's like, oh, dang, there's a lot of people that already enjoy her recipes. I want to be one of them too. So that's another great social proof piece. And if you click on that sign up now button, this is the little modal pop-up that we designed here, and you can see all of that. And all of this, again, all of these examples that I'm sharing with you, I literally built in Kadence because Kadence is incredible. Okay, this is for makingsenseofsense.com, and she just has us subscribe to our newsletter. She says, get valuable financial insights, expert tips, and inspiring stories delivered to your inbox. I typically don't like to advise people to do just to sign up to my newsletter, because people really don't want more news in their inbox. They want to know that you're going to be there to support them and give value. But Michelle's the OG of blogging, so it makes sense for her in this case. But if you're kind of in the newer phase of your business, I highly recommend doing what the Hawaii Vacation Guide did and like give away value in exchange for their email for free, because this is ultimately their first transaction with you. So you want to make it count and you want to provide that value. So this is another way you can do that. And also we used a Lottie animation right here for this little thing. So if you actually go to makingsenseofsense.com, you can see all of her animation that we are using for Lottie. Gary says, do you recommend getting name and email or just email? The more form fields that you have on your form, the more friction is there. So the less form fields can lead to higher conversion. So I would honestly say test it. And do you need someone's first name? I personally love to have someone's first name so I know who I'm talking to and how I'm building a relationship with them, because I do read my emails when people reply. So like I want to know who I'm talking to and all of that, but it's not necessary. And a lot of marketers like don't really care to include their first name. They'll just say, hey, and then a comma in their email list instead of using their first names and personalizing. So it's really a personal preference, and also maybe worth testing, because you may can increase your conversions on that depending on whether that name field is there or not. Okay, let's move on to ingredient number 8. And this is to feature your best content. So blogs, YouTube videos, or podcasts. If you are not currently doing this, then obviously omit this, but I highly recommend that you do start content creation. It's a great way to get some organic traffic, especially if you can rank or you can build some traffic to those places. So here are some examples. So Rachel Wojo, hers said the latest from Rachel. It's a picture of her podcasting because that's her primary resource. And then she's got her episode names that are flowing in here. I've also got, I'm going to go down on this screenshot. This is from poshpennies.com. She has a section on her website that's talking about, I love finding all the best decor deals online. We have a little feature of the little couches, and then she's featuring her posh picks is what she calls them. The making sense of sense. There's another like grid of blog posts. There's 100 ways you could design these, but ultimately you want to get your best articles in front of people. And also, if you want to make sure that, like, if you have I'm going to go kind of an advanced tip here. Domain authority is an arbitrary number, but it is helpful. So like if a lot of people are linking back to your main homepage and you want to push some of that domain authority to some of your main blog posts, I highly recommend actually individually linking which posts that you want people to see here. That's also a great monetization strategy, especially if you've got some really high converting affiliate posts in there. So instead of just letting it be a most recent blog roll, actually curate this section so that it's the most helpful information, makes you the most money, things like that. Okay. Oh, the other thing I was going to say is if you are a local business and you're thinking, I don't know about blogging, answer your customers frequently asked questions in blog posts. And then as soon as they click into it, they'll read a whole thing, and you can provide more calls to action either in the sidebar or throughout your content in order to take that next step and become the customer. So if there is a question in their mind and you can address that right there on the page without them having to call you or anything like that, they boom, get their answer, and then they convert, then that's a really great resource to include on your homepage. Okay, and ingredient number 9 is your final call to action. So I like to say on every page, don't let there be a dead end road. Don't want someone to get to the end of a page on your website and be like, cool, all right, X, I'm leaving this website. So when you can include a final call to action, this is a nonprofit website from impactfrance.org. This is one of my clients. And theirs says, will you stand with the French? And then I'm going to read the second sentence. Let's unite and allow Jesus to shine his light through French believers. Learn how you can join us and share Jesus's light in France. And then there's 2 buttons. You can support a French ministry or you can get email updates. And then it goes into the footer, which is the junk drawer. So I don't have a ton of examples. I just wanted to show you this one. I think you'll get the picture of this, but have that final call to action and make sure that people know, like, don't leave without doing the one thing that you really want them to do. This is the bonus. So this would make number 10 if we were calling it ingredient number 10, but don't forget about the footer. Again, this is like the junk drawer of your website. It provides an additional way for your users to navigate around your site. So this is where you want to put your social media icons. This is where you want to put all of the places. So if you are a content creator and you have a lot of categories, put them all down here so people can easily navigate. If you want it to be really slim and small, that's fine too. I know a lot of people ask me, should I include my Instagram feed in my footer? And I would say 100% depends on your strategy. If social media is one of your primary ways that people find you, then it makes sense. Otherwise, I think it can be a distraction and when someone gets to the bottom, instead of doing your call to action, they might wind up going over to social media. And again, they bounce and you lose them and you miss a conversion. So I would say only unless social media is one of your primary marketing strategies and you've got solid funnels in your social media accounts, then I would put it in the footer. But a lot of people will do it just because it looks pretty. And my philosophy is we're not here to build pretty websites. We're here to build connecting and converting websites, or websites that connect and convert. Okay. So let's recap all of these together. Ingredients for a successful homepage. And you'll see the straight line. I typically like to advise that those are all together. So like the footer and the first 3, I like those have to be in that order. And then all the other ones, sprinkle it around like confetti, move things around in a way that works for you. So again, clear, visible navigation, effective hero section, a problem section, ways to work with you or buy your products, about section that expresses that empathy and authority, social proof to build trust and credibility, your email list sign up, featuring your best content, final call to action, and then your footer and your junk drawer. So let's now talk for just a second about what that homepage process looks like. Now you kind of know what goes on the homepage. Well, what does that look like? Step one, you need to outline and wireframe. And I'll talk a little bit here about how I do that. Step two, then you need to write all the content, gather the photos, get everything that you're going to need in order to go into the design and the build phase. One thing I see, especially DIYers, a mistake I see DIYers make a lot is that they wind up just opening up their Kadence builder and they're like, great, I'm going to build my homepage. And maybe they're looking at a template or something like that, but then they're trying to squeeze their content into this template or just staring at a blank page. And I really want you to work on your content for your strategy for conversion and connection off of the website builder. So do that first. So let's talk about what that looks like. Remember, content dictates design, not the other way around. So you can do wireframing. There's a picture down here that's showing you like what a real wireframe looks like. It looks like just kind of like a grayed out version. You can't really see text. We just know the title's going to go there. We know a button will be here. There are really cool tools that you can use, fancy tools like Adobe XD and Figma and all of that. But most of my clients aren't ready to learn a tool like that. And so I just tell them to go open up a Google Doc, like what you see on the right-hand side. If you see a hero section that you like out in the wild and you're going to build your own website from scratch using Kadence, you take a screenshot of it, right? So like this is one of my hero sections that are in my DIY Dream Site library. So I use this and I built this for my own business if this were what my website looked like. So I had a picture of a website and a picture of myself, and then I have my title. But as you can see down below, there's this little table. You can see title goes here, subheadline goes here, button text goes here. So this is a good way to just like get your ideas going. Like, okay, how do I want this to look? How would I wireframe this in like a table format? Even just basic text is fine. Just get the flow down and going. Then come back after you're like happy kind of with the flow of the layout. Then go back and actually add your title. Actually work on that description. Actually put all of your about content, etc. in there. So going back, then you would go into the design and the build phase. So you can design and build a Kadence either from scratch, or you can use the built-in templates that Kadence provides. I am super grateful for everything that they offer. If you are a beginner, you can really build a website for free using Kadence. It's incredible. They're very generous with the amount of tools that they provide for free. So get started just by using their design library and using one of their starter templates. But if you're going to use one of their starter templates, customize it based on the content you created. So you might need to move sections around or customize a section. But it's a great way. A template is a great way to have a starting point and not have to build completely from scratch. If you want even more resources for templates and things like that, DIYDreamSite.com, like I mentioned before, we have custom child themes. We have Kadence child themes, and we are just getting started with building our shop. We've got 2 in there now. Around Black Friday, we'll have 2 more in there. We're going to have a new style site as well as a food blog site theme in there coming around Black Friday. And also we have, you can access the membership. So if you already have a theme and you're happy with it, you just want the templates, more templates, tutorials, and coaching to build your site, then that's a great place to get even more design shortcuts. So I know that child themes are not required with Kadence because of the way that they've built the tool. It's really incredible, actually. But if you want basically a website in a box or a design shortcut, that's really the main reason to get a child theme. So anyway, I just wanted to share that additional resource. These are not free. These are paid resources. So, but I'd be happy to help you guys figure out how to DIY your own website if that's for you. And then my last thing I'll share is that if you did want to work with me, again, you can work with us on those DIY resources I just talked about. And you can also hire me and my team. I have 1 full-time designer working with me right now. I've got a few VAs. And if you need us to restyle one of your themes. So one of the themes that are in DIY Dream Site, we'll do the whole setup and walk you through the whole process of kind of like a custom site, but we're going to start with the design. And I also do custom design projects for clients too. And I also have a bunch of free blog posts. You can join my email list to get tips and updates as well. So I really, really hope that you guys found this really valuable. And that's all that I have to share with you guys today. Thanks so much for having me. It was really, really an honor. I think we've got a few minutes for Q&A if Michelle wants to pop back. Cool.
Yeah. Hey, Katie, thank you so much. That was so, wow. First of all, I think you talk faster than I do, which is like
Oh, do
a
I?
lot to be said. It's like, I've got so much to share. I just want to get it all out there, which was fantastic.
Yep.
I'm going to leave the screen up for just a second. If you want to
Sure.
follow up with Katie later, take a screenshot right now because it's going away in 3, 2, 1. All right. I want to make sure people have an opportunity to make sure to follow up with you later. We
Great,
do have
great.
just a
Thank
couple
you.
questions. I was trying really hard to follow along and like not pull up questions you already answered. So if you've already answered them, please tell me.
Okay,
But the
I
first
will.
one I want to bring up is from Matt Howell, who wants to know if the newsletter doesn't already take away traffic from the call to action. So if somebody has a newsletter, sign up.
I would say it depends on what your primary call to action is. So there's typically like a primary and a secondary. So if your primary call to action is work with me, then that would be what you put like in the top corner of of the navigation bar, as well as in like the hero section. But then I would put the email list sign up kind of down towards the bottom because it's not competing. If someone like makes it all the way down to the bottom section, then you'll have your email list sign up. There's also other ways to capture email list signups as well. So like blog sidebar, you can insert Kadence element hooks within your actual content. If you're a pro user, you can use the element hooks feature with Kadence. It's my favorite feature of all time, by the way. Literally would die if I didn't have that. So you can use other tools within Kadence and other parts of your website to convert those people. But if you put it further down the page, then no, it won't distract from your primary call to action.
It's not like putting two things side by side and saying which one's it going to be, right? Trisha asks,
Right, exactly.
If you're talking about content first, then shouldn't wireframing happen second when you were talking about wireframing?
I like to. It's really half a dozen. 6, I don't remember what the phrase is. It's whatever you really want to do. It's whatever works for your workflow. For me, I like to let me think about the layout that I want while also considering the content. But sometimes I know that I need a title and I know I need a description, but I don't know what I'm gonna say in that description, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So sometimes I like to start with the wireframing more so I can get the flow of the overall layout before I dive into the minutia of like, okay, what am I going to say about my empathy section or my authority section? So it's kind of just like that general sketch, honestly, than it is. And you can use paper and pen if you want to in order to just like sketch it out instead of like wireframing out a Google Doc. Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. And then Tim wanted to know, he said that you mentioned downloads and PowerPoint. Are you going to make those available to us?
I can. I don't have it yet, but if you'll go to katyboykin.com/amplify, I will be sure. I'm at a conference right now, so it may be a few days before I can get that up, but I will have those available just as soon as I can. So katyboykin.com/amplify. I will be sure to have my slide deck if you guys want to download that from this presentation.
Yep. And if you send those over to us at Kadence, we'll make sure they go up on our after event materials as well. Katy, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. It's been great. I'm going to pull up a couple quick banners. I know you said nobody wants a newsletter, but I'm still putting ours up there because the Kadence newsletter has some really good stuff. Well, right, we have the podcast. We have some great stuff. You find out what's happening, what's coming down the pike, what new things we're putting into Kadence and how we're making improvements continually. So if you do want to be on our mailing list, go to kadencewp.com/newsletter-subscribe. Over on Twitter/X, we are at KadenceWP, as we are also on Instagram. We will be back in about 7 minutes at the top of the hour with Craig Hewitt. Katy, thank you so much for spending some time with us today. Really appreciate you being here. Enjoy the rest of your conference and enjoy your weekend. We shall see you later. Thanks. And so we'll be back in a little more than 5 minutes, and we'll be talking to Craig Hewitt, who is going to be presenting to us on how to integrate your podcast and website for a seamless listener experience. So be sure to join us in just a couple minutes for that. Welcome back. Rounding out the top of our track 2 today is Craig Hewitt. So Craig is the founder at Castos, where they help podcasters like me grow their audience and monetize their content. He shares daily insights about growing a leading media brand and B2B thought leadership over on LinkedIn. So make sure to give him a follow over there. And bring in Craig in now. Hey, Craig.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I'm good. Thanks so much for having me.
Of course, you know I'm a huge Castos fan. You guys have all my podcasts, so for all the different brands I do. So it's really awesome to have you here today and to learn more about what Castos is doing. And can I just give a quick plug too before I turn things over to you? Castos made a decision very recently to make transcripts for your podcast free. And I just have to say that when it comes to accessibility, making things more accessible by making them accessible to people who maybe don't have the money and the time and the effort to be able to do those things for themselves, to make that transcript, to make that free to people like me who are doing multiple podcasts or even just one, is just such a wonderful decision. And I love the accessibility that it gives so that we can put transcripts out there for people who are deaf and hard of hearing. So thank you for that.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic. All right, so your topic today is how to integrate your podcast and website for a seamless listener experience. I'm going to take myself out of here, bring your screen up, and the floor is yours.
Sounds good. Right. So yeah, first of all, thank you all for having me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here today. So I'm Craig Hewitt. I'm the founder of Castos. We're a podcast hosting and analytics platform. We also are the owners and maintainers of the Seriously Simple Podcasting plugin kind of family for WordPress. And that's really kind of how we got our start in the podcasting space and the WordPress spaces with our plugin. And today we're a SaaS tool with a plugin that we spend a lot of time and love and energy on. And so today I'm really going to be talking about kind of podcasting in general a little bit. Podcasting as it relates to content strategy from a marketing perspective. And then quite a bit about, from my experience, helping folks through our professional services at Castos Productions, just from being in podcasting for maybe almost as long as Michelle, about 8 years, and just seeing a lot in the space, things that I believe are best practices. And then actually going to share a little bit about how Kadence does this really, really, really well, really simply, and takes almost all the work off your plate. And so that's what I have to go through today. I hope that there are questions along the way. Please interrupt me. Please drop something in so that I can pause and take a break and answer questions, and we can have this be as much of a two-way discussion as possible. So please drop a comment in, and I'll stop anytime and answer questions kind of contextually as we go. So that is what I have. So okay, so you should see the stats slide now if I have my tech right. So just generally, I think podcasting and a lot of so I'm in North America, but lived in Europe for 5 years. So I get the kind of US centricity of a lot of stuff. But in podcasting, it really is quite true. The US is kind of the biggest focus center for podcasting, somewhere around 75 podcast listeners, 5 million podcasts worldwide, 70 million episodes. A third of the population here in the US listens to podcasts regularly. And almost 80% of the US population are aware of podcasts, even if they don't listen regularly. And about 30% listen on a weekly basis. So as we were just talking about newsletters and how nobody wants another newsletter, I think all of us can agree everybody loves podcasting. Everybody loves listening to podcasts, keeping up with their friends and mentors and people they look up to, people in their community like WordPress. And it's just a really great medium. And we'll talk about mediums or media in a bit. It's a really great way to share your message in long form storytelling format. And the big one, I think, for this crowd is, and this actually surprised me quite a bit, only 22% of people tune into podcasts as they're commuting. So in the car, on the train, on the subway, walking or biking to work. The only place I listen to podcasts is at the gym because I work from home, so I don't commute. But when I was in my previous life, I listened to a ton of podcasts, and it was entirely during commuting. I didn't listen any other time. So this actually surprised me quite a bit. I kind of thought it would be the other way around, but this is really good news for website builders and themes and WordPress folks, because to me, this means folks are tuning into podcasts on our websites maybe a lot more than we think. So let's dive into that a little bit. Before we do, I want to talk about kind of like where podcasting fits into all of the other stuff that we all do as the term we use is media brands. So I think there's a term in the SaaS world that every brand is a media brand. And really what that means is every brand, like Kadence, is doing a podcast, is doing an email newsletter, is doing blog content, are doing events and webinars like this, are doing, you talked about Black Friday and Cyber Monday promotions, have a YouTube channel. We're all doing all of this stuff, right? And so the question is, when we go to make a piece of content, how do we decide where that should go almost, right? So I want to create this piece of content. Ooh, this could be a good podcast episode. This also could be a good YouTube video piece. This could be a blog post. This maybe should just be an email newsletter to a subset of my list. And so I would encourage everyone to think, I would encourage everyone to think, to in a way to like pair the medium with the message that you want to send. So don't just say like, oh, I need to put out a blog post or a podcast episode this week, but I want to talk about this thing. Which of the media that I just listed is the best place to tell that story or relay that message or connect with the audience? I didn't even put in things like social media, but that's just a whole nother ball of wax. And I think that this is kind of a complicated decision that us as business owners or marketers need to make. It's like, okay, we have this thing we want to say. How do we say it, and where do we say it best so that it's received and I can interact with my audience? So I would encourage us all to kind of think this way: is like, okay, I want to say this thing. Where do I say it? Just instead of kind of filling those buckets on autopilot. Okay, so want to talk about, from my perspective, the kind of 5 or 6 elements of a really great podcast website. And then we're going to walk through a live example of what I think is a really great podcast website. And the first one is the hero section. I tuned in earlier on the YouTube live stream and saw someone talking about hero sections, arguably like the most important part of any website, because it's the thing that once the page loads, everyone sees. And so super important. And so we want to get a couple of things right here. And this is from our website. And I use this, and there's a couple of different examples I'll show just to kind of illustrate that there are multiple ways to do this. For one of our podcasts called Creative Architects, we wanted to kind of go simplistic and minimalist here, not have any kind of imagery, not have any kind of calls to action here, but just to use the hero section to set the scene of what this page is all about. And so we have just the title and a little bit of a description. And below that, we have the subscribe bar, which I'll go through more detail in a minute. So for me, the goal here is I want to give the title of the podcast and then a brief description about the show and probably who the host is. Kind of think about this like a podcast intro. A lot of us hear the intro and it kind of says these things too, right? Who am I? Why am I here? Maybe why should you care? And then what should someone hope to get out of listening to this show? Another one from WP Water Cooler here, similar kind of thing, right? What's the name of the show? Who's on it in this case? And then they have 2 CTA buttons to either watch on YouTube or listen now on the website. And they probably have embedded players here too. Nice thing about this one and why I included this screenshot is I like the cover image of the show on the right. And this is neat because you arguably would be coming to this website from a podcasting player like Spotify or Apple Podcasts, and having the kind of visual consistency carry through there from I was on my phone watching to I'm on the website now, and the website looks like the cover image. It actually has the cover image on it. Like that visual consistency going through for the listener makes them feel like they're in the right place. Definitely a couple times I've gone from, podcast player and Pocket Cast to a website, and I'm like, whoa, I don't think I'm in the right place because this looks really different and the cover image is outdated or something like that. So let's go through kind of the effort to make sure that the scent of the show is the same all the way through for the listener of the website journey. I'm going to talk more about YouTube as it pertains to podcasting later, but suffice it to say, like super, super, super important. So we'll couch that for now, but definitely come back to it in a bit. And this one I threw in because it's just really different. Jay Shetty. I like this one because it's not about him at all. It's about his guests, right? So this is a little bit of kind of credibility, right? And saying like, hey, he's a big shot. He's had these big names on, but also I think it relates to me like instantly. Well, this show isn't about Jay at all. It's about the people that he has on and how they tell a story and add value to me as a listener. So this one's pretty different, but definitely something I would consider is like if we break the mold of the hero section being just about the podcast, maybe it's just about the people on the podcast instead. Cool. So the next section, typically, like right below that, is just a list of episodes, right? So for the WP Constellation show, pretty standard episode list here. I like the specific images that they have over here for each episode. Sometimes you can imagine this be like the headshot of a guest or the title of an episode. They're just using episode numbers here that are slightly colored differently. And then on the right, episode 8, episode 7, episode 6, and a little snippet about what it's about. Nice thing here is when somebody lands on the site, they scroll down past the hero section. They're going to want to see what the episodes are about, and they're going to want to drill down into an individual one. And this episode list or grid, as we'll talk about in a minute, gives you that opportunity. Next one from WP Builds, similar. I think the opportunity here maybe is instead of just the name and the image, or like the title of the episode and the image, it is just a little blurb about what it's about, right? You could definitely use like the excerpt of the post to do this. It would kind of add a lot of real estate to those cards, but I think that does a lot to kind of increase the click-through rate probably on the site here, to say like, hey, it's not just the title of the episode that I'm interested in. It's like, hey, what is this about? Like, give me 2 sentences to let me kind of figure out what this is about, to see if I want to click through and then listen and engage with the post. And from the 99% invisible site, I like this one because, and we do this on our blog. We don't do this, interestingly, on our podcast pages, but we do this on our blog to have the newsletter subscribe field really just below the navigation. I really like this because arguably, like when somebody comes to your site to engage with a piece of content, they're kind of like a hot lead, right? They have a lot of intent to engage with you. And the thing that most of us as marketers want to do is get somebody's email so we can follow up and contact them later, share new stuff that we're doing, give them more resources and value. Email, is just the best way, I think, across kind of all medium to do that on demand and on schedule and in context a lot of ways. And so I would definitely consider putting this subscribe bar in, this email opt-in, I should say, subscribe bar in, because it's just a really great opportunity. Somebody comes here, they want to check out the episodes. Oh, you have this value proposition of a newsletter. Some percent of people are going to opt in here, and some percent are just going to go listen or watch the show. So I would consider this in like the building of your episode kind of archive page is putting an email subscribe kind of block in. Cool. So talked about subscribe in terms of nomenclature. There's kind of probably a couple things that I mix up a little bit when I talk about subscribing. A lot of times that's from a podcasting perspective. So sorry, I should say maybe like an opt-in area for email, but we're going to be talking about podcast subscribe next. So for Kim's show here, right in the hero section, just below the kind of name and description is the subscribe area, right? A lot of people come to these websites to subscribe because they want to subscribe on their phone so that they are going to get every episode. And really, as a podcaster, that is the thing that you want people to do, right? If they're checking you out for the first time and they listen to an episode, they go, "Ooh, this is cool. I want more of this," right? I want more of what Michelle is saying or what Kim is saying. You want an easy way for them on the platform. So Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher actually is no longer, and Google Play or Google Podcasts is about to be no longer. So we need to update these. But like, you want to say like, I have all of the options for you. I'm not going to make you do a bunch of work to find my podcast in Pocket Casts or Overcast or wherever. I'm listing all of them here. And the other example we have is like from one of our pre-built sites on our hosting platform. We just have all of them here, right? We have 6 or 8 different listening directories here. And this is a screenshot from just below the hero section. So probably like hero section, subscribe bar, and then episode list is how I would do it. And as we look at the live example on the Kadence theme example, that's exactly how they've done it. So no surprise there. But the goal here again is make it easy for folks visiting the site so that they can tune in and subscribe to the podcast as easily as possible and list every possible place that your show is. And the one thing that's interesting here is we do list the RSS feed as a destination. So a bit of a technical kind of detour. RSS is really just how podcasting works, a lot like a blog RSS feed, and WordPress folks would know this well. It's just a list of items, right? And that's really all a podcast is. It has kind of a meta area, and that is like the name of the show and the cover image and the description, stuff like that. And then it's just a list of items, and those are episodes. If someone comes and says like, hey, I don't listen to podcasts on any of these directories, not on Overcast or Pocket Cast or Apple Podcast, I want to manually subscribe to this on my own, I built my own podcast player, or the player that I listen to podcasts on is not listed here, show the RSS feed or link to the RSS feed so that they can manually subscribe to your podcast there. And that's really all that podcasting directories are, is just lists of RSS feeds that they've parsed and made look pretty. But Apple Podcasts and Spotify are actually more akin to like Google of podcasts. Cool. The next one is pretty quick. Social sharing, right? I think one of the goals of this is like if somebody is enjoying the content, we want to make it easy for them to share it with other folks, right? So how can we share this out to social media? Is kind of one thing I would have on every page. And actually, in some of my research for this, I didn't see this as often as I thought I would on sites that I was looking at. And so I'd be curious, like maybe in the comments, like is having social sharing buttons on sites not a thing anymore? I would just be curious to hear other folks' feedback, because I looked at about 25 sites and I didn't see this on hardly any of them. So not talking about actually the screenshot I have here, which is like, go check me out on Facebook or Twitter or LinkedIn or whatever, but like share this to Twitter or share this to LinkedIn kind of buttons. I didn't see that as much as I thought I would. And that was pretty surprising. So if anybody has like feedback, I'm not a website builder or designer, so just curious what the latest goodness is there. Cool. And then, these 2 pages are, especially as you get more serious about your podcast, like by far the most important pages on the site, because this is where like actual business interest will happen. The first one is the about page, right? So who are you, right? Who are you and why should I care, right? Like, okay, I'm on this podcast website, I'm interested, that's cool. Who is this person? Like, I listen to them and I hear them talk, but like I want the backstory. I want to see their face, right? Because like audio podcasting, especially just an audio medium, we don't get to see people. Like, who are you? What's your backstory? Where do you work? What are you up to? How can I engage with other stuff that you're doing? And an about page is really, really powerful here. As you have kind of super fans who are engaging with your stuff, this is where they will go after they come to your site, they listen to an episode, and they're like, this is cool. How do I go connect with Amy now? Oh, I'll go find her, and now she's down on Twitter. I can do that, or something like that. So I would encourage everyone on the podcast website to have these 2 pages. One is an about page, and the other is a sponsor page, right? I'm going to read this comment from Brenda. Our convention is to limit social sharing opportunities for visitors in order to keep them on site for conversions. The share buttons are now mostly for individual blog posts. Cool. Yeah, I mean that makes sense. You will share a couple screenshots and a little bit of where social sharing is built into the podcast player that we have. And I totally get that we want to keep people on the pages. I just also think that credibility and discovery of podcast is almost entirely driven by by sharing, right? Like think about the last time you listened to a new podcast. It probably was because somebody that you know or trust recommended it to you. So I love when people share podcasts, and I think that like it should be a goal of us. And maybe it's just that happens in a different way or in a different place. It definitely happens in the mobile apps a lot too. Cool. Thank you, Brenda. Kind of just getting back. So this is an example from WP Coffee Talk. They have on their sponsor page just like a whole credit card form. Like you can go and sponsor the show right there. I thought this was a really good example of like what's possible. Is just like, hey, have a way for people to pay you directly right there. At Castos, we have a called Castos Commerce where you can go and donate to podcasters right on their website. And that's really cool. I think that the other thing that I don't have a slide for here, but is probably a nice middle ground is kind of like a sponsor press kit, right? So like, hey, if you're interested in sponsoring my show, here's the deal, right? Here is how big my audience is. This is like the size of my email list. These are the kind of rough demographics that I know of my audience. This is how many listeners or subscribers I get. This is how often I publish, and this is how I will promote your sponsorship of the podcast. And then these are kind of the terms, right? So it's an 8-episode sponsorship opportunity, and it's $5,000, whatever that number is, right? But if you or a client that you're building a website for are going to be recruiting sponsors, they're going to want all that information. So it's kind of I think better and more professional to have that right on the site, because to me it gives a good air of professionality and sets the expectation that like, hey, I'm legit. Like I'm in this to like have serious sponsors. I'm expecting to get paid for it. This is not a $10 a month kind of thing. This is kind of decent money that I'm asking for. And I kind of have that expectation of myself and my content, and that will help align you with those kind of sponsors in the end too. So that is sponsorship. So 2 pages I really think you want to have are about page. So telling about you and your co-host, and there's kind of what the show is about. So this is a weekly show or it's an interview show. We live stream on YouTube as well, just give some details there. And then a sponsor page anywhere from like the WP Coffee Talk one here where people can pay, or really like a press kit for sponsors. Just like, hey, here's the deal. Here's what our show is. And if you want to sponsor, this is the opportunity. All right. Okay, so we talked about the episode list or grid before. The next one I want to talk about is like a single episode page, right? And this is important, and I think this is not going to be a surprise to a lot of folks, but what I see sometimes is actually a really popular WordPress podcast had this. A page with just a bunch of players on it, or a single kind of what we call a playlist player on it. And we do have this with our plugin and our hosting, but this is definitely not optimal from like an SEO perspective. And Michelle was talking about transcripts. At Castos, we transcribe all episodes for free for 2 real reasons. One is accessibility, right? So folks who are hard of hearing or deaf need to be able to read the transcript because they can't listen, right? But the other reason is discoverability in SEO, that, a 45-minute conversation is about 15 pages of a transcript. That's just a lot of content for Google to parse, to understand more about what this page is about. I think that like the second step that we all should take, but the first one is just like, hey, have an individual page or post in WordPress parlance for each episode. And so this is just an example of like, from the Women in WP show, like each episode is a post, and it has the title and the date and the description, and then it embeds the player here. And this is an example of the player that we build with Seriously Simple Podcasting. So from my perspective, in terms of discoverability, like homepage, list of episodes, each episode has its own post, players embedded there. Just another example, and this is kind of a screenshot of kind of like what the whole page might look like on one of our kind of hosted websites through the Castos platform, and you get kind of a good sense of the whole kind of flow here as well. Cool. The next one is like I think everybody's favorite thing to talk about is the player. The thing with the player is we want a chance, first of all, for people to listen, but then to do kind of two things. One is subscribe and one is share. So we're going to talk about that here in a bit. So the Lifter LMS cast, Chris and Kim Coleman talk about all things kind of courses here. They are hosted on SoundCloud, and so they embed the SoundCloud player here. Actually, I really liked SoundCloud player when we were designing ours. We tried to take quite a bit of inspiration from this. It's pretty simple. It just got a big old orange listen button there, and then the kind of wave line stands across the screen. So that's fine. Like this is an iframe, and you just paste this in, and that's all cool. Mentioned our WordPress plugin called Seriously Simple Podcasting. It automatically embeds the player on the page once you've uploaded an audio file within the post. And this is what it looks like. Does a lot of the same things. We have a couple more kind of bits and bobs, fast forward or like speed adjustment, skip forward, skip back, volume control, things like that, as well as subscribe area and share area. And I think that's probably the next slide that I have here. Yep, cool. Okay, so talked about the subscribe bar that would be on the homepage or a landing page. Similarly, if somebody's on the individual episode post and they want to subscribe, we want to give them a way to do that. Used to be we listed that below the player, but now it's just right in the player. I like this a lot more. It's a little more streamlined, a little less clutter on the page. And so again, we give people as many options as we can. This definitely is kind of the 80-20 of the most popular places to subscribe to a podcast. And we also list the RSS feed down below. And this view here is kind of like, it just kind of reveals up to kind of cover the player. And then in the top right here, you have the red X where folks can close this. And similarly, if we want to share it, we give folks a way to share on Facebook and LinkedIn, and we give links to the post as well. So just a nice way to give listeners the opportunity to share kind of what they're enjoying here. Cool. So I'd love to see in the comments, folks who are currently running a podcast, are you putting your content on YouTube? I'll give a second because I need to drink a sip of water. But if you have a podcast, is it on YouTube? Drop a comment and let us know. Minus. I'll say minus. All of ours are. Cool. Okay. Well, I'll just say, and I'll get on my soapbox a little bit here. Your podcast should be on YouTube, and there's really no question about it. YouTube is going to be the biggest. Okay, thanks, Michelle. YouTube is probably going to be the biggest force in marketing in the next 5 years. I'll just say that. And I think it's cool because as podcasters, and I think Michelle kind of echoes this, is we have the ability to create a ton of content for YouTube just by podcasting. It's kind of a, I don't want to say sneaky way, but it is a bit of a sneaky way to get into YouTube, is just like this, record yourself doing a podcast episode and put it onto YouTube. I think that it's such an opportunity for full length content. So putting the whole 45-minute episode up, taking little 30 or 60-second snippets and making them YouTube shorts, or the thing that we're really experimenting with and seeing a lot of like early traction and potential with, or what we call like mids or clips, where you think about an interview show that you might hear, and the host asks a question and then the guest gives a 5-minute kind of monologue or answer. That 6 minutes is a clip, right? And so you cut that out and you post that as its own video. And a lot of us with like a Google and SEO background will say like, oh, there's going to be duplicate content warnings and blah, blah, blah. All of the YouTube pros that I've talked to say, nope, YouTube loves it. As long as it's like 1 second different, YouTube is not going to give you any kind of grief about reposting essentially a shorter version of a longer piece. And so I don't want to make this a YouTube talk, but I think the really cool opportunity that us as podcasters have is to start building a really significant library of content on YouTube just from podcast episodes that we're already doing. It doesn't have to be any different or any fancier. And the truth is, because I do a bit of YouTube and I do a bit of podcasting, it is, I don't know, 10 or 20 times easier for me to have an interview with someone and post that on YouTube than for me to sit and talk to the camera and talk into the microphones for 6 minutes, or certainly to do a screencast of our product or something. Like those two things, a monologue or a screencast, are really, really hard. And I'll just share it. Like for me, super draining. Like afterwards, I'm just like, okay, I need to go. I'm gonna go walk the dog. I'm gonna take the rest of the day off because it just wears me out. But to go a 45-minute interview with a guest, I'm like, this is awesome. I could do it all day. And that's an enormous amount of content for you and your brand on YouTube. And so just do it. Like everyone should do it. It's not that hard. It doesn't have to be fancy. I have a digital SLR camera and fancy lights and stuff, but it doesn't have to be like, I got started just with my webcam and $100 mic, and it's just not that. It doesn't have to be that hard. So everybody, let's put our podcast on YouTube. It's you will thank me in a year if you do. I'll just say that. And so your podcast on YouTube, you want to put the embed of the YouTube video on your site. And Chris does this here. And I like that a lot more shows, just in the last 2 or 3 months, I think, the call to action of how to consume the content isn't go listen to my show on Spotify. It's watch my show on YouTube. I just see it over and over and over in the last kind of, few months. And you see it as you look through podcast websites. The first thing you see a lot of times is the YouTube embed. And so it just kind of goes to show you that this is the importance and the value that a lot of creators are putting into YouTube as a medium and growing their audiences there. Another example, WP Coffee Talk. Hey, Michelle. Right. So like that folks are doing this and I think we all should be. So, okay. Walk through what I think are the important things to have on a podcast website. I'll go forward into like, hey, what's the impact or the considerations that podcasting has on a website, as I think a lot of folks here are website builders, theme folks. To me, and where our solution really comes in is if you are kind of rolling all of this from scratch, you have several hurdles that you have to get over. One is that you got these big old files that you got to deliver. And if you're on kind of premium hosting, or if you're on shared hosting, your hosting provider is going to be really mad pretty quickly because you got this 60 megabyte file and you got 1,000 downloads and you're doing this twice a week. That's a whole lot of bandwidth. That's a whole lot of storage. You need an RSS feed. We talked about how podcasting really is just a list of RSS feeds in a place like Spotify or Apple Podcasts. You got to build that. And of course we could build that. And WordPress does some things out of the box, but not really for podcasting. You need a way to, I think, have a separate area on your website for podcast content. To me, the podcast content does not go in the posts area. They're not blog posts, especially if you have blog posts. if it's a standalone site and all that you have there are podcast episodes, like maybe you could put them in as posts. Our plugin creates a custom post type called podcasting. And so it's just a nice way to have an area for blog posts and then have an area for podcast episodes, and the two don't mix together, and you can display them on separate kind of archive pages. You want to get some analytics to know who's listening, what of your content is really resonating with your audience, how to do more of that. That's super important. We have an add-on plugin called Seriously Simple Stats that does this entirely for free. And they need a player and a way to have folks share or subscribe, right? And those are kind of the CTAs within the player. And so the Seriously Simple Podcasting plugin does all of this entirely for free, right? Open source. It's in the repo. And I keep hitting the down arrow, thinking it's going to take me to the next slide. Seriously Simple Podcasting is our plugin. It's been around for a long time. We are very, very, very pleased to be able to be the kind of stewards of it these days. And I think if you're doing podcasting on WordPress, like you're gonna love it. It's really great. I think it's just a great solution. A couple of screenshots from the settings area, and I'm gonna walk through like a live site here in just a minute. We give a lot of customizability. I always say like Castos is all about options. hopefully not to hopefully not to a fault, but we know from doing this for a while that like podcasters, creators, and folks using WordPress are kind of particular about what they want and what they don't want, and like to be pretty opinionated about what we think are the best ways to do things. We don't want to kind of put you into a box and say like you got to do it this way. And so we give you a bunch of options, and this is just a part of a screen just about the player that shows all the things that you can control about the player, where it displays, how it displays, what's displayed there. Similarly, talked about hosting. The kind of whole way that that Castos and Seriously Simple Podcasting works is you install Seriously Simple Podcasting, you get a Castos account, you connect the two with an API key, and then when you are creating a podcast episode, you create a new episode or a post, you upload the file from WordPress, and as you're uploading, and as the file is uploading from WordPress, it's actually going straight to Castos. It's not being hosted on your WordPress server at WP Engine or Kinsta or whatever, right? It's going directly to Castos, offloading the biggest kind of technical burden of podcasting is the big file storage and distribution. And we just offload all of that entirely from your WordPress site to our platform. And that's really the biggest value proposition is we have the plugin to be kind of the interface and the integration of your podcast to your WordPress site, but then we offload all of the heavy lifting of the file and the distribution of that file and the RSS feed to the Castos platform. So kind of like you might use YouTube or Kinsta or something like that for video, you do the same with Castos and podcasting, all directly kind of natively right within WordPress. You don't ever have to leave the WordPress editor to do all of this stuff. And I don't even have a slide to show that, but I should. The last one here is if you are building a website for someone who already has a show somewhere else, you can import it directly into WordPress and then sync that content to Castos, all literally in like 2 clicks of a button. You create a kind of shell of a podcast in WordPress here, like we have, and then you grab the feed of the show from the existing hosting provider, like Simplecast or Libsyn, and import that into here. It imports all of the content into the WordPress site, and then you just sync that to Castos so that we are now hosting those files. But all the content is right on your WordPress site, and you have ownership and control over all of it. Cool. Touched on this, but just want to like reiterate. And I use WP Engine here. I was gonna email the Kadence folks to say like who should I pick on. We host our site at WP Engine, so I feel like I can say this, and I know Jason Cohen a bit. They're amazing, right? Amazing hosts, whether it's WP Engine or Kinsta or Bluehost or whoever, right? They're all have these metrics, right? Such and such visits, such and such stories, and such bandwidth each month. And I can tell you, because I've run into this and other people on our team have run into this in the past, it's not necessarily even the files that you worry about. It's the fact that, like, you know, Seriously Simple Podcasting creates the RSS feed, and just the feed getting hit a whole bunch of times if you have a really popular show is something to consider. So for me, the biggest thing about the Seriously Simple Podcasting and Castos kind of combination is offloading the files. That's the biggest one. But then we have a whole bunch of other things that we do at Castos, like integrations for private podcasting. So you think about like podcasting as a membership site kind of analogy, right? So I only want certain people to have access to this content. Maybe you're running a course or a membership site. We have integrations with things like Lyft or LMS and a couple of others to connect those students or members to Castos in terms of podcasting. I was gonna give you like a bunch more analytics within the Castos platform, just because from a technical perspective, we're a bit limited in the free plugin we have for WordPress and what we can do there. And then it does everything automatically. You can publish all your content right from your WordPress site. You have ownership and control of the look and feel of everything, and you're not relying on some third-party tool to kind of dictate how your podcast website or the podcast area of your website looks. And the best thing about this is with the Kadence starter themes, it comes automatically, right? So we'll take a look at one here in just a minute. Seriously Simple Podcasting is automatically installed when you use the Pro Starter template. and it's amazing. So I'm going to switch over and, oh, Michelle, I'm going to do like the worst thing that no one should ever do is I'm going to share my screen. I'm going to switch it up midway here. Let's see if I can do this without. Oh, all right, I did it. Okay, so this is one of the starter templates within the Kadence Pro kind of bundle. I'm not getting anything from the Kadence folks to say this, but honestly, I was blown away when I loaded this up on our testing site yesterday. I was like, wow, this is like literally, this is like really good. It's perfect, right? It checks all the boxes. And so let's just run through the bits that we talked about earlier. Is the hero section, right? Yep, it talks about what the show is about, or gives you a place to talk about what the show is about. Cool. A CTA button here to go to the list of episodes. It's great, right? Seriously Simple Podcasting builds a list of episodes automatically. It's a custom post type archive page. Awesome. A place for images here. This can be kind of a collage like this, or what I would probably do is either like the headshot of the host or just the cover image of the podcast itself. The subscribe bar, right? So Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Amazon Music, YouTube, have folks listen wherever they are already listening to shows. And then, the really cool thing about this, and it actually threw me off at first, and I really, really like that they give you the options here, right? So we talked about like a list or a grid. They give you the grid here. So each episode, a spot for the image. That's great. But then they have the list too, and they have the list by like categories. So that's just really great. I mean, this is like a sign of a really well thought out theme to me. Is like, hey, you might not use both of these, but we're just going to give you both, and you can decide like which one you want to use. So really great, right? And these would link through to the individual episodes here. And then, I think this is a cool kind of about area. I might use this as a email subscribe area. This is like, hey, join the newsletter, and then have the subscribe widget over here with the email opt-in form. This might be a video or something, and then a little bit of social proof with testimonials. And then if you want to have a second subscribe down here, and this is probably global for the whole site. They also have the about page, which we talked about being like super, 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 super important, right? If you are taking the relationship with your listeners really seriously, you want a way for them to get to know you better. And that's what this about page does. I would probably reuse this page template for this the sponsor page, because it has a similar kind of look and feel and set of content. One thing that I didn't talk about that they capture really well here is through Seriously Simple Podcasting, you can create as many podcasts as you want. And we call a podcast a series. It's kind of like some older nomenclature, but think series as like a show, right? And so you can have like, this is the landing page for a podcast. And you can imagine you have several podcasts, and so you could list all of those here. And this is like the landing page of a particular show. We just call them series. And this is perfectly done, I think, to me. Like, I want the image, I want the title of the episode, and then I want a little blurb here. And this is just really well done because it gives enough kind of space to be able to see all this. And for me as a website visitor to decide like, hey, do I want to click through and engage here? And then I think this one here is an individual episode. And so this one just kind of mirrors exactly kind of what I had as what I think are the best practices before. It has the title, it has the player, and it has the show notes area. I would just embed the YouTube video here too, but that's easy. So, and then the subscribe page here, is really an email subscribe page. Like, this is a newsletter subscribe page, and that's cool. I have a page like this on my personal site, and it does exactly this, and I think this is just really well done. Depending on your use case, you could just do something different here, but certainly as a starting place, like, this makes everybody's life so much easier. I think the Kadence folks get you 90+% of the way home right out of the box, and you just need to update the content. So, like, super well done. That is everything that I have. I think, Michelle, like I'm exactly right on time at 45 minutes. So
You did great. My light's back on.
awesome.
That was awesome. Yeah, no, that was fantastic. And I don't even think we have any questions, but I have questions.
Awesome.
So I put it in a banner so I could actually have it for the show later. But what do you think about audiograms for creating snippets? You know, I know some people are creating those, putting them out on social media so you get that little teaser. Do you like them? Do you have a software that you use for them? What would you recommend?
Yeah, so through Castos, we have an integration with Headliner, which is kind of the biggest player in the audiogram space. So yeah, it's great. Like they're really great. I would put a caveat in here and say, if you're doing an audio only podcast, an audiogram is the best way to get kind of some visual representation of your show. And for folks who aren't familiar, an audiogram is usually a square picture. It's actually a small movie file that has like the little waveform dancing across the screen and the captioning of what the person's saying, but it's a static image otherwise. So yeah, through Castos, we have an integration with Headliner. It gets you the ability to do this entirely for free. It's amazing. I think if you're doing an audio-only podcast, I would 100% do that, because as you're sharing on social, you want a way to give people an idea of what's going on in the podcast. And it's like the really best way. If you're doing video, then do video clips, right? And I'm using a tool called opus.pro that does some pretty cool AI stuff to do this, like automatically. So once I publish my podcast to YouTube, I just put the YouTube video link into Opus, and you can say like, I want 30 to 60 seconds, and I want to target these keywords, and it'll give you like a dozen options. And you just go and say, yep, no, or, ooh, I want to edit this one because it started at a weird point or something because it's AI. So it's a pretty cool tool. And then for like, if I want to do my own, either audiograms or video clips, we use Veed, so veed.io. It's awesome. It's just like everything's in the browser. It's like, it's the way video editing is supposed to be. Yeah.
I love that. I had another question and it just escaped my mind. It will come back. I know. What do you think of like Patreon and things like that? And do you have people who are on Castos also using Patreon to sponsor their podcasts?
Yeah, I think that there is like an ideal monetization method for every show, and Patreon is it for some people, right? For some people it's ads, for some people it's like paid subscriptions to premium content, and so like the way we think about it is we just want to give everybody the options to do this. Patreon is fine. Patreon takes a pretty decent chunk of your revenue. So we developed what's something called Castos Commerce, which essentially is Patreon built into the Castos platform, where we have like the credit form right on the page. You as the podcast can say, okay, you can sponsor me for, bronze, silver, gold levels, so $5, $10, $20 or whatever you say. And then all that money goes to you. We don't take a cut of any of that stuff. So yeah, I think listener supported monetization is the right answer for more people than we would think. So if I think about like make money from a podcast, really generally it's like sell my own stuff, right? or like have people somehow pay me directly through the podcast. Like that's direct monetization. In the direct monetization one, I think for most people we're just not getting enough downloads to where ads, like programmatic ads, make sense. And so either you're putting your sales hat on and going out and selling a bundle of a season of 12 episodes for $1,000, or you're saying, hey, everything's free, there's no ads, but if you like this, give $20.
Support it somehow. That's right.
Yeah.
I actually put a tip jar on WP Coffee Talk, and in the 4 years that I've been running, or 3 years, 4 years that I've been running the show, I've probably made an extra $250. Which, hey, I'm not sneezing at $250. So it doesn't pay my mortgage, but that's not what my podcast is about anyway. So
yeah, and I think that like to your point, like to me, for my own personal podcast, it's like how intrusive do I want to get with like putting money between me and the listener? And for my personal one, it's just a passion show. Like passion project. It's like I don't want to put any friction. So yeah, something like a tip jar or Castos Commerce
Exactly.
donations is what I would
Yep.
want to do.
Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much. How can people get in touch with you if they have questions, if they want to talk to you
Yeah.
directly, or give us some information?
Yeah. So if you want to check out Castos, to castos.com, castos.com. And that's the best place to check out kind of everything we do. We have links to Seriously Simple Podcasting. We have a pretty extensive YouTube channel that talks a lot about podcasting in general and WordPress, and has a lot of podcasting content there too, like our podcasts. And if folks want to connect with me, I'm on LinkedIn. It's the best place. And my LinkedIn URL is like really kind of long and weird. So just look me up on LinkedIn. I'm there, and I look kind of something like this. So yeah, we'd love to connect with folks and chat about WordPress.
And I will also back up that comment about being on YouTube. About half of my viewership, listenership on WP Coffee Talk is on YouTube, and the other half is through listening podcasts. So I think it's great to be in both places for sure.
Have you seen that changing over the last 6 months or so?
I haven't paid that much attention to the last 6 months or so, but you know, the one of my all-time high episodes was with Matt Mullenweg, and more people watched it because they wanted to see facial expressions than consumed it just by listening. So that was kind of interesting.
Yeah.
For sure.
If I have like 2 more minutes, I'll get back on my YouTube soapbox. It's
for it.
that like podcasting is like I owe so much to podcasting. Like it's my whole career at this point. But it has 3 things that are really, really difficult, right? One is monetization. We talked about monetization. It's just there's not a place to get paid to podcast, and so that's kind of tough. The second is like episode level discoverability, right? Very, very few people listen to an episode of this show and listen to an episode of this show, but that's how you consume YouTube all the time, right? You go down the rabbit hole and you watch 8 cat videos in a row, and they're all from different channels. And the third is like some kind of commenting and feedback system. And like YouTube solves all of these really well. And to me, like as a creator, I don't say, oh, that's a bummer, I'm going to go do that instead. I say, I can still do the thing I want to do, which is podcast, but just record the video and have that as a different channel. But I think YouTube, from a multimedia content creation perspective, is really great at those 3 things, and it's something that podcasting struggles with, and probably will never solve any of those 3 because of the open distributed nature of it, which is amazing. That's why so many of us like it. Is upside is ain't nobody going to take away my RSS feed and shut down my show like you could on YouTube, you know? And so that's definitely the upside. Is, you know, there's 3 things we own in this kind of digital world. One is our website, the other is our email list, and the third is our RSS feed. If you're using, you know, Seriously Simple Podcasting WordPress, it's literally, you know, castos.com/feed/podcast or whatever your domain is. So.
And I love Seriously Simple Podcasting plugin. I use it for everything. So
awesome. Thanks so much.
Thanks for creating it. Absolutely. Well, thanks so much for spending some time with us today. I really appreciate it, and look forward for people to connect with you outside and explore the world of podcasting and what Castos has to offer. So thank you for that.
Thanks so much for having me.
Yeah. We'll see you later. And for everybody else, this was the last part of track 2. So go over to track 1. At the top of the hour, we are going to be with Ben Rittner, who is the primary mastermind behind Kadence. And we're going to be talking over there about what's going on with Kadence and kind of doing a wrap up of today. So we will see you over in track 1 very soon.